Hey everybody, what's going on? Rob Sesternino back here to talk about the 14th best season of Survivor here in our all-time top 40 season rankings. And tonight we are talking about the 14th best season, which the fans have voted. And it was Survivor Blood versus Water. So here we go. That we are talking about the second week in a row of watching Norris here on the heels of the 15th best season, Panama. It's going to be a lot of fun to talk about this 14th best season of Survivor here with you. Thanks again for joining us for another edition of the all-time top 40 season rankings. And tonight we have two people back with me, two returning players joining me on the countdown. And so very excited to have back with us for a season that does not feature Boston Rob. Here she is. It's Mary Krakowski.
I know, what a shocker, right? I thought that I was only locked into those, but no, I can branch out. I've got multiple people that I'm a fan of, and probably up there in my top 3 favorite Survivor players, Survivor characters is Tyson. So another great season to talk about.
Mary, I noticed you have a new background behind you, and I'm assuming that's not a green screen.
Yes.
Have you moved again?
I have not moved. I just moved the partition. It's too hot up here this time of year to, especially with my doors shut, to have a partition just locking me in with the heat. So we're mixing things up today.
All right. Well, very excited to have you back here, Mary. You and I, we talked about Redemption Island way back when with Jason Reed, right?
Way back when. I know it was pretty shocking to have that come so early in the countdown. Just really blew me away. But I've had a nice long break because that was a season that maybe just I like. But this is a more widely popular season, it seems like.
Yes. That was what, 39? And then we've bumped up what, 25 spots to 14?
Yep. So 25 spots, 22-ish weeks. It's been a good time.
Okay. All right. Well, Mary, happy to have you back here with us tonight. And another returning veteran is back. It was way back when we talked about Survivor Nicaragua. We broke it down with Jacob Jones and this man, the great AJ Norris. AJ, how are you?
I'm doing so good. I'm excited to be back. And hopefully, just like the hidden immunity as clues, this podcast will be fire.
yes. Do not drag this podcast into the fire, people. Okay, please. I'm
ready for it.
Yeah, AJ, what's been going on with you?
Oh, nothing. Life has been good. Just been in schoolwork. That's basically it. I am a boring person.
I don't believe that, AJ.
Well, my personality is like, oh, I'm great, and I know that, but my life is like, eh.
Okay. AJ, why did you want to be here with us to talk about Survivor Blood versus Water?
I think Survivor Blood versus Water was the season where I stopped being a fan and I became a super fan. And I credit that a lot to Tyson and Jervis and what they were doing. The Monica storyline was compelling. And, the birth of big moves, apparently. Like, what a better place to become a super fan.
True. That, one of the things that I really sort of noticed that I feel like that this is sort of the start of maybe the postmodern Survivor era. And I think that maybe that has to do with Jeff Probst basically was ready to be done with Survivor after Survivor Caramoa, and he was ready to go off and do the Jeff Probst talk show. And had that been a juggernaut, I don't really know what the future of Survivor would have been. And I feel like this was Jeff's first season back as sort of full-time Survivor host. And I'm not sure if he ends up with more producer control over what's going on in exchange for not doing the Jeff Probst talk show. So I do feel like that this kicks off really the era of Survivor between this and Cagayan, which comes after that, which we really are in the very big moves era is here. And so a lot to unpack here tonight as we talk about Survivor Blood versus Water. We will have our patron feedback show as well coming up on Friday to kick off the holiday weekend. And it is going to be a great patron feedback show. We're going to have Sarah Ferguson and Lancelot Draper joining us on the patron feedback show. We have questions from our listeners. We'll get to some of them tonight, but whatever we don't get to and anything else that we might miss here tonight, we will continue in our weekly patron podcast episode where we will discuss everything Blood versus Water that we might not get to tonight. So be on the lookout for that in your patron podcast feed at robhasawebsite.com/patron. patron. Okay. And just a quick note, the 14th best season, this is the last of the ones that have been in a little bit of a bunch here. That was only Saturday night. We talked about the 14th best season of Survivor Panama. We've already gotten the patron feedback show up for that episode of Talking with T-Bird with Shane Powers. And that was just 4 days ago when we did that one. Our next podcast episode on this series, the 13th best season of Survivor, will be in 6 days from now. It will be on next Tuesday as Big Brother comes back on Wednesday night. We'll be live with Big Brother recaps. And so we will be doing our all-time top 40 season ranking podcast on Tuesday nights from here on out. All right. Let's talk about some Blood versus Water. Mary, I don't think we got necessarily your particular backstory with the season of why you wanted to be here for Survivor Blood versus Water.
So kind of like AJ said, this is where I really feel like I became mostly a super fan. I'm going to find the podcast a year after seeing this season. San Juan del Sur is my first year with the podcast. So I was definitely in that zone with this season of like looking up, doing a lot of Sporkle Survivor, like looking up all the facts I could, constantly like trying to remember the winners, get more people into it. This is around the time when I was applying to be on the show for the first time, that kind of thing. This season, actually, when it came out originally, I thought the twist was really dumb. I didn't like that idea. I thought that this was going to be a worse version of Fans versus Favorites, basically, because I thought we were not going to care at all about any of the loved ones and really only care about the survivors. And my take watching it again this time, and that I had when I watched it the first time around, was this might be my favorite version of Fans versus Favorites, basically, because it's the most even, it's the most fair, and potentially because the loved ones are loved ones of returning players who know a little bit about Survivor. We obviously also have the whole Hayden thing with having played another reality show. They come in a lot more hot. They come in with a lot more knowledge. And while there's definitely a slight difference in play, when you look at certain people, I think there were so many times throughout this season where I'm watching it going, kudos to these people for trying, for not giving up and just letting this happen. Even when the writing is on the wall, almost everybody, if they knew it was them, fought on their way out the door, tried to do pretty much anything they could. And it definitely wasn't for a lack of trying. So I love that. I love that in the final tribal, Jervis is going to say that he thinks that he embodies like the perfect mix of old school and new school play. And I think this game does that as well. Almost none of the returning players come back and I look at them and go like, oh, they're too far back. They're playing too much of an old school game. They're not up with the times. Almost everybody seems to be playing the same type of game, the same like not the same skill set exactly, but that they all seem to be like no one's walking around going, oh my gosh, there weren't idols when I played. What do I do about this? Like everybody is kind of getting down with the new school play, but there's fewer idols. There's fewer idol clues because of the throwing them in the fire. And a lot of that makes it feel like this perfect comfort zone of being new without being just twist, twist, twist constantly, even though the whole game itself is a twist.
Yeah, the twist is a really great place to start. And AJ, they really treated this twist as sort of like kind of like almost a different game than the first 26 games of Survivor.
They really did. Like they made it seem like this was their own game season. Like this does not connect to anything else in the timeline. Even like in the end, they're like, this is the inaugural season of Blood versus Water. And it's basically thinking like this is a different game, as people said constantly over and over again, especially because of the dynamics, the way you strategize and play games. We've seen people this season lose, not because of anything they did wrong, but because of their loved ones. So it's like this different type of game where other seasons you can cheer however you want and life goes well. Like you don't care about how other people feel about you, because at the end of the day, these are strangers. These are not strangers. These are your blood, sweat, and tears, and you can't betray them easily. You can't willy-nilly, or they will face repercussions. So I think this really is like it had a different feel to it, and I think it was valid. And going off of what Mary said, I think this is also a really good season because of, compared to other Fans versus Favorite, I feel this is the most balanced between the two sides. I feel like you have some weak returning players and some really strong ones. But on the fan side, you also have some really strong ones like Hayden, Sierra, Caleb, etc. So I really think this was a good season overall.
Yeah, and I'd like to just like start off with the title of the season, Blood versus Water. Still doesn't make any sense in terms of like, we get it that blood is thicker than water, but the tribes were not based on like people that do know, that are people that are related to each other versus people who are sort of just friends with each other. There's one point that made me laugh out loud today where Rupert was talking about Laura, and he was talking about how, you know, Laura is my blood.
Yeah.
And it's like, I hope not.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you know, she literally isn't, but okay.
Yeah.
I think there's another time when Monica says that Brad is her blood too. There's a couple times where that kind of thing
maybe
happens.
Rupert said it earlier, because I don't know when I would have seen Rupert today.
Says it like in episode 1 or something.
Yeah,
he says it right at the beginning for why he switches places. But yeah, it's really interesting how this twist feels like a different game. And what I was even noticing was there's a lot of parts that get very emotional and very deep and personal. But something about playing with the loved ones made the whole game feel more like a game. I don't know if anybody got that feel. I think the point was that it was supposed to be like deeper and harder, and oh my gosh, you could vote out your loved ones and people who are getting voted out you love. But something about just the fact that they're there having the same experience and on the island, I almost feel like it's like, okay, so and so that I'm related to or whatever, you know, gets voted off, but I know that they got to be out here. They know what I'm going through. I'm going to be able to talk to them soon. They're just over on Ponderosa or whatever. And something about that made it feel like certain points in the game, particularly the post merge, I'm like, you know, this feels kinder because they're all getting to play this like weird version of Survivor. It's like bonus Survivor. It's like we already played, and so now it's just like, ooh, we're getting to kind of bring our family into this like a weird fun vacation with a game twist. And I think that I'm probably on the minority of people who feel that way about this season. But I just imagine if I was out there, not just with my loved one, but where everybody had a loved one, I'd be like, oh, come on, we're getting like, this is like bonus time. It's not like real Survivor.
Well, I would like to piggyback off of what Mary said, actually. And yes, this was a kinder season. You will see after the tribal councils, people like, I love you, all was good, even when you're in the minority. So I think there is that like more camaraderie feeling in there. But also, I think the loved ones was actually a blessing, because when your loved one get voted out, you're like, okay, now I have to play hard for both me and my loved one. Like this, now I need to shift into second gear. Meanwhile, people who play for like a first time be like, okay, I have to play it steady because this is my one chance. And they're like, oh, one chance is gone. My blood is gone. They can't win. I got to do this for them. You saw this multiple times with people like Monica, with people like Tyson, Sierra at one point, Tina, like people be like, oh, my loved one gone, so I got to play for them too. So I think it made it play harder. You know,
I see that side of it, but I also feel like that the blood versus water relationships also heightened the tension and made it more competitive and fierce from the start. Where
especially in the pre-merge,
especially in the pre-merge, and I do feel like that what you're both saying about the players being voted out, it's almost like if I'm there with my loved one and they're being voted out, like maybe I'm not acting out as much upon being voted out or seeing my loved one voted out of the game. But if I wasn't there and then I show up the next day and I see that my loved one has been voted out, like people did not take that well when they would go to Redemption Island Arena and see, okay, these strangers voted out your loved one. And we saw many different players get very upset when they find out that their loved one had been taken out of the game. And so going back to that sort of idea of this twist, I have had the luxury of very recently, within the last 2 weeks, I talked about Survivor San Juan del Sur. It was the 16th best season. So I've basically seen both of the Blood versus Water seasons over the course of the last 2 weeks. And I do think that while I've really enjoyed my rewatch of San Juan del Sur, the Blood versus Water twist here has a much greater impact here on this season. And I do think that, not to pile on my old friend Mike White, but when they were going to go back to San Juan del Sur. And Jeff Probst famously says to Mike White about, hey, we're doing Blood versus Water with all new players, and Redemption Island is going to come back. And Jeff Probst has told the story of that when he saw Mike White's face drop about Redemption Island and how, oh, Mike White hates this idea. We need to change this to a hero duel and send people to Exile Island. AJ, that I think that really undercut the Blood versus Water twist, because such a big part of the gameplay this season had to do with an idea that I had kind of forgotten about. When your loved one is voted out, you had the option to take their place and they would be back in the game and you would be on Redemption Island.
I agree. I think Redemption Island would have worked better on San Juan del Sur because it really did work well. You had people that were so competitive. You had people like Monica, people like Tyson that were willing to like go down in there so that way their loved one can have a shot at this game. You have someone like Kat begging to like, hey, please switch out with me. But Hayden's like, listen, I got a better shot at it.
About
like,
the future.
Exactly. It's like add a different level of tension that was not there before. And I think Exile Island is like cute and stuff, but I think there's something different with seeing your loved one there, like about to leave the game. It's not like they were voted out. It's like they have a second chance, but they're about to lose it. And that tension just builds up. So I think there is a serious misfire not bringing back Redemption Island. I know people don't love Redemption Island, but I think Blood vs. Water is the way it works. And you look at it like, for the first half of the season, like a third of the episodes were Redemption Island. Like it was just like what was happening there. And back in the day, it would be like, oh my gosh, can we just get back to tribal stuff? But it was like really compelling because the people voted out of the game were willing to give it to the people still in the game. And it brought like such a level of heat and fire and drama that we just had seen since in like an island like that.
Yeah, and I love San Juan del Sur as well. I think that the casting there is really good. There's a lot of really interesting characters, but I think that this season eases people into the idea of Blood versus Water by saying, hey, you only need to get to learn half of the cast. You already know the other half. You already have some investment in them. Some of these people we've even seen before on Survivor, whether they be on family visits or at the finales. And then there's also mixes of several people in this cast who have played before on previous seasons, and we already know their interactions. There's a lot of layers there. And when you bring in these loved ones, who a lot of them have been clearly like coached up a bit by their returning player counterparts and taught the game, loved the game. That's very, very interesting to see that. It kind of goes back to what I was saying about like bonus game. There's like second chances throughout all this, second, third, fourth chances of not just, well, there's me and my loved one. So that's 2 chances. We've got Redemption Island. We can come back from Redemption Island. And definitely in the beginning of the season, when they're in the separate tribes and they don't have that communication, even once they swap, it becomes a little bit more friendly because they've had more time to talk, to see each other. Some people are back together. There's a mixing and mingling of different strategy of like, hey, do we stick with the guys, with the girls, with the loved ones, with the singles, with the pairs, and all of those dynamics like just really shout themselves out. I think even more so than they do in San Juan del Sur.
The whole pre-merge, though, I feel like is a lot of the votes are based on, should we vote out Rachel to weaken Todd Hanna because then maybe Tyson will go back in, and then people are thinking about, well, I want let's not vote out this person because I don't want them to have to battle against my loved one there. And there's just so much. And Jeff calls it out at one of the tribal councils. He's like, there's just layers on layers on layers on layers of strategy. And I feel like that in Survivor San Juan del Sur, where, we've talked about like the pre-merge is a little slow, where it takes a while to really get going. AJ, I feel like that this season from the start does not waste any time getting out of the gate.
From the moment like Brad Culpepper said, maybe I'll throw a challenge, Marissa clapped back. It was like, okay, this game is on. People are in game mode and we're not going to hold back any punches. And I think it also helps, like, these are like messy people. Like, these are people that are not afraid to get down in the dirt and like put their foot in the mouth. So yeah, from the jump, people were
Wow.
life.
Yeah. And that AJ, it's a season that I think also, just to add to that, it gets off to a fast start because I feel like that we know all of the returning players, but the loved ones tribe, the Galang tribe is, such a hot mess that we spend a lot of time with them in the first 4 episodes. So while we know our returning players, we really get a crash course in who the loved ones are because they go to the first 4 tribal councils.
Yes, and you look at the returning players tribe, the Tadhana, they're like a love fest basically, like excluding Colton. They're just like lovey-dovey. Like, who wants to see lovey-dovey? Like, that's not why I come to Survivor. I come for mess. And on Galang, you have people like Brad Culpepper. You have people like John, who's like making a lot of mistakes in this game. Like, people are playing hard, playing good, question mark, but playing hard at least. And that's what I like to see. I like to see people try things, even if they fail spectacularly. I like you giving us a chance. And I also like, it's like they're thinking about what's best for their tribe, and now they're thinking, okay, what's worse for their tribe, for the other people's tribes, for the returning players. Like, let's take out Tyson. Let's try to get Tyson in Redemption Island. Let's show Jervis you can't just shout at us. And all these other different dynamics. So yeah, I think the new players, they came out running because they want the money just as badly as the returning players, if not more. So I love it.
Yeah. And it was a season which had a lot of very close votes back and forth down the stretch, with the specter of Redemption Island really looming large about who was coming back into the game. Mary, I really thought, especially on this rewatch, I feel like that the back half of the season, every vote I thought was very intense.
There are a lot of close votes, a lot of votes with a middle person who can go one way or another. A lot of votes where Monica is that person. A lot of votes where things seem to change at tribal. We've got 2 different ties. We've got a rock draw. Obviously, there's a lot of situations that make for very interesting votes. Almost every single vote, there are multiple reasons to vote out multiple different people. There's knowing what happens, it's kind of easy to read through the red herrings, but at almost every single episode, even the ones that end up being like 7-1 votes or 6-1 votes, when you're going to tribal, they've given multiple reasons why multiple different people could be going home. Some of that comes into those layers of strategy with the, like, whoever's voted out might compete against my loved one who's on Redemption Island. Do I want that to be a strong person? Do I want to weaken the other tribe? Do I want to weaken someone who's on my tribe who might have a loved one over there? Do you hope that the person you vote out will swap with their loved one? Do you want to keep track of the single people left in the game or the pairs? And of course, all of those different elements lead into everyone's minds. You look at like the Rachel vote, and the people who are in charge of that vote, like the Rachel John relationship and how that could have made that vote go a different way. But then you think at the same time, like, if she wasn't friends with John, would she have, would Katie or Sierra have been the one voted out, or should she have ditched that relationship? On the surface level, you'd think like you should definitely do that because you're trying to buddy up with the guys when it's so clear guys, girls. So there's a lot going on in all of these votes. They're really interesting. I think there was probably only, I don't even know if there was really even a single vote where I was like, oh, it's a done deal. You might look at like maybe the Laura B vote as being one of the more kind of clear cut, straightforward ones, but it wasn't to Laura B. So there's at least that.
Mm-hmm. I also think something else about the tribal council is that these people don't know how to do tribal council correctly. Like, they are constantly putting their foot in their mouths. Even if they're just like answering Jeff's question honestly, you don't always supposed to answer his questions honestly. You're supposed to keep your allies calm. And even if you're still working with their allies, they're like, well, yeah, but also these people came to me and they gave some really good points and I might just flip. Like, why would you do that? That's not how you play Survivor. Like, it's bad gameplay, but bad gameplay makes fun gameplay.
Can I ask a couple questions about the rules of Blood versus Water? And I don't know if they were answered on the show or if we might have to speculate, but could you switch with your loved one if they got voted out after the merge, Mary? Do you know? I know it was the case in the pre-merge, but when Sierra voted out her mom, could she potentially have switched with Laura after Laura got voted out?
They stopped saying that at that point. I know that and maybe that's just because they realize for editing they don't need to do what they do in Borneo and restate the rules every single episode, or if it did change. I don't know for a fact that they couldn't have, but they do stop mentioning it on the show.
Mentioning it.
I will say, like, during the Laura M episode, like the first redemption after the merge, like Jeff was about to ask Tina, "Hey, Katie, do you want to swap?" But Tina like shut that down real quick. So I think afterwards you still could.
You still switch. Could. Okay. And then AJ, do you just have one shot at switching? Like if you didn't want to switch with your loved one when they first got there, but maybe you come back and you realize, you know what? I do want to switch. Your loved one is having a hard time. You want to switch. Was it on one time only?
I say, why not? If they want to switch later on, let them switch. Like, let's have some fun.
Yeah. Mary, would that break the game?
I think it's the same kind of thing as like, Monica giving up a reward and giving it to everybody. Like that's not normally how it works, but I think sometimes Jeff's just waiting for the right pitch. If someone says, you know what, Tyson says, I didn't want to switch with Rachel last time, but she wins the thing and now he wants to switch the next round, give her a break. I don't think that Jeff is saying no on that. I think they were really hoping someone would, and we don't technically get anyone switching while they're on Redemption Island, but right. Would have been interesting.
Like for instance, okay, Hayden and Kat. That Hayden like takes a look at like the puzzle, like all right, let me go in there for Kat, and then she's back in the game for that round. Then could they switch back?
I would love that. I would love that if they could just keep switching back and forth.
But if you both get out, you're both out. Like you're both on redemption. There's no way to get back in. So this might be an interesting idea for if they ever do this again.
That would be like Survivor's Second Life or Survivor Phone a Friend.
Yeah. So it might be a long season.
Take care of Kat for me, and then Kat's voted out next.
That'd be interesting.
All right, we haven't talked too much about Tyson yet, who is the winner of the season. AJ, what do you think about Tyson this time through?
I had so much love for Tyson this time through, and I forgot how much I enjoyed him because I haven't watched Tokachins recently. But Tyson is so much fun this season, and I think he really was like on cruise, like the first half of the season. Like while Rachel was still in the game, or except for when Rachel got voted out, he was basically chilling, living his best life. But once he got to the merge, he like changed it to a different gear, and he was both being like silly, fun Tyson, the Tyson that will, throw Aris under the bus in front of Aris, like that type of guy who's making funny jokes, telling Katie, "Oh, that's your seat over there," but also being like the strategic mastermind of the season, basically. So I think Tyson did a really good job this season. I think Tyson's best game so far, one of his most fun situations, and he lasted to the end. So we got a lot more Tyson than I think we deserved.
Yeah, he definitely adds to the jovial attitude and feeling of the season. I think that's like a big inflection point on it. He's a great narrator this season. He has Winners at War you can kind of look at separately, but in his first 3 seasons, I think he has like a perfect arc of the first time he's on, he's coming out to play a goofy character more so than trying to win the game. The second time he comes out, he keeps a lot of that goofy attitude, but he's like, you know what, I'm gonna actually try this time. I'm gonna buddy down with Rob and you learn some strategy. And then this time he's like, okay, outwardly we're gonna be goofy, but you're not gonna take a break. He says it's the finale, like the previous times I would get tired of the strategy, and so I would go take a nap. He's like, there were no naps this time. It was all strategy. And I think he talks about it sometimes goofily when it comes down to like coconut bandits and stuff. But I think the truth of the matter is he knew that he needed to stay on top of the strategy this time around.
Yeah, as a character on the show, he does a really great job with, he's having an emotional moment, but then he's also able to like break the tension like with a joke while he's having an emotional moment. So it makes him fun to root for during the season. The thing that really came to mind as I was like watching this, and really over the last couple of weeks of the countdown, I've been thinking a lot about the structure of an alliance where, I think in our minds, like when we think about you want to have an alliance on Survivor, sort of like identify like, oh, well, who are the other good players and I should work with them. But I don't think that that's sort of like the ideal construction for an alliance. Like you maybe want to have like one other good player in your alliance, and then you want to round out your alliance with some combination of like mediocre players who are like good enough to like logically follow the script of what you're trying to do, but like not so terrible that they end up blowing the plans a la Keith Nail. And so Tyson and Jervis have this alliance with Monica, and Monica is a loyal soldier, but to keep a lot of these plates spinning that they have, like with Hayden and Caleb, they have to do a lot of sort of like, oh yeah, Monica, she just does whatever we tell her to do. But they're also like trying to like pull the wool over those guys, and then but they can't like bury Monica so much that she actually believes what they're saying about her when things get back to her. So Mary, this was like a real tightrope that Tyson and Jervis had to walk all season long with, making other people think that Monica is expendable, but keeping Monica feeling like she's actually part of the core.
I think people talk about winning Survivor and how the game involves a lot of luck. And I think luck is in the form of Monica Culpepper this season. They get very, very lucky to have someone who stays loyal when all signs point in the other direction, where a person who is Monica's a very emotional person, but she's not necessarily actually that much of an emotional player. She's not swayed with the, hey, they're mean to you, let me flip sides. And I kind of did the math as I went of thinking, like, is there ever a moment where Monica should have actually flipped? Or is there a point where she should have done what maybe Sierra did and changed sides? And I think when it comes down to it, you look for Monica and you're like, yeah, maybe these guys have been rude to me, but if I flip, I'm in the same position with a different group of people who I know less and who I've been with less. So I really, really feel for Monica. I think that Tyson and Jervis get very lucky to have someone like her, and they're very fortunate that she doesn't get more upset with them than she did. I don't know what their relationships ended up being like after the season, after watching it and hearing some of the things. I think Jervis and Tyson didn't necessarily need to play all of the like mean kid cards. There's a way to make the rest of the alliance feel like that person is expendable and just a vote without necessarily being rude about it. And we don't really know exactly what was said throughout. There's Sierra and Hayden saying that they're the villains, that they were saying rude and evil things. And then there's Tyson saying, no, I never said this. I was just kind of implying, the fact that I've got you, like you're my buddy. Mm-hmm. And so it kind of depends which side you're looking at. I think that can be helpful to pull other people into, people love to gossip and love to gang up on other people, and they feel like that bonds them together. Especially in Survivor, we see that a lot of like, do you stay completely moral or do you join in on poking fun at someone if it's going to help you in the game? We see that way more in Big Brother, but it certainly happens here. So, yeah, the Monica thing is really, really interesting, and hopefully, we see her role in this alliance be probably the most important. I think what you're saying about Jervis being like that backboard to bounce off strategy, like Tyson's going to need someone to talk the nitty gritty through as well. And I think Jervis does a really great job at that. I think the key is that Tyson has to play the whole game thinking, if I do get to the end with Jervis, though, I still need to be able to beat this person. And I think that you want your number two, your person who you can bounce a strategy off of. You either need to get rid of them at some point in the game or just always play the game with the attitude that you can beat them and with hoping that everyone else has that, has that same image of them as well.
I think something that Tyson and Jervis does really well is making people feel comfortable. Like if you look, Monica was like, I am number 3. You look at Sierra's like, I'm number 3. You look at Hayden and Caleb until they flip, they was like, we're going to the final 4 together and then we'll duke it out. You look at Laura Moret, it's like, we're going to go to the final 6 and then there's 3 pairs and we're duking it out. Like they all feel like they are in a position where they're either in the end or have a good shot of getting to the end with a good fight. And I think someone like Monica, I think that's interesting because she is an emotional person. I am too, so I understand. But she also has a strategic mind where her emotion will come out first, but she'll use her brain to like decide what the correct move should be. Like, I don't know where's the point. Like Mary said, where should she have flipped? Like, I think she made the right decision almost every time, if not every time. So I think they did a good work, especially remember Confessional where Tyson was like, I show Monica more attention and affection than anybody else here. So he did a good job of coddling that relationship and making sure that Monica is loyal, because I feel like if someone else like did enough, Monica might have been able to like, hey, it might be smart for me to go with this person because I have a shot at going to the end with them. But they did not show Monica the type of affection that she needed that Tyson did.
Yeah, both Jervis and Monica have the same problem in that they are probably both drawing dead against Tyson, and there's no way to either get rid of Tyson and then not lose the majority, because whoever comes back from Redemption Island is going to be, it's either going to be Aris, Vetus, Tina, Katie, somebody who's going to go and join back up with the people that are working against Jervis and Monica. And then they're also, so they're going to lose to Tyson. And then if they vote out Tyson, they're going to get picked off because whoever comes back from Redemption Island is going to be more numbers for the other side. So both of them are in this same sort of predicament, and neither one is able to figure out like what the answer to this question is.
I think sorry, you go. You go.
I was just gonna say, the way the votes break down, and it's that critical merge boot of voting out Aris, it really sets up Tyson and Jervis to create like an us versus them mentality, even if it's not as strong as, OG Redemption Island, but it's like we can't not be together because they're all going to be mad. Vetus is now never going to work with us again since we got out Aris. We've split up the pair thing with, Katie and Tina, and Sierra and Laura might be mad at it, whatever the situation is. So they really do set this perfect domino situation up with every vote in that particular order, where they get desperate and they're like, well, we have to cling to where we've got now because any of these other people left in the game, look at the jury, look at all the votes they're gonna have, we can't send them to Redemption Island, that kind of situation.
I also think it also really helped because Jervis and Monica never thought, oh, I can't beat Tyson. And I think that goes along with the Aris vote, because we come back, Tina and Vetus is like, Tyson, we will not vote for you in the end no matter what. Like, if they have a perception that the jury will be bitter against Tyson, I think they realize, oh, maybe it's not the worst thing if I hitch my wagon to this horse. Like, I know Jervis is also culpable and Monica got attacked by them too, but they were really threatening Tyson with their jury votes at the end. So I think I can see why they think they might have a shot with Tyson. But once Hayden's like, oh, if you don't get Tyson out, he's winning the game, I feel like you got to realize, oh, this might not be the best outlook. But even then, when Hayden said that, where were they supposed to turn? So it was like, Tyson did good this season.
Did a great job. Mary, anything else big picture before we start to take a look back through the episodes?
I'd say one thing to keep in mind when we look at these episodes is the pros and cons of people's social strategic game in terms of how they handle other players, how they speak to them, who is good at kind of reading the room, reading the person, and knowing how to change their pitch based on them, and who's not good at that. And I think we see some really great examples and some really horrible examples. So I think that's one thing that's interesting to point out.
Let's go back to day 0 for the first time in Survivor history, when we get to see all of the teams. I had wondered in the San Juan del Sur recap of if they did a lot with this. It feels like that we spent a little bit more time on this in San Juan del Sur. But AJ, did you like getting to see all of the loved ones spend a night together before the game started?
No, it wasn't for me. I feel like I get it, cute. Oh, let me establish our relationship and stuff and say what this experience means to me. Well, pause. I love Jervis and Marissa together. They were so much fun. But like, besides those two, I really was like, we can really yada yada through these day 0 things.
What about as far as these pairs that get brought back? Is it 9 pairs or is it 10 pairs here in this season?
10 pairs.
10 pairs in this season. Mary, any misfires that stand out for you?
I think there's some that we are definitely seeing only for certain reasons. I'm not sure if Kat would have been the #1 person to bring back if Hayden wasn't her boyfriend.
Can I just say, in Kat's defense, and she doesn't have a lot here in this season. She does that, and the reunion is so bizarre, but that when we watched Survivor One World, she had so many lines and moments of like, I get it. It's like 3 people from Survivor One World wasn't a lot to bring back here in this season, but overall, that she did have a lot of great confessionals
And
in.
she goes on to say several things this season that
Yeah.
are very, very quotable. And they're also quoting her from season 1. There's a lot of touche talk.
Mhm.
So I like Kat. I think it's more of that.
Hayden was the draw, though.
Yeah, I dislike One World is more what it is. I think when you're looking at that, I think Caleb turns out to be such a gem. May you rest in peace. But I understand the appeal of bringing back Colton. I don't know if it would have been my choice. And then I think the main other one is the Jervis Marissa thing. I just wish we had seen more of them, and I wish we had seen like that's like AJ was saying, the beauty of the night 1 or night 0 kind of thing. But I wish we had gotten some of them together. There's a couple moments with them at the finale that are gold, and I like in the reunion, and I just wish that we had seen more of their dynamic throughout.
I would like to go on, and I think if you look at the 10 pairs, I don't know how many of those pairs you're like, I understand why both of them are on here. You're like, okay, this was the person they really wanted, and then it's like, we're also going to bring this person. Like, there are a couple of them, and I think if you're looking preseason, the biggest question mark will probably be like Laura and Sierra, but then we see what Sierra becomes in the Survivor Lexicon, so we understand why. But I think it's like, oh, you got to have Tyson back. Oh, you got to have Rupert back. Oh, Tina's all this great job, and then like,
oh,
Mary
we
said,
want Brad Culpepper.
Yeah.
I feel like Jeff saw Brad Culpepper. He was like, "Oh my god, get on my island now!" Like he loved Brad Culpepper.
Yeah, it's interesting because a lot of the players have different sort of edits than they had in their first season. And going back to Survivor One World, Monica Culpepper in Survivor One World was really like edited to be like such a gift to Survivor. And when they were talking about getting rid of her, it was like, are these people crazy? Monica's the only person who she wins challenges, and she's such a competitor. And so it was pretty wild to see her back here in this season, and then painted a little bit more bumbling than she was certainly depicted in her first season, where she has a real different sort of edit.
She does crush those challenges this season, though.
Yes,
she wins several immunities, but
yes,
yeah, there's a lot more surprises than I would say like instant reasons for wanting people. There's people I wish we got to see more of. I wish we did get to see more Rachel. I wish we did get to see any Candace on the island actually playing the game.
And John and Candace are alternates here for this season. That RC from Survivor Philippines and her dad, I believe, were on location. And as the story goes, anecdotally, they were, or that RC's dad did not pass the medical for the season, and then ultimately they got replaced with John and Candace last second, which results in one of the reasons why Candace gets voted out here on the mat, which is a great segue to talk about. All right, AJ, we have a vote. We get the tribes together on the beach and we vote somebody out of the game. We've seen this in different ways in terms of, in Survivor Token Sheens, they vote who's the weakest, and then they get an advantage. But here, this is like shades of Wanda and Jonathan, where the person who gets voted out is out of the game, or Officer Redemption Island.
Yes, and like I understand, because you want to get Redemption Island in real quick as soon as episode 2. So I understand, since that's going to be a big part of your season, you want to get that into the season really quick. So get 2 people off day 1, you get that real fast. But I really enjoyed it, and first impressions for quote unquote first impressions make a very big deal. Even though I don't know if that's why Candace got voted out, because of first impressions. Well, it might have been because it was the first time they saw her. So maybe it was.
You hear people like Tina say, yeah, I just, I really don't know you. I
found
really
that funny, considering Candace is a 3-time player.
Mm-hmm.
I really didn't get a chance to pregame with you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah, you would think that Colton would be the person who would be the biggest target on that vote, but I think he did do a good job of pre-gaming with people.
Yeah, I think the main issue here is like, you can tell that Jeff and Survivor hate that Rupert was voted off, or that he switched with Laura. And I'm like, if you didn't want that to happen, you shouldn't have done this twist.
Well,
You shouldn't have
pause.
told them.
If you didn't want it to happen, you shouldn't have been like, Rupert, you're a fan favorite, one of the most beloved people. You love your wife, such a heroic thing to do. Now, are you going to do that or not? And it's like, you butter him up to do it.
Yeah.
So why are you upset that he did it?
Would it have been better if they said, okay, Candace, Laura, you're off to Redemption Island. And then when they go to the duel, they say, now is your chance if you want to switch with them. Because then at least you get a chance to feel it out. Rupert gets to see how everything's going. His tribe realizes, hey, maybe we don't need Rupert after he set up the shelter. Let's swap him out.
You know, I think that we always talk about how that Survivor and Big Brother need to do a better job of like telling the players the rules up front. So that I do think that it would be a little hypocritical of us to say that they should tell them down the road instead of telling them up front what the rules of the game are going to be. So I didn't have a big issue with that. I definitely can see why the show was frustrated that Rupert, who they consider to be one of their stars, ends up leaving and being the first person voted out. And Mary, Jeff is going to bring this up again in the reunion show.
Yeah, but Rupert, like, that is why Rupert's your star, because he's going to be the kind of guy who's going to swap out with his wife. Like, if Rupert doesn't do this, we don't get anyone doing this, probably. So in some ways, like, count your blessings that you got that, much in the same way that Candace voting out, or not Candace, Sierra voting out her mom, like, you know, made the season for Jeff or whatever, made it worth it. It's kind of the same thing. If you really want someone to switch, you need someone on there who's going to do this type of thing. And Rupert does it. We get a couple people who contemplate it, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, I like Rupert in his first 2 times around. And he is an old school player, and it was fun to see him, but I don't remember being particularly sad when this aired that this happened.
Yeah, I think there was some Rupert fatigue. I think that he becomes the first person to had Rob had played 4 times, I think, by then. And so he became only the second person, I think, to play 4 times. So I think that there was a little bit of Rupert fatigue as he became the second member of the 4-timers club. Yeah. Yes. So, okay. Then, and then Candace ultimately ends up being the person to get voted out. And AJ, you know, I think it was so funny when they're on the Redemption Island together, because that I had forgotten, you know, that Rupert and Candace spend a lot of time together in Heroes versus Villains. So it's sort of like that they're reunited.
And I love that she still dislikes him, like just as much, if not more.
Not care. Does not care for him. Yeah.
Yes, I forgot totally how much fun I had with Candace, just like crapping on Rupert just being around. She's like, well, I guess I'm gonna be the provider now since the woolly mammoth want to stand in the water. And I thought that was hilarious. I also like Tina being like, Rupert, you're a good person. Ignore your wife. Come back to me. Like, come back to us. We need you more. She can go home.
Right. Well, AJ, when they go back to Tadhana, like, there's a lot of people like, boy, we were really looking forward to playing with your husband, Laura.
Just so disrespectful. Like, you say that in confessional. You don't say this to the woman's face. You don't be like, yeah, you're here, but it would have been better if your husband was here.
Yeah, and that would have been awesome.
I feel for Laura throughout this season too, because like, she's no genius Survivor player, but she, like, it seems to be just kind of a classic. She's just kind of not clicking with these people, but I don't think she does anything that's, besides her boot episode, I don't think she does anything that's like wildly horrible gameplay or like being like deserves to be the pariah. She's just not Rupert, and she happens to be stuck on a tribe with all returning players. So
like,
kind of stinks.
Like, Laura's the one who's like, I know this later on in the season, but she's the one that's like, listen, Vetus is charming and stuff, but if we need to take that out right now because that's a threat later on. So I was like, look at you, Laura.
Yeah.
I think there's a pretty big disconnect between like what Laura says in her confessionals that all come across like pretty smart and seems to be like on the uptake versus her actual one-on-one conversations.
Yeah, for Laura to be out there, like, I feel like that when Survivor, especially when we bring back like returning players, like, I feel like that there's like this idea of like, I think of them sort of like superheroes, that there's like this idea of exceptionalism, of that these are all people with superpowers. And then Laura was just somebody who was like a mere mortal amongst the other people. Like, I'm sure she's like a perfectly neat lady in real life, but she doesn't seem to have any sort of like noticeable skill set that would make her, stand out in any way amongst the other survivors.
Yep.
Yeah. Not really. Like,
neat lady though.
She's good in the water. She is really good in the water.
She's a good swimmer.
She was. There were a couple swimming and diving challenges where I noticed like, oh, she's got her and Rupert have the same diving swimming gene that I do not have, but is very impressive to watch.
It's almost as if they go to the same watering hole.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess if you're gonna be married to Rupert, you probably do a thing or two about swimming in the water. So in the first episode, it's very clear Brad Culpepper that he's going to work on putting his group together. Brad does put his foot in his mouth in the setup in the match chat when he talks about how he's going to be conflicted about if Monica has a chance to win a tarp. Well, maybe he wants Monica to have a tarp. And Marissa says, like, wait, hold on. What are you going to say? You're throwing the challenge? And then, so he wants to set the record straight on that. But ultimately, this makes a impression on Brad that Marissa might be having it out for him. And ultimately, Brad is going to be going to work on trying to unite the men of the tribe together to get something going.
Yes, I feel like Marissa just spoke out against Brad, and that was it for Marissa. Brad was like, okay, I see you. And even in the voting thing, I looked this up on Wikipedia. She voted for Brad too, which makes sense. Like this guy saying, I might throw a challenge. Like, bro, I'm trying to stay safe. Get out of here. So I understand it from Marissa's point of view. I like that from her. Well, pause. I don't like her speaking out about it so publicly in front of everybody because that puts a target on your back. But
like, but look at her role model. That her uncle is... in this very same episode with the don't let that fool you. So, that I think it might be something that, she's like learn from the best.
Learn from the best.
Mm-hmm.
The best 0 vote finalists. We got this.
Yeah.
I wish she didn't speak so much, but even if she didn't say that, I don't know how long she would have last in this season, especially because of what Jervis does later. I don't know how much I buy it, but that's the story they're selling me. So
yeah,
I get it. But I think Brad is like probably the person that hits the beach fastest. Like, I need to clear my name. I need to get in this alliance. I need to get control real fast. And I'm like, I like that from him. That is what I like from him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And with Brad tells us here in the start of this episode when he's going into the famous, Culpepper math, and 5 into 9 is in, 4 into 9 is out. That Survivor Caramoan looms large over this cast, where Brad says, look, nowadays on Survivor, John Cochran and the weak women, those are the biggest threats now. So we need to stick together and make sure that those types of players aren't going to get far in this game.
Not to mention the fact that he's telling this to Hayden, who just comes off winning a season, spoilers, winning a season of Big Brother, where what they did was form an all-guys alliance in the beginning.
Yeah.
So, wow, look at that. Yeah, the whole guy-girl split thing here, whether or not it's originally decided by Brad, but even after Brad leaves the game, the rest of the guys stick to it for a while too. Like, that whole situation is... It's not like the most fun thing to watch as a woman personally.
Yeah.
I get it. I think it's pretty funny that he says that, but I did look back and I go, well, okay, let's see. Season 26, Cochran, 25, Kim, 24, Denise, 23, Sophie. Like, he's not wrong when he's talking about the facts here. It's just, I don't think that anyone would say that those women who won were weak in any sense of the word. I think it's kind of a discounting way to state the gameplay that happened. But
and Marissa is the least weak of any of the women on this tribe, and she goes first. Yeah,
sure. I do think though that it's something that both Kim and Boston Rob have said though, is like, when you are trying to make an alliance, sometimes you just want any reason to pull people together. And if your reason is, look, there's more guys than girls on this tribe, and look at these past winners, we need to get these people out. Like, you know, it could be religion, it could be the fact that you like pizza. You bring people together for those reasons.
Mhm.
I have like issues with the first episode. A lot of it surrounding Brad Culpepper. I feel like he is a big time microaggressor this season. Like you said, talking about, oh, only people win this game now are weak women and Cochran, who's a weak man. Even though Kim Spradlin won the most immunities her season, Sophie is not a slouch, Denise was not a slouch. And then he was saying stuff like, we need to keep the strong people on our tribe together, and all the women are the weaker ones, but us guys are the strong ones. Then he will say stuff like, well, we need a 5-guy alliance. Well, it's not a 5-guy alliance. It's a 4-guy alliance and a gay guy. And then uttering Caleb. So I think Brad Culper did not say some good stuff. And I see this throughout his entire stay on the island. Like each episode, he will say something that's like, oh, that's not okay. I get it. Like find commonalities why you should stick together. I think that's another reason why Marissa goes, which is why I'm excited for this diversity pledge. See, like more people of color, considering she's the only Black woman on the season. Like, what is happening? That is not okay. She was basically set up to be a social outcast, especially considering like, oh, the other girls, they have someone to vouch for it. But it's not because Marissa's like bad socially. Candace left her on redemption. Like there was something wrong with this tribe and this setup that was like not okay. If you catch my drift.
Yes, definitely. And even like amongst the Five Guys Alliance, like who is the first guy that's on the outs in the Five Guys Alliance is that when it gets down to it, you know, Brad is throwing out, you know, tells the women like, all right, Caleb, it's going to be Caleb tonight that we're going to ultimately end up voting for. So that, you know, like Brad, yeah, I do think that has a lot of good qualities, but I think that there are a lot of things that he could have done better here in this season as he goes along. And I think that Brad, you know, you do see like that the relationship between him and Monica and how he's willing to do anything for Monica. And I do think that like by the end of the season, like I think he sort of like ends up like sort of admitting like, you know, I got just like way too aggressive in trying to be a shield for Monica and turned into an anchor with the way that he was acting. And I do think that, you know, he has like a bit of redemption when he comes back and plays a second time in Survivor Game Changers.
Like Monica even talks about like, oh, at home, he's such a good person. He's such a good guy. You don't know the Brad like I know Brad. And I believe full-heartedly he could be a good person. But just because you're a good person don't mean you are perfect. And you could make mistakes. And you could be making really bad mistakes. But that does reflect on you. But you can still make changes to be a better person. And like you said, in Game Changer, it seems like he became a better person after seeing how he was viewed on TV during this season. Because he was not viewed positively. So,
yeah. That he does have other, you know, positive times in Survivor Game Changers. Also, like had a lot of issues also with Michaela in Survivor Game Changers as well. That he was at odds with her. So, you know, there's you know a lot there with Brad Culpepper. So going back to the first challenge, we see that it's Jervis who's struggling in the first challenge, and somehow we have the battle of the moms versus the daughters, Mary. And so the Tadhana tribe ends up coming back, and with the help of Tina and Tina and Laura, they end up beating their daughters to win the puzzle. And Jervis is like exuberant of, don't let that fool you. And it doesn't go over great with the Galan group.
What were we fooled about? That's my question. But yeah, it doesn't go over great. It's definitely going to factor widely into the reason that, or at least one of the supposed reasons why Marissa is going to end up being the vote here. It's not a great look, and I think that you're only going to get this coming from Jervis, who look, not to like, I know that some people are probably very, very close with their uncle-niece relationships, but out of all the relationships you have here, uncle and niece, really, like, yeah, it's not, you know, Tina's not going to yell across, oh, yeah, my daughter, let me put her in a bad spot. Like, Jervis is the only one who's not going to be thinking about, like, how is this going to affect my loved one, probably, based on that relationship. But I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. It's funny. It's iconic. It's something that I'm always surprised was only in the first episode because it's so memorable. But yeah, this is where we start getting some of that. Hey, you know, the loved ones don't realize that when they're winning, we're losing, and we've got we're holding all your loved ones hostage over here, and we can at any point let one of them go. So.
Like,
yeah. Go ahead, AJ.
I watch sports sometimes, and I have a team I root for sometimes. And when they do something good, like win the game, sometimes I like to bigging up my chest as well and be like, "That's how we do it, yeah," and all that good stuff. Even though I ain't do nothing to contribute to them winning, I feel like that's what Jervis did. I contributed nothing, but we still won. That's my team. So I understand, like in the heat of the moment, why you like do that, but that's still just a bad look. I don't condone it because it was a bad move, but I was like, I get it.
So we're gonna see the group come together. Marissa is voted out unanimously at the first tribal council. She puts her vote on Katie, which I think that was just trying to say, okay, that was somebody who was weak and held us back in the challenge. And so we're gonna see Marissa join Rupert and Candace over on Redemption Island. Anything else from the premiere?
Nope, they go ahead and give the losing tribe fire as well. So that's nice. Everybody's going to be drinking and eating. This is another reason I think it feels like a lighthearted season is because it's a really cushy season. There's not too much bad weather, and there's not, everybody seems pretty well fed the whole time.
Jeff mentions it in the reunion show to Colton about how this is one of the best seasons we've ever had. I'm trying to remember if we even had like a bad rainstorm along the way.
Not that I can remember.
Question mark?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
I know they do have some bad weather in Cagayan, which is in the same location. They have like a really bad storm, I think, in the second or third episode of that season, and a couple other ones along the way. But yeah, to speak of, I can't really remember any particularly bad weather here in Survivor Blood versus Water, which is extremely fortunate.
Yeah, seems like the season to be on if you could have chosen one.
Yeah,
not according to Colton.
Yes. Okay. Well, yeah, Colton is not going to be loving what's happening here at the Tadhana tribe. And so, it's very interesting for me having watched the two Aris seasons back to back here, because that we see this tribe of Tadhana, which it looks like that very much that Aris is the leader. It's talked about a lot. And so whereas Kasaya was sort of like the dysfunctional, functional tribe, this tribe, at least on its surface, AJ, seems like very, very functional, very kumbaya, and Colton is not having it.
It very much is. I think he sees a lot of people just laying around, chilling, living their best life, giving each other massages, and singing songs by the campfire. That's what we do on Survivor, right? This is like basically camp. And I think Colton was not having it. He likes, according to Colton, he likes chaos. But yes. I think that shows like who are the good players this season, because you already have Aris and them like rounding up the troops so that way he has the majority in his tribe. So it's like play better. Like you don't have to be doing crazy things for the game to move, and the game's moving. It's just moving like nicely so we can have peace while we're still safe.
Mary, Colton claims that he thrives in chaos. Is that true?
Have we seen Colton thrive, really? I mean, I think that with Colton, it's like, it's pretty classic. If you're on Survivor and you feel like you're stuck on a kumbaya tribe where nobody's doing strategy, that just means you're not included in the strategy. I don't know if there's really been any time on Survivor where you have, besides like the first couple seasons, where there's been a tribe where no one is strategizing and there isn't a leader and there isn't power. You're just not in it, Colton. And so people telling you that, oh, we're not talking strategy, let's just sit back and worry about that later, they're talking a little bit. We're gonna see that the people are gonna make an alliance. I don't know if it's this episode or the next one, but that's when the 5-person alliance is gonna come out anyway. Like it's happening, but Colton's just not a part of it. the Aris being the leader thing reminds me a little bit of China, where you've got like, you know, the Amanda and Todd equivalent being like, yeah, let's just let whoever is in that, Aaron, I think, like, let's just let them be the leader and then we'll just sit back here and we'll do all the thinking. And it's kind of a similar scenario, especially when it's this early on. Yeah, you don't want to be seen as the leader.
So do you feel like that it was that Tyson and Jervis sort of like ceded the leadership to Aris here, like intentionally, with that same sort of idea of that you hear Todd and Amanda talk about?
Yeah, I think on Survivor, especially in the beginning, you want to be a helpful hand, you want to be a worker bee, you want to be someone who's open to hearing strategy without being the one starting those things. I mean, it can work for you for a little while. We see it work for Brad for a little while to be the leader, but it's going to eventually put too much big of a target on your back. So you need to kind of, you know, wait a little bit. You can't wait that long, but wait a little bit before you come out strong. And it's all about like who's in charge, and then who has the appearance of being in charge, and those are not always the same thing. And so I think Tyson and Jervis had a good grasp on what was happening at all points in time, and they realize we're winning. We can kind of buddy up and sit back and make relationships for a little while. Let Colton run around trying to do strategy. Let Monica get paranoid, and let Aris be the leader and have Laura thinking that, you know, that her being with Aris makes them a leadership pair. But now we know what's going on.
Yeah. AJ, as I was watching the season play out today, that I was noticing that I feel like that Tyson does to Aris what Jervis needed to do to Tyson, where that I feel like that both Tyson and Jervis are sort of like the vice presidents of the tribe, and they come up with this coup to ultimately, you know, take Aris out and then install Tyson in power. And I think that Jervis needed at some point to, you know, I think this was his plan, but I think he just waited too long to ultimately then have a coup on Tyson and install himself as being in charge.
I think the problem with Jervis is like, I need to do a coup. And that's what he's thinking. But Tyson was like, I need to do a coup and make sure once the coup is done, I'm in a good position. I'm not the next one out. I'm got these little cushions under my butt, right? But Jervis was just like, I don't know when's the right time to do it. And I didn't know if with Hayden and Caleb, if they would not just turn around and vote me out. That's why you need to like forge that relationship with Hayden and Caleb. Make sure that Hayden and Caleb feels good with you. So when you do take out Tyson, like you're in a good position. So I think it is 100% right. Tyson does what Jervis should have done this season. And I think there was some luck involved with what Tyson did, but I think Tyson took the luck and like did the best work he could with it. Yeah.
Okay. We are gonna get our first Redemption Island duel. Rupert ends up going out. Candace has the opportunity to give a clue to the hidden immunity idol. Mary, we haven't talked about this yet. This is another big twist. And again, another thing that I think that is lacking in Survivor San Juan del Sur with the missing Redemption Island of, okay, give a clue to anybody in your game. Candace gets the ball rolling with giving the clue to her baby, to John. And this puts a target on John's back, ultimately, that people think he has the idol. He doesn't share the clue with enough people. It's going to be a big reason why he gets voted out in the next episode. But I forgot how much the idol clue really stirred the pot here in the pre-merge of this season.
Yeah, it's really interesting how they do it, because it's the first time we're getting, besides auctions, like really, really obvious idol clues. I think has anyone, besides like winning it openly in a challenge where they say the winner is getting a clue to the idol, I don't know if we've ever had a thing like this before, where someone's getting it. We're gonna see later on
in the auction.
Yeah, later in the auction. We're going to see later on there'll be challenges where, you know, they say first person to jump in, whatever, goes and gets this. And we'll, in those scenarios, like with Steven and Spencer, like it definitely puts a target on their back.
And that had just happened in Survivor Caramoan with Andrea and Brenda also.
Right. And so I think I'm more intrigued by the way that they combat this, by when they start throwing the clues in the fire, because that's something that I've said before. Like, if you're given an idol or an advantage fast, just and publicly, just use it that first night because it's going to be a bigger target on you. It's not really worth it. Don't go for it. Now if John can't like literally tell Candace, no, don't give it to me, and when it's the first one, you think, oh, here, I'm helping you. This is fine. But then John doesn't share it with his alliance. And so I think that he even makes the target bigger. If he had gone back and shared it with his alliance, I think everything probably would have been fine for John. But John's a couple steps behind on like what the strategy should be with this.
Yeah, AJ, John really ends up not in Brad's good graces. One, because Candace is so outspoken about Brad on Redemption Island. And then, that Brad wanted to make an alliance with all of the guys. And so John just like not being so upfront with the idol clue ends up being very sus for Brad and the guys.
I think he did the worst case scenario, and he did a half measure. He was like, okay, I will like give you some parts of the clue, or for some of them, he was like, just know I haven't found it yet, but I'm going to find it. Like, you either like, if you got a hidden media clue, you keep that to yourself or you share it with your crew. You don't do halfy. Like, we don't like wishy-washy over here. Mm-hmm. And I think him being wishy-washy was like what really turned him against him. So I think John royally misplayed this idol clue. I think that's the reason why he got cursed, not because he had the clue, just because he misplayed it.
Yeah. John is going to have some sort of a strategic bond with Rachel. We see them talking, and Mary, this is another thing that is going to make some of the guys suspect of John.
Right.
And some of the women suspect of Rachel.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's also going to have that happen too. And this is where we're going to start seeing Sierra's very keen eye and observation skills here of noting like, oh, the guys clearly are together. We're seeing Rachel get in with them. That's not good for us. That means that we might need to throw Rachel under the bus. And I'm sure there were more conversations that went on kind of targeting John and Rachel alike for having this little, whether it even be alliance or just side relationship that not everybody else necessarily has. I was trying to analyze like whether I thought Rachel could have done anything better here, like what really should have her move have been. And I think maybe it's just choose someone other than John to be your buddy. I mean, like if you see that he's got the idol clue, maybe this would be good for you. I don't think John would have really ever considered playing it on Rachel, especially this early in the game, but you never know. I think if you're looking at this guy's alliance, and I don't know at this point how much the people on this tribe can really see if Brad is the like number one leader, but like go buddy up with Brad. Like that might help a little bit more. Make Brad feel like you're with them.
Right. Go ahead.
I think Rachel did like the best thing she could do, like the smart move in the situation. Like, oh, I'm in the minority and all the guys are hanging out together. They're obviously voting together and working together. I have to work my way into that situation. Like, who are the guys are you going to go to? You can't go to Caleb because they're making it seem like Caleb is the bottom guy in this 5-person alliance. So you hooking up with that man is not going to do a lot of good. I feel like you can't go to Brad or Vetus because Vetus had basically Brad's vice president. So I think that leaves Hayden and John. And I think going to, I guess maybe Hayden would have been the better option. But I also think like when Vetus is like, yeah, we're voting out Rachel, Hayden would not have stuck up for Rachel the way that John did, which also probably helped Rachel get voted out. The fact that someone stuck up for her. So
yeah. Well, and there's also this idea of, okay, well, Tyson is, really helping them win challenges. If we vote out Rachel, maybe Tyson is going to, like, when they're looking around, like Aris isn't going to quit the game for Vetus, or, it would be like a big deal if Tina quits, switches spot with Katie. But we saw Rupert step down for Laura. Like, who's the only other husband over there that is going to, or boyfriend at that time, that's going to potentially leave the game. So it's the first time that this has ever happened. Maybe Tyson would do it. So I think that is really what seals Rachel's fate, Mary, where that they send Rachel out, and their big plan is they hope Tyson might quit.
Yeah, and I think when you compare Rachel, if it's going to be one of the girls and you're looking at the other two and you're saying, how much is it going to really help us if Laura Moret or Tina's not there? Probably a lot, actually, in the puzzle realm if you get Laura out, but they don't know that at this point. They've only had like one puzzle, really. So it's worth a shot to do it. But this is another situation, just talking about like the structure of alliance you were talking about before. I think the thing about this guy's alliance when compared to the other team's 5-person alliance is Brad is the number one, and you said, AJ, that Vetus is like his vice president, which may or may not be true. I think probably a lot of the guys felt like they were probably Brad's number one. I think John feels like he is too, which is why he shares part of the clue with him. I think you get a lot of confessionals from Vetus, John, Caleb, and Hayden all, where they're like, Brad's in charge, but we're just going to let him kind of put the target on him. And I don't necessarily agree with everything he's saying, but I know it's safer for me to just go along with it. I'm not going to call him out. They all see what's happening.
That's why it's go along. They're just going to go along with everything.
Except this is Tadhana, but yes. Yeah. But but it's like Brad is the number one, and then all the other guys are below that in not really necessarily any order. Like you look at it in like V formation, right? And when you have like the Tyson Jervis relationship in the future, you've got that like checks and balances at the top where you can't just go after one person. If you're going to go after one person, it'll be Aris. And so it like you don't want to be Brad in that top position without having a clear number two who's got your back, and he doesn't have that. So I think it kind of didn't matter who Rachel tried to, buddy with. And I think probably more likely she just had a more genuine connection with John. John seems like a good guy. It probably just was more like a friendship anyway, more so than her like actively trying to find that person. But
everybody loves John Cody.
Yeah. This is where we're also going to get like the first example that we're going to get so much in this season of really bad handling of the, like, whether it's telling someone that they're getting voted out or telling someone else you're going to be the fake name, you're going to be the GOAT. Like, people are doing that so much in this season, and it's always really bad. Like here, they're going to tell Sierra that she's going to be the name that they're going to tell Rachel. They're going to tell Rachel, and Sierra's like, it's just more fuel in Sierra's fire to be like, yeah, no, I'm not okay with this long term, and I'm not okay with this situation, which is good to see, because there are plenty of other seasons where you have the new players be like, oh, okay, I totally understand. I'll take one for the team. I'll be loyal. And Sierra's like, yeah, no, nothing I can do about it, but I'm noting it.
Yeah. That's very interesting that we have it here in this season. Why did you, if either of you have any theories, why is it here in this season where it's not in so many other seasons?
I think some of it might be the Redemption Island factor.
Because what if you come back into the game? Now it's like in a regular Survivor season, it's like good, yeah, like I don't care if I burn Ryan Aiken, I'll never see him again.
Right. I think blindsides are really, really great when you are really worried about a lot of idols, but in this case, they know who has the idol clue, and they're pretty sure John hasn't found it yet, or when you know that you're never going to see this person again. Pre-merge blindsides, when there's no other twists, do them all the time. Never tell that person they're going home. No reason to.
Right. And AJ, another thing that Survivor does here in this season that they did not do in the previous incarnations of Redemption Island in season 22 and season 23. Oh, Mary's here for 2 out of the 3 Redemption Island seasons. I guess Mary loves Redemption Island. So
also really loves South Pacific. So
yeah. So in both of those other seasons, it was sort of like a VIP audience at Redemption Island. Here in Redemption Island Arena, the entire tribe is here for both teams, and so you really get to have like an audience with everybody. Just hey everybody, just want to let you know, Brad Culpepper is a big liar. Like don't ever believe him. Like you could say that to 2 people from the other team or from your old team in the previous seasons. But yeah, I think that does contribute to. Well, I don't want them to like completely blow up my spot tomorrow.
100%. And it's a situation where it's not just like, oh, don't trust this person, so and so. It's like you can directly call that person out. Like, these people are already voted out. They have nothing left to lose. Like, if they are upset with you, they can throw caution to the wind at what they say about you. True or not, the other tribe will have no choice but to believe it, because they're not there. Like, why would this person who's voted out of the game like say all these stuff? So I think it really is it was a good idea. It's also, they really wanted that loved one being like, oh, I'm going to get you. Oh, I'm definitely going to rub salt in that wound. Like you really want the that reaction too. So I think it was really a good idea to bring everyone out. I think yeah, versus the VIP where it's like we get to choose what information we get to bring back. They're not bringing back information. Like there's nothing good happening there. Like get out of here.
All right, so Rachel is on Redemption Island. That Tyson has the opportunity to switch, and he asks her, and she says no, it's fine. So Tyson's going to stay, but Tyson ends up having a confrontation with Brad Culpepper. Tells him that Mr. Football, you could be big, but that's the worst thing you could be in this game.
Cosign.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. And I mean, then Brad though also like has a point there where he's saying like, you guys haven't had to be the ones over here making the hard decisions that we are. You keep winning and then getting mad at us when we have to vote someone out. He has a point there.
Yeah, and so all right. Before we get to our duel, Colton is crying. He doesn't want to be here anymore, and Jeff is so pissed. AJ. So pissed.
Like he was so mad. He's like, I'm willing to rewrite history. Like, let me like you quit before. You said it was a stomach ache. It was like you had bad tummies, but you just quit it then. And now you're quitting now. Like Jeff was fed up with Colton. And I think it really is a situation where it's like, hey, you're an all-star. We brought you back for a reason. That is a disrespect slap in the face to us, and you're just going to quit. Why? Because you're not in the majority. Get out of here. Like things change. I think Jeff says things change day by day. So like just stick into it. And I think Colton making us think about it. I also think it's Colton. Like people don't really like Colton to begin with. So the fact that he wants to quit again, well, to Colton for the first time, to Jeff for the second time, the fact that he wants to quit, that's like disgusting.
And Mary, I mean, I think this gets saved by the fact that that Caleb is just such a joy to watch in this season. But Jeff is so furious. Like they don't know how good Caleb's going to go on to be in this season. But they brought like somebody must have vouched for Colton coming back, and Jeff is like ready to explode.
Yeah, I got the feeling that possibly Jeff was not thrilled with the idea of bringing Colton back to begin with, or he had to vouch for him and then was like, you're making me look bad. I was the one who vouched for you and now you're quitting. So yeah, there is some rewriting of history where we're then in the reunion going to have Jeff walk it back a little bit again.
Jeff is so short with him in the reunion where that Colton, like a reunion Colton is the same as in Survivor One World, where Colton in Survivor One World talks about, he's like, yeah, but when I left, the show got boring. And that makes Jeff so mad. And then in this reunion, he says, yeah, you mean like my tribe, which was AARP. And Jeff's like, here we go. I said I was going to give you a chance. And then this is what you do. It's similar to like with Shannon in Survivor Nicaragua, AJ, of like, just like that somebody says something at the reunion show and Jeff is like, I was giving you a chance and you're blowing it. And so that's it. Like, it seems like that's like Jeff will like really like, when if Jeff like tells somebody that he's going to try to help them and they don't take his help, like he snaps.
I feel like, including with the Shannon thing, it was like a producer in the back me like, you have to talk to this person. This person's like good TV, even if you don't like him. Like they're going to say something good. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to try to be the Jeff Probst talk show host that brings him back from his irredeemable self. And then they just like, forget you and your second chances.
Yeah.
I'm going to do me. And Jeff is like, bump it.
Well, Jeff is just so polished, Mary. And then when somebody does this move where like he's giving them a chance to redeem themselves and they don't, stick to like the company line, like he goes right into, see, this is what you always do. This is what you always like. It's like that he goes right back to that anger. And, I could totally understand because he's trying to throw these guys a lifeline and then they end up having to like say something stupid.
Yeah, it's hard because I feel like that's where Colton is. He's in his element again. He's comfortable and safe and warm and not on an island and not playing a game. So he's going to be quippy and he's going to be himself there. But I just think that he doesn't. A lot of times, if you quit one of these games, you've already made the decision. You don't care how it looks. If you really cared how it was going to look to quit, you wouldn't quit probably. So I don't know. Can I also call someone else out in
Sure.
regards to this Colton
Please.
situation? It's not related to him quitting, but before this, I have some notes on like how the rest of the tribe is handling Colton sulking. And this is part of where I was pointing out like the good versus the bad social game here, because I think when people think of social game, a lot of times they think of it as being like being nice, being friendly, or being flirty. And when I think of social game, I think of it as like how you know how you need to adapt talking to different people and what type of conversation is going to strike a chord with certain people and what's not going to work. And it seems like they're all talking about how Colton is, you know, people aren't playing ball with him, whatever. But also, that's the thing, like nobody is going to play ball with Colton here. Nobody is speaking to Colton on Colton's level. Even when Colton is just like, hey, am I cool with you, Aris? I'm sorry for whatever, you know, blowing up last night. Aris is just like, yeah, just, you know, just chill, relax, chill out. It's all fine. And Aris isn't understanding how someone like Colton needs to be talked to. Sometimes, much like, you know, people are going to complain about how Monica strategizes too much and talks too much. But then they'll kind of like, they'll say that in confessional, but to her, they'll let her strategize and they'll let her talk. With Colton, they're just not. They're just not willing to do that. And so can you blame Colton for wanting to quit on a game that he had no chance on? He had no chance.
Well, I think it's twofold. Like, first off, Aris was hilarious. He was like, yeah, you're probably going home next, but, you know, be happy about it. So that was bad. But I think Colton did the wrong type of strategizing. Like when you saw him strategize, it was like, oh, so-and-so's talking bad about you. Oh, so plotting against you. When that's not like what's going to fly, especially if this is a Zen tribe. Like that's not how you strategize. So I think Colton could not read the room correctly. And then when it backfired, he was like, well, I need you to save me or else I'm done. And he was done.
Yeah. And you know, the thing that's been so interesting with watching these two Aris seasons back to back, I mean, Aris is not necessarily trained to handle a Colton, that he's trained to handle living with a Shane. And Shane and Colton are almost, while they have some similarities, that they're almost polar opposites, where Shane Powers doesn't want everybody strategizing all the time. The plan is what the plan is. Everybody stick together. Everybody stop doing all of this strategy talk. And if you start doing strategy talk, Shane is going to be pissed if everybody's running around, where Colton is the exact opposite, where he needs all this strategy talk. And if that there is not strategy talk happening, he's going to be pissed. And Aris has to talk Shane into not quitting the game. And here is just talking to Colton about maybe saying something that is going to ultimately lead him to quitting the game. So it's just interesting that this is not necessarily his area of expertise in dealing with a figure like Colton.
Yeah, and I mean, Aris has a point when he says, like, other people have come back from worse situations than this. Yes, you put your foot in your mouth, but maybe somebody will do that later. Like, and he has a point there. That is true.
I mean, Aris played with Suri, who was told that, okay, tonight it's either going to be you or Melinda. And Suri was able to, you know, work her way all the way back to where then she was in a position where Aris wanted to take her to the final two in that same season. So for Colton, you know, just to hear like, okay, like it might be you if we go to this next tribal council, like this was not necessarily automatically losing hand.
Like, it really wasn't. If you look at the people on his tribe, you have Laura B, who people are not vibing with at all. You have Kat, who will get herself in trouble, as we see in this season. Laura Moret, who is on the outside of the alliance, but is probably one of the most perceptive people on the outside. So that's a threat. Like, Colton is not, like, drawing dead. Colton has a chance to survive the first vote. So,
and there's a swap coming, and his tribe is going to keep winning. Like, his tribe wins the first 4 challenges before they lose one.
Like, if I was to play Survivor, I would love nothing more than to be on that tribe. Like, that's like the best case scenario. Am I wrong?
Be a great scenario. So Colton goes out. That's going to do it for Colton in the all-time top 40 season rankings. Rachel is going to be the person who loses, and she goes out of the game here. And Candace has the opportunity to give another clue to John, not realizing the target that it's painting on his back. So John has a second clue for the idol.
Yeah. John has the second clue. Still not managing. These are kind of wimpy clues though. They like really escalate. It's like, oh, it might be somewhere near the waterfall. Oh, it might be on the ground. And the next one's like, here's a map exactly where it is.
Yeah, enough
right
of this.
here.
We need idols in this game.
Yeah. They start out a little bit wimpy, but John's no Russell Hantz. He's not able to find it.
Only if
really,
he like shared it with his, I don't know, alliance. Maybe they could have put their heads together and figure something else.
Yeah, and AJ, the big takeaway here is how this is going to ultimately impact Tyson. Rachel is out of the game, and now on a rewatch here, we know Tyson's going to go on to win. This is
so many winners edit quotes here.
Yes. What did you hear, Mary?
Whoa.
I mean, he's just like, oh, she didn't go far, so now I need to because she couldn't. And as like, I was rooting for Tyson the first time I watched this. I wasn't really at the point where I was trying to read into the edits that much, but on this time around, it's like almost no one else gets edits that are talking at all about wanting to win, like especially this early. There's people who are like, oh, I can't wait till I can play with my brother, or I want to beat my brother in this challenge, or I'm so proud of my daughter. But almost no one is like, I'm here to win and here's the reason and here's how I'm gonna do it. And Tyson gets like 3 or 4 confessionals throughout the season like this.
Yeah. Lots of great quotes from Tyson over the course of the season. Also, AJ, that now Jervis does not have his loved one in the game. She's still on Redemption Island at this point. Tyson has his loved one out of the game. And so now we're going to start to see that there is a bond from people who've lost their loved ones.
I really feel like that just happened to be coincidence, because I feel like Jervis and Tyson would be friends either way, whether Marissa and Rachel was there or not. But I really do think that this was a catalyst. It was like, oh, Aris got his loved one. Tina got her loved one. Like, we need someone. So if we're going to survive this next part of the game, so like, let's stick with each other. Like, we work well together and we know this. We have same thinking waves and all that good stuff. So, and
both Tyson and Jervis are like super social players where just about everybody who plays with them enjoys their company. I don't think that they had any sort of relationship prior to this season. Aris and Jervis actually had some sort of a friendship, and I think had talked pre-game, and Aris throws a vote against Jervis at that first vote of the season just to try to throw some shade on that, oh, we're not as close as you might think. But actually, Aris was, felt very close to Jervis coming into the season. But let's talk about Sumo at Sea is back. Always a crowd pleaser. AJ, this is going to be a big challenge for a couple of reasons. One, we're going to see Tyson get injured, and this is also going to loom large over the course of the season.
I think that is such a blessing in disguise. I think at the time you didn't know. Like, Tyson would 100%. Like, I know ours was the merge boot. I think in a world where Tyson don't hurt his shoulder, he could have been like, if not the merge boot, the early boot in the merge. So I think losing that threat of himself being a challenge competitor, which also, even with his hurt arm, he was still doing some good stuff in these team challenges. So I don't know how much overlooking they did, probably a lot of overlooking, but they should have looked him dead in the eye and been like, oh, you're good. But also, pause, Tyson like loves to ham it up, him in the hammock being like, oh, I can't do it, not today, I'm so tired. They're like, oh, sweetie, go ahead, just rest. Like, I love Tyson. Tyson of course Tyson would do that.
Mary, that he does get his shoulder knocked out, but people refer to him as like a one-armed man after this.
Yeah, which must be because of how he's hamming it up around camp, because he does fine in some of the challenges. Even like directly after this, he's going to 3 other people are going to sit out of a challenge and he's going to participate. So he's still doing well. I think it's kind of giving him an excuse to not be like a glaring threat at this point, and obviously it's giving him time to save his stamina for when he can come out at the end and win things. But he knows how to make this fun and to make this something that is looked at positively. I know you've mentioned a lot how you think that this happening really, really helps him win. Do you think that if he doesn't hurt his shoulder, I mean, I'm not really sure when it would happen in the next several episodes. I don't really see the moment where people would have voted him out. But
So the thing about Tyson with his shoulder is that I don't think that he is thought of as a big threat to win the immunities like down the stretch. It's almost like he sort of like lulls people into a false sense of security that they can beat him in challenges down the stretch, because I don't think he wins any challenges and then ends up at the final 5 and 4 winning those 2 immunities if I have that correct. So I think they just sort of like forgot about how big of a threat he was, and then all of a sudden, like actually my shoulder is completely fine and back to normal. So I don't know if it necessarily was the biggest thing, but I definitely think it played a factor in sort of making people not be targeting him in the same way they were in Tocantins or Winners of War.
Well, if you look back at Tocantins, they weren't really targeting him until he won 2-3 immunity challenges in a row, like the first ones. So I do think if he like got out of the gate being the challenge threat of the cast, I think he would have been looked at like a lot differently than the fact that it was Monica that came out as the challenge threat. But that's Monica, and people discounted Monica.
Yeah, and I don't know what this is about Survivor players, and this certainly was, something that, I thought about when Heidi was injured, that I feel like that these players on reality shows like love the idea of, oh, this person is injured. Keep them in. Keep them in. They can't compete. We saw it in San Juan del Sur. Missy is going to have the issue with her ankle, but I feel like we see it time and time again. Somebody gets hurt and, people feel like, okay, we got them right where we want them. They're hurt. They won't be able to compete at their full capacity. This is like a free pass.
Yeah, people out there who might play Survivor, keep that in mind. Nothing wrong with faking an injury as long as it's not too bad.
Well, like honestly, my shoulder hurts.
Mm-hmm. Well, look back to Big Brother 19 and Christmas, who ultimately, gets to the final 3 after she is like shatters her foot.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend shattering your foot. Maybe like fake a twisted ankle or something.
Yeah. But people love that. Okay.
People also love shattering their foot.
No, people love trapping a person in the game that has
okay.
Yeah.
Entrapment. That's what we love.
Yes.
Yeah.
So AJ, we also get in this challenge a very epic battle between Aris and Vetus, where there's a point in the challenge that gets brought up a couple times during the run of the show, where then Vetus basically calls a timeout. And then when Aris stops battling, then Vetus comes in with a sneak attack.
Which I love. How dare you be sportsmanlike? Like, get out of here. This is not chess. Like, you play dirty. You play to win. And Aris, I think that's because it's his brotherly love and stuff like that. He's like, I'm gonna give my brother a chance to get up so we can restart. But I like that from Vetus. But I find this interesting, the storylines between it, especially between the two different people. Like, Aris is like, Vetus was the bad brother. We have he left me. We had this strained relationship, and I just want to make that better, and making like Vetus be like the bad guy. But in Vetus' eyes, he's like more of like an anti-hero. Like, oh, look how great my brother is and all this stuff. Like, I could not compare to that stuff. So I think it's like very interesting how they both view themselves in the more positive light than the other person does.
Yeah. Can I just add something that, like, watching these 2 seasons back to back disconnect? So, I'm watching this weekend Survivor Panama, and Shane is like going off on Aris, like, Aris, why should I give this money to somebody who's a homeless freeloader, lives off his dad? And then here I'm hearing this story, like, Aris was always the golden boy, always straight A. Like, which is it? Is Aris like a homeless freeloader, or is he the golden boy who always does everything perfect and gets everything ever?
Yeah, they have like this. Almost you could write it like dynamic of the golden boy versus the bad boy or whatever, but I'm just more struck but I'm just like I'm just more struck by the similarities they have. Like, they have the same kind of like Zen vibe and the yoga and that kind of thing. And so it's always kind of funny when they talk about them, and they're like, oh, Vetus, what a bad boy, and oh, Aris, look how perfect he is. Meanwhile, Aris is like bumbling over here thinking he's running the game and gets voted out. So it's just kind of funny. But yeah, I mean, Aris was what, like 20 something when he was playing with Shane. Like a lot of people in their early 20s live at home. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. So ultimately, we're gonna see the favorites are gonna win. Laura is gonna battle. What's that?
The favorites.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean. The returning players. That I can't keep track of Galong.
That's what I'm saying. It feels like a fans versus favorite season, though.
Yeah. So Laura is going to battle Sierra in some foreshadowing, and Sierra is actually going to lose to her mom again here. So building rivalry where Sierra will win the war, but Laura gets the best of her daughter in a lot of these challenges. And so we're going to start to see about, okay, what are we going to, who are we going to vote off? And John feels like, okay, well, maybe he could bring Brad into the fold, but ultimately not enough to get back in the good graces.
Yeah, and Brad's also going to do a move here, which is, again, horrible, which is like, hey, we're going to vote out John, but I'm going to not do that so that I can remain good with John.
In case he gets back in the game, yeah.
Yeah, which, like, sure, but Brad, no one's going to want you to do this, and everyone, like, clocks it so hard. It's one thing when JT does it with Coach, like, you know, pretty far into the game where basically nobody can do anything about it. But this is like episode 3, Brad. You can't be trying to put yourself in this position for in case John. Also, guess what, Brad? You're in a 5 guys alliance. There's no chance that John is gonna believe that somehow the 2 of you were like snowed and everybody else flipped on them. This move doesn't work. Stop trying to do it.
I also
work for JT, but
we saw what happened to JT. Also, I don't get it from Brad's point of view. Like, he's saying, "Oh, I don't want John going back to Candace because Candace is going to drag him with her other alliance." What alliance? Like, she has no one over there. They voted her out day 1. Like, she have no love for them.
Yeah,
like, bring Candace into your group. Oh my god, I hit my mic.
You're fine. And Candace has been, really calling out Brad. Brad doesn't like that. There's gonna be a lot of talk between this and this Redemption Island duel coming up about like who controls each other in terms of the married couples. Brad says that John's wife controls him, so he can't even keep John around as a number because really he's going to answer to Candace before he answers to Brad.
Which, if you want to live a happy life, I agree. Consult your wife.
Yeah, consult. But there's gonna be a lot of talk about how Monica acts around Brad and how John and Candace act with each other. Jeff's gonna weigh in on this as well, coming up in the next tribal council. Rupert and Laura as well in the reunion. So there are definitely thoughts on how these relationships should go. But ultimately, John is going to get voted out. He will go to Redemption and then be reunited with Candace. I have to say, Mary, I like the John and Candace dynamic on Redemption Island.
Yeah, I like when he's like, "Oh, this is so nice that I get to be here with you." And Candace and Marissa are like, "No, that's not a good thing that you're here. What are you doing, John?" I think it's funny. Like, John doesn't have the killer instinct that Candace does in the game, but they are really like the I don't know. Jeff's gonna call them like the all-American couple. They do really have that kind of vibe, I guess. They're like, look at us fishing together and look at us hanging out on the beach with our $1 million smiles. Yeah.
So, all right. We have with John and Candace are out on Redemption, and they're spending some time together. We'll see a big Redemption Island duel where we'll see this epic blow up on Brad Culpepper, AJ.
I feel like when you think of Blood vs. Water, this is Sierra voted out her mom, rock draw.
Yeah.
Screw you, Brad Culpepper. Like, those are the top 3 in that order.
Yeah, F you, Brad Culpepper.
I'm trying to keep PG.
Yeah, keep we'll get tweets. Actually, you said F you. Yes, which we get that from Marissa, and Candace gives Brad Culpepper the middle finger.
Yes.
Iconic.
It's very iconic. And so we're gonna see our Redemption Island challenge here. Ultimately, it's going to be Marissa who ends up losing and being eliminated from the game. And more importantly, for the course of the season, we're going to see a question about, what should we do with the idol clue? Okay, so how does it? I want to make sure I have this right. So does John ask Candace, what should we do? And then Jeff calls out, so John, you always let your wife make decisions?
The way we see it in the edit is John came in first. He gets the idol clue. Jeff says, who do you want to give it to? And Candace says, I think we want to give it to Monica. We don't know if they consulted or if she just says it there. And then Jeff's like, oh, does she always tell you what to do? What's funny is the second this happens, they give the clue to Monica after Jeff just called this out. And Brad goes, Monica, walk down there and throw it in the fire. Walk down there and throw it in the fire. And Jeff doesn't call out Monica for doing what Brad's telling her to do. So we're having like the same situation. It's just it only gets called out once. It's like,
well, the difference is that, when if a man asks a woman what to do, like that's seems nothing out of place for Brad to tell Monica what to do.
But this, their norms.
But this moment, AJ, to throw it in the fire, really, that you don't realize it at the time, this will go on the whole season.
And Jeff was mad. Like, he is like, why are y'all doing this? This is a immunity idol. You want this, but yet you're letting it go up in flames. And if I'm being honest, I don't even know if Monica should have did that. Just because Brad told you to, John misplayed it. I think Monica would not be secretive with her alliance. I feel like Monica's type player would be like, Tina, get over here. Tyson, get over here. This is the clue. So I think Monica would have played it right. So I think she made a bad call, but Brad barking orders. So I would also do what Brad tells me.
Right, Mary, that if Monica went back to the tribe to go along with the idol clue, she's not going to get voted out because she has the idol clue.
No, she wouldn't. But, I'm trying to picture if I was Brad, if I'm in this scenario and I'm playing with, I don't know, my dad or something, I feel like I would be at any opportunity yelling over to him, no, don't do that. Throw it in the fire. Give her the clue. No, you don't need a target. I feel like I would be doing the same kind of things. I'm sure Jeff is upset with the way this goes down. I'm not. I love it. I love the fact that we have minimal idols in this season. The concept of an idol be better than the actual thing itself. We don't need one played every challenge. Just knowing that there's one out there is fine.
And I don't even think he's annoyed here. I think that later on the season, okay, a perfectly good idol clues going into the fire.
My favorite one we get is when, I can't remember if it's Aris or Vitas, but one of them gets it and he's walking up the steps to hand it to them and he turns around and they're just following him. He's like, you're just following me back down the steps. I love that one. It's a great visual. So
he seems defeated after a while with the idol clues going into the fire.
Yeah. Also, earlier in this episode, we have yet another just stellar social moment where Brad says out loud, there's so many conversations that I'm like, these should be one-on-one. Why is the whole tribe here? Why are you saying this? Where Brad says, it was a good idea to get John out because he had no connections on the other side as he wasn't as valuable of those who have loved ones left. In front of Caleb, who doesn't have a loved one. What are you doing, Brad? You just said that. I don't know. People don't think.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's going to loom large because Caleb's going to be very important here in this vote after we get to our immunity challenge. We also have, AJ, the birth of the Coconut Bandits, where we see Tyson and Jervis. They're going to go out. And really, that this becomes like a runner all season long, especially from Tyson of how can I get as much food as possible?
Eat more. I am signing up. I love this from them. They're being like, oh yeah, a crab got in and ate all the meat, even though there's probably still the meat in there. It's just the juice gone. I like this from Jervis and Tyson, like it's strategically nothing important, but like this is just some good old funny humor. I think this adds to the levity to the season that Mary was talking about earlier. So I think it's good because especially I think later on we get less fun moments and more strategy. So I'm like this part from Tyson and Jervis.
And it's treated as fun. And I don't know if this is like a winner's edit, but Mary, like I feel like if any other season there was a Survivor contestant who was sneaking and eating all the food when nobody else was around, that it would be treated as like a very like villainous, evil move.
And I mean, there's a conversation about, is Tyson a hero? Is he a villain in this season? I mean, he was just on the villain's tribe.
Yeah.
I think that he is like, I don't know if anti-hero is the right word, but he's a hero who's mischievous. He's like the dashing rogue. Like he does it in a fun way. He knows how to sell it as a joke, even if when he does the same thing when he says kind of rude things, is he says it in a way that you're like, wow, that was kind of rude, but it was funny and all you're Tyson and you're hilarious. And this is something that Tyson does a couple of times in this season where he's really good about sharing unimportant non-game related secrets. Like it's good to have like his relationship with Jervis, but he does it later with Sierra a couple times and with some other people of like, I'm going to let you in on this fun little thing that it's a secret and it'll be our little secret, but it's not really game related. It's not strategy, but it allows people to get more comfortable and feel like they have an in with you outside of just strategic reasons. And then him and Jervis, the fact that at this point they're the two without loved ones, it frees them up to be more flexible and to uncomplicate the gameplay. No one's going to worry about Tyson or Jervis going off and being closer with their loved ones. They don't have to do any kind of calculus of who to include or not include and think down the line about, because they don't have those people there. So I the whole Coconut Bandit thing, I don't know how important it really is, but it definitely is important for the whole vibe of the season.
I like what Mary said is like, this is unimportant, but you feel like you're in on this little secret. Like this bonds enough people no more. Like going back to the other season that we talked about, Nicaragua, Nyanka, who's hated by Alina, does this exact same thing with Alina. Alina's like, I would vote for Nyanka at the end because they were in on this little like heist thing together, even though they get caught and like, you know, then she got voted out, but you know, that's a different story. This guy
there's a whole caper where they take like a crowbar and like pop the coconuts in a way that like you can't really tell it's been opened, so they like siphon out the coconut juice and then leave it around there. And
they're so good at lying about it because they say like, yeah, you know what, I feel like this was happening in Samoa, like I remember seeing crabs like this, and someone, I think Monica's even like, oh yeah, I heard about that, and she probably just jumping on the bandwagon and just like, that sounds logical, I'll just say it.
Yeah. So in this episode, we saw the big blow up at Brad Culpepper. After we're going to see Galong lose the 4th straight immunity challenge, we're going to start to see some talk about what's going to happen. Brad is going to tell the girls that to vote for Caleb at this tribal council. Sierra is going to reveal this information to Caleb, and Caleb is going to get his wheels turning about how it's time to make a move on Brad. And I really believe, Mary, that the events of this tribal council really sets up what we're going to see at the final 6 of the season.
I agree. I think that this is going to be some signaling to Hayden also about some possible things that can happen in the game. I think this is shown as being kind of like a maybe last minute decision by Caleb, but if you look at all the things that have happened over the last couple of days, like with the comments by Brad, the fact that earlier on in this episode, Caleb and Hayden and Vetus are all going to be like, yeah, we're in this guy's thing, but Brad's by himself, and then it's us 3. None of us want to get John, so we're going to stick together. Brad has already kind of like broken the mold once by voting out a guy, and he could do it again. So, but yeah, I love the foreshadowing in this move for what's going to happen later.
Yeah, we very rarely get a pre-merge tie that is going to go down like this one here, where we have this 3-3 split. We have Caleb announces at the tribal council what he's going to do, AJ. And I can't recall seeing anything like this happen before, which was effective, where that they ultimately forced this tie.
I agree. I have not to my knowledge, at least for
Yeah.
this.
Like I feel like we get like vote splits of like 3-3-3. Okay, but the like, hey, that's it. We're going. I'll go to rocks for this move here in the pre-merge.
Yes, exactly. And I feel like this is a move which Caleb tried to get Vetus and Hayden on board. It's like, no, we gotta stick with the guys. He's like, well, I guess I gotta stick with the guys. And then he just like, you know what? At Tribe, like, let me force my allies' hands.
Yeah.
Let me force them to vote with me or potentially draw a rock. And we know, unless your name's Sierra, like rocks are terrifying. And I think you are in a situation where one person going rogue, your entire plan is gone kablooey, because what does Katie and Sierra has to lose? Like, one of them is about to be voted out anyway. So heck, let me try to make this big move with Caleb anyway. So I paused. I don't like how Caleb executed it, but I love how Caleb executed it. Like, it was fun TV. Like, I love watching him do it.
Yeah,
like, I think he should have done better.
Great tribal council.
But sure. I love the tribal.
Yeah. So what's interesting here is that we're going to see that it's Vetus who switches his vote here against Brad. And so a couple of things of note here. One, so Hayden writes down Brad and then crosses it out and then writes Sierra, which we talked about a couple of weeks ago. We did our Ko-Rong panel, that becomes a very big deal in Survivor Ko-Rong, that Aubrey does the same exact thing and ultimately votes out Peter and then had crossed out Julia. And so that became a very big deal. Ironically, it does not become a big deal or a thing at all between Hayden and Sierra, who are like our very close allies throughout the game. And then the way that this did not go to rocks, it resulted in a flip. Mary, when we see Hayden and Sierra and Katie go to the rock draw at the final 6, all people who are here as part of this 3-3 split, do you think any part of them thought that Monica might have flipped her vote on the revote?
Yeah, I think probably.
Although she did, was she immune? Oh, they voted for Monica.
It was
right.
yeah. I think with the comparison to the two, though, is more of like, at this point when it's earlier in the game, you want to flip. It's more likely that someone is going to flip to prevent drawing rocks.
Yeah.
Because otherwise they've gone home early in the game.
You could see the daylight at the end of the game.
Right. You stay more steady at the end when it's a major last-ditch effort. In this scenario, it wasn't a last-ditch effort by Caleb. He's in no danger of going home on this vote, really. He just wants to do it because he doesn't like the standing. This is a move to change the structure of the game and to get the completely flip up the alliances. It also helps the fact that it's weird because before rewatching it this time, I actually thought this hurt Caleb more than it does. It doesn't end up hurting him that much, but in my mind I was like, oh yeah, Caleb pulls this move and then a couple episodes later they're like, oh, he's too big for his britches and get him out. That's not really what happens, but that's what I thought was going to happen, just because of, like, I thought it was going to be more like Godfather Carl for some reason, but it's like not really what happened at all. It's just the line of the big kahunas that was stuck in my head that I'm like, oh yeah, and then they get him out because he says that's not happening.
No.
Like,
yeah, it's great though.
Like, it's like, this should not have worked for him on any scenario. Like, this should have like backfired, at least let people lose trust in him. Like, Monica did less later on in the season and people lost more trust in her. Like, so it's like, this should not have gone well for Caleb, but I think because I think they win the next challenge, I could be incorrect, and then they swap. So it's like, when do he has to face repercussions?
It also helps him that he does have a lot, like, to go back and tell the guys, like, you saw Brad just got John out. He could have flipped on us at any point. I didn't feel comfortable being the fake name that was going to get any votes. I didn't like how Brad, voted for John. I don't like the fact that Brad said that I have like no loved one left in the game. Like, all of these things, like, Caleb does have enough like reasoning behind him where you would think Hayden and Vetus are like, yeah, you know what, kind of makes sense. He's also not voting for Hayden and Vetus. He's voting for Brad, who they don't really like that much either. So it ends up working out for Caleb. And I think for the season, it's great to have Brad be like the preseason villain. But it ends up being happier throughout because he is just the preseason villain.
Yeah.
Yes, and also I think Caleb leaves the door open for Vetus and Hayden to like just reconcile. Like he was not like, you have to vote with me or flip. He's like, do what y'all want. Like I would like this to happen, and if it don't happen, oh well.
He's like,
but
my
this is
name's
what
the
I'm
one
doing
on the line, so I'm gonna do this. Y'all do what you want. It's fine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Brad is a good sport about the whole thing. He ends up going to Redemption Island and like tells like John and Candace like, hey, I'm waving the white flag. Like,
I was so mad at
I
how
don't
good
want
of a
any
sport he
beef.
was.
Yeah,
I was like, be bitter, be a little bit more upset. Like, why are you so happy? Why are you so fine with this?
Yeah,
your ally just flipped on you. Be upset. He's like, no, I'm gonna move.
Okay, so things had been pretty peachy for the people over at Galang all the way through, other than the Colton issue. But we're going to start to see some issues here among the returning players where Laura Moret is going to be targeted here. And I still don't know exactly why, Mary.
So she's not in the 5-person alliance that was made back in episode 2. The people in this tribe who are not at this point are Laura and Kat, and the other Laura, and Kat, I believe at that point are all that's left because Colton's gone. Yeah. So everyone else is in an alliance, and I think with her, there's a lot of like very obvious attempts at kind of I don't know if it's not even really like manipulating. I think like Laura Moret truly believes like, oh, me and Aris, we're a pair, we're good, everything's fine. And I think that there's people who are kind of reading into it a little bit more than that, like think that she's trying to manipulate him and trying to snuggle up to him. And I don't really think that's the case. I think she just vibes with him and
it seems like Aris is the person who takes the most exception to it.
Yeah, it seems like it. And I think that probably just proves that like Laura Moret, really great at challenges, masterful at puzzles, not necessarily like the best strategic mind when it comes to the game. I think if you are at day 11 in the game like she is here and you don't have a very strong, secure alliance, she says like, oh, me and Aris, like we barely talk strategy at all, but we just have an unspoken no, you want a spoken alliance at this point, not an unspoken one. So she's on the outs. That's how it is. And they know that she does have this great puzzle ability and this good challenge mind.
AJ, Laura really shines in this challenge, and not just in the puzzles, like some of the physical challenges, also like on the Redemption Island where she ends up winning her way back into the game. Like she really is a standout in the challenges. She wins the 1 immunity in Samoa, but like what I found from watching her play in Survivor Samoa when we rewatched the season, she seems to have a knack for being like if you were gonna like make the ideal situation for her, it's like her with like a lot of young people where she's like the cool mom and she's gonna get like the Natalie Whites and the Monica Padillas and Kelly Zarnecki's and Brett's, and like they're all gonna like follow her lead because she's sort of the cool mom. And she has her daughter here with her on this season, but other than Kat, like there's not really anybody that really fits into like the perfect mold of the avatar of the people that are going to follow Laura Moret. You have Katie, but her real mom is also there. So there's not like a lot of young men and women in the game that are going to, follow Laura Moret as a leader.
Like Laura Moret just genuinely seems like she is that A-type, that leader type personality. Like she likes it when people are following her lead. That's why even when she's talking with Aris, she's like, Aris, look at they're following our lead and stuff. Like we make a decision and they do what we want to do. And like you said, like I viewed her as a leader in what's that season called? Samoa. Yeah, Samoa. Yeah. So I think Laura Moret, and I think people did mistake I'm skipping this point. And Laura Moret is like really good at like banging the drums of being like a figurehead, but she's not so much like, hey, let me just sit back and like let be. Like even with Sierra later on, like she's like, well, what about this, doing this, that, and the other? And she's like, no, mom, listen, hold the brace. You're trying to lead, but we don't need a leader right now. So I think Laura is good in the leadership position, and when she's not in that position, it's all bad for her.
So we're going to go to our Redemption Island duel now with John, Candace, and Brad. that Brad, he's given up in terms of wanting to be confrontational with everybody. He's like trying to be just completely zen Brad Culpepper at this point. Ultimately, Candace is going to lose the Redemption Island duel this time around. John has to decide what to do with the clue. He gives it to Monica, and she throws it in the fire again.
Yeah, Monica did probably get the closest that anyone does to trying to switch. She does ask, but he says no, which, I mean, I don't think of Brad switching with her. I don't think that's going to go particularly well. Anyway, I think it's a revolving door if Brad switches with her.
Sure. Is this where Brad talks about that he's not an anchor, or is that when he goes out of the game?
That's when he goes out of the game.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's great. I love that part. But anyway, so we're gonna see that the Tadhana tribe is going to come back together. Like they go look like over the cliffs. I feel like that whenever we see that sort of like tribe bonding on Survivor, usually a good omen. I forget that we get some gross stuff with Katie's toes and toenails. I know, AJ, we've talked a lot about people putting their feet in their mouth. Hopefully it wasn't Katie.
Oh, that's so disgusting.
What is going on there? I've never seen this before on Survivor where, I've got an athlete's foot.
Yeah, the athlete's foot, while we haven't had people talk about it, I'm surprised it's not more common if your feet are always like gross. Like, look, okay, I have gotten told multiple times recently that I need to stop talking about my gross feet situations on public forums.
Yeah.
But as an ultra runner, I've experienced plenty of black toes falling off, blisters.
Toes falling off, Mary.
Toenails falling off.
Oh my God.
Sorry, toenails.
Stop running.
Fluids draining, macerated feet. Look, I've been there.
Yeah.
I've seen it all. It's not fun. When we get these montages on Survivor, though, it's every single time. This and the zooming on the bug bites. I'm like, you know what was fun? Standard definition.
Underrated.
Yeah, like I don't need this. I don't actually need to see other people. It's like, it's like smells. It's like when it's on you, you're okay with it, but you don't want to smell someone else. You don't want to see someone else's feet.
Got it. Okay.
Someone does. Probably not. I don't know if never mind. I was gonna tangent about feet things. That's more of a Big Brother conversation. We can move on.
I'm glad you didn't go there because we don't want to go there.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, they're looking up Enzo.
Yeah.
Okay. So
if you know, we can move on.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna see Tadhana win an immunity challenge. For the first time, they get a reward and they have some bonding time together. But we're going to see our returning players plus Laura Bonham talk about who they're going to vote out, and it's going to be a battle for Laura supremacy. AJ,
nothing is worse than someone who has the same name as you. I didn't used to always go as AJ, but someone else went by my name. I was like, bump this. I'm living my best life.
Yeah.
I will become the superior person by changing my name to AJ. So I think Laura should have just went by Moret, and life would have been good for her.
Yeah, boy. Mary, would that have helped me in Survivor All Stars if I had a name change?
Yes.
Okay.
No question, it would have helped you.
100%.
Yeah. I think that like there's not just that, but like I don't know about you. I got tired of writing Laura B, Laura M. Like just let's move on. We don't need multiple. There are enough people in the world to not have multiple people with the same name, especially on the same tribe. We don't need that. Yep. So we can move past that. Laura B not doing the best strategy about like she kind of like you have the right idea of like you wanna get the heat off you want to do something, but she just does it in the most awkward way. Like there's every sentence she says, I feel like she goes on like half a beat too long. She's like she does the thing where it's like, oh, that's what the girls were. Oh, haha, girls, they can be so silly, girls and their gossip or whatever. It's like stop. Just
makes it a little awkward, Laura B.
Away.
Yeah, I don't understand the get rid of Laura M move, especially where it seems like that it's coming from Aris and she's like, me and Aris are running everything. Like if somebody is like, Rob is my number one ally, like I don't want to get rid of that person. for no reason.
If you're worried like that you're going to be viewed as like a power pair with Laura M, then
but
who
is
was
that
viewing them as a
in
power
the
pair?
text? Like, did anybody say that?
No,
Laura
I'm
M maybe
trying to
said
come
that,
up with a
but, like-
reason why Aris wanted to do this.
Yeah, Aris said
Aris said-
a lot of times you know, you make the easy move, but the easy move isn't necessarily the right move. Well, I don't know how this was the right move.
I don't know. Has he watched too many seasons with Parvati and is just getting like vibes or something?
Yeah.
I don't think Laura gives off Parvati vibes.
No.
Like,
So,
no.
I think
Yeah.
that was like the implication of what we as the viewer are supposed to be reading into that massage scene. So I don't know.
That's
Yeah.
what we're supposed to read it. But he said, hey, Laura's not in our alliance, and Laura can beat Brad. And if Brad is gone, we got Monica. I don't like the logic, but okay.
Okay. All right. It's not great, but it is what it is. Okay. We're gonna get to episode 6.
I would like to say real quick.
Yes.
At Tribal Council, Jeff said, Laura B, do you belong here?
Yes. You said she does, right?
The disrespect is in asking the question.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are you doing here? Your husband should be here. Why are you here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, then, and he follows that up after he asked that question. She says she does. He asks Monica, do you agree with that? Like, can I get a second opinion?
Like, I feel like she's not giving me the correct answer. Let me ask another student.
Yeah.
He's really hard on her when she lists off why she belongs. He's like, yeah, and hear all that nice stuff people are saying about you. That's what they say before they vote you out.
Yeah.
Trying to like incept these other players and be like, right, guys, we're voting out Laura B, right?
I mean, he even says to her, but Laura, do you get that you're not Rupert? Tie-dye, roar! Yeah, I get it. I get it.
I get it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Jeff was on another one.
Yeah. I did not love Laura B making it this far with Rupert being out of the game. Okay.
Also, I can't remember if this is in. Sorry, I know we're trying to move past this episode. I can't remember if this is in One World or not. But every time they show Kat like with her hood on her hoodie, and it's like tightened up where you can only see like just her nose and mouth, and she's playing with the hoodie strings. That kills me. I don't know why.
All right. We're about to get a lot of Kat coming up. So we go to our Redemption Island duel. Now it's John and Brad and Laura Moret now. Okay. And so ultimately Brad Culpepper is going to go out, and he tells Monica that he's no longer an anchor for her now. He says to her, Monica, you're free. Wind's blowing. Sail hard.
And it's cute. I love
Yeah.
that relationship. It's
Yeah. Can I get that as a cross stitch, Mary?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll get right on that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So who's gonna give the clue? Laura wants to give it to Vetus. Puts it in the fire.
Okay. Well, like I know Mary is like pro this move. I'm just over it. I'm with Jeff. Like, so well, I don't need idols. I don't need idols on idols on idols. I don't need that. But like, I like the idea of people being like, oh, he has the clue. What if he has the idol? And then them being paranoid like that. I like the paranoia of the idol.
Yeah, I think for Vetus, like for what we're gonna see, I think it serves Vetus well. This reformed bad boy image to do the honorable thing, not do anything shady, and go put the idol clue into the fire, because we're about to switch things up. And so Vetus is going to go off on the tribe with Tina and Katie, and Kat and Monica and Laura B. So it's Vetus with 5 of the women, and then on the other side of things, it's going to be Jervis, Aris, and Tyson, along with Sierra, Hayden, and Caleb. So some important things are going to go on here. Now, I have a question for the both of you, and that I feel like that Vetus gets a really great edit in this season. Do both of you have any questions about like how much did the events of these next 2 votes of Kat and Laura B come down to Vetus's last second maneuvering, and how much of it came down to Tina and Katie have a deal with Aris and Vetus, and Vetus was never going to go home at either of these tribal councils.
I agree. He was never going to go home. I think, well, pause. Kat and Laura B plays themselves out of this game. Vetus does not do anything spectacular. I can say, unlike a lot of people on this cast, Vetus is good at tribal council, but what he does at tribal council does not help him stay. It's nice, but it don't help him.
What do you think, Mary?
So, knowing about pairs and potential pre-gaming and people, at this point, there are fewer pairs left in the game wanting to work together. If you think about it that way, you think, okay, you've got Katie, let's see, Katie, Tina, and Vetus, that's only half the tribe. So they need at least one more person with them anyway. And if they can get Monica to vote with them, then sure, that works out. I think Vetus, all the work he puts in clearly does do something to make Laura B like him. It does something to make Tina like him even more. It does something to make Tina want to ship him off with Katie and lock them up somewhere together. So I think it's not bad what he tries to do. I don't think it's a deal breaker, but I also, changes anything necessarily. But I also think that if there was no pre-gaming and there was no thought of like, let's work with Vetus and Aris when they get back together, I think this could have happened anyway, just because for whatever reason on these reality shows, it's very rare to have a group of women not like get sick with each other in some way and start to have little things grate on them.
Yeah.
So I feel like at this point you have just the combo of people. Like I think if you swap out Kat or either one of Kat or Laura B with Sierra, for example, if you swap them out, I don't necessarily know that Vetus would have been able to survive both those votes necessarily. Like I think it would have been a more complicated decision. I think it's just they so happen to have two people on the bottom. Like maybe that's where Monica goes next or something. But it's tricky to think about. Laura and Kat certainly don't help themselves here, but like if they wanted to I don't know, the show makes it seem like Vetus does all this talk and then he does some gaslighting at tribal council and that's what gets him where he is. And I think it's a very kind edit to probably more, which was like, the women decided they wanted another woman out regardless.
Vetus does seem to make a very good impression on Monica and on Laura B. And then ultimately, he seems like whatever work Aris had put in ahead of time, he does not undo that work with Tina. She seems very impressed with him. That I feel like we could kind of talk about these two votes at once with the Kat vote where, Vetus is not really in a fair fight matching wits with Kat at Tribal Council, AJ.
To say the least. I think it's crazy. Like Kat's like, I got caught with my hand in the cookie jar, but I won't do it again. And Vetus is basically like, but her hand was in the cookie jar. Like, what are you supposed to do with that? I think it is great. I think Kat was a person that was trying to, especially to Monica, she was trying to play the emotional side to Monica, which fails time and time again. I don't know why people keep doing it, but she played the emotional side to Monica. But Vetus is making sure, like, hey, she gets no headway in, none at all. Like, I think Kat was playing on defense. And Vetus was like, oh, she's already on her heels. I can easily take her out and confuse her and like her get muffled and hurts. So it was not a fair fight at all. Kat was in a losing battle.
Yeah, the other thing about like the Vetus deal maybe being a little bit behind the scenes here is that like Tina's gonna say that Kat trying to campaign to get Monica out is what makes them want to vote Kat out, and Kat wasn't loyal, and they don't like the fact that Kat's trying to break up the girls. But it's like if you don't want to break up the women, you're still voting out a woman by voting out Kat. Like then you would just vote out Vetus. So they clearly didn't want to vote Vetus out, and that a woman was going to go there. I'm not really sure 100% why it needed to be Kat instead of Laura B. I guess they just figure we need a group that can at least stick together in the event that we do win again. But Yeah, it does come across a little flimsy. Poor Kat. Like Kat didn't really do much. She just got irritated with Monica here.
I
Yeah.
think the thing is like, who is Monica going to be more okay with voting out? And you have someone who has actively put a target on Monica's back, and I think Monica would not take kindly to that. I think it's easier for them to convince Monica to vote out Kat over Laura B at this point in time. So I think I agree with Mary that they never wanted to vote out Vetus. They just needed a reason to keep him, and they found a reason.
Yeah, and then the next vote is going to be the same with Laura B. And they really make it like that because Laura B told Vetus, like, well, you know, Vetus, us women are going to stick together. That especially Monica Culpepper really was wound up about this, like the audacity to tell him before talking to us. How could you, Laura B? And then ultimately, and Laura B like really seemed very fond of Vetus. That she's like, I just thought we could have a nice day. And Vetus is like, do you really think that's going to make me have a nice day? To tell me I'm going to be voted out of the tribe? Do you think I want to have a nice day now?
Like points were made.
I don't know why Laura B thought that she needed to step into a leadership role here. This makes no sense and blows my mind. I think it's very like probably when this happens, all the women are standing there being like, whew, we needed a reason to keep Vetus. Now I got one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Giving us that. Otherwise, we had to do some jumping over backwards.
Appreciate you, Laura.
Yeah, back in time a little bit to then just acknowledge Kat.
On a scale of 1 to 10, she's a -2.
-2. She has a lot of great lines about being voted out of the game. She's not dateable because she got voted out before the merge. I really do feel for Kat. I mean, I think that she really does give us a window into a lot of insecurities that she has about herself and her relationship with Hayden. That I think she really feels like that the fact that she is out so early, she feels like this is really going to be like a death knell for her relationship with Hayden, and she really like is pouring her heart out to him, AJ, when she gets to the Redemption Island arena.
You could really tell that she feels like she let him down. Like you can tell that she had so much higher self-respect and self-worth. But the fact that these women that she thought she was in an alliance turned on her, I feel like that like really crumbled it, hurt her so deeply to the core. And now it's like, oh, these women did not value me. Does Hayden value me any less now that he sees that I'm out here? If I lose this challenge, does Hayden still value me? Because Hayden is this like at the time like respected Big Brother winner of the game, like people like one of the greatest Big Brother alliance in the brigade, and now here I am, Kat, that just got my entire alliance to flip on me. So I feel for Kat as a person, and she's hilarious in her sadness, but it's like still like, oh, my heart goes out to you. The fact that she's like, I need the hug. Like no one else was like as emotional going into the duel as she was.
Yeah. Mary, watching this back and knowing that Kat and Hayden are not going to work out, I do feel a little bit bad when Hayden is like, hey, think about our future. Who has the better shot to win? Just think about it like long term. Think about the future.
Look, I'm no relationship expert, and these are real people, so I feel bad trying to like psychoanalyze their relationship, but also I think
psychoanalyze them, Mary.
That's the natural thing to do when you're watching this. Kat's 23 when playing this game. Hayden's 27. I don't know how long they had been dating before this show, but I don't think it was particularly long because I think they had met after he was on Big Brother. I think that if you are in a position where you feel like you were hoping you lasted in the game longer, either to impress your boyfriend or to get a chance to play with them because you really needed that time together on Survivor, I think that's probably not a great sign for your relationship to begin with.
Yeah.
I don't want to put like malicious intent onto Hayden necessarily. And I mean, I think this gets even more awkward when you consider like the reunion and everything. But
It was so awkward.
It was so it's one of the
was
cringiest
bad.
moments.
It was
Besides
bad.
and like the David Murphy thing are two of the parts. I skipped it this time. I like pushed the plus 10 because I just
Can we?
couldn't
I
watch
guess
it.
can we go in? You know,
Sure.
just get into it here because
Sure.
it's so wild. Because usually these reunion moments happen.
don't
Jeff
get it.
asks an awkward question, but I feel like that Jeff asks like an innocuous question to Kat and Hayden, and she talks about how like she has to make arrangements to get on his level.
So
And-
she's like, he says, you know, oh, you made a bunch of or not jokes, but you said some funny lines about worrying that you guys would break up and that you weren't dateable because you didn't make the merge. How are things going now? Are you guys still together? And she's like, yeah, we're still together. Red flag number 1, they're still not living in the same place. And she says, we're trying to get to that place, but I'm needing to make arrangements in order to get on his level. And she kind of like gestures. And then he's like, what do you mean? She says, you know, there have been some changes. I'm a little top heavier now. And it's awkward. It's awkward because it's in public. It's clearly something that like probably no one who's not Blake
Housley.
Housley would like want advertised in public, right? In any part, because you know, who knows what conversations they've had, what decisions were made together, or just on Kat's part by herself, or what the reasoning is. But it's like an awkward thing to say, and it's a more awkward thing to think about, given that I'm pretty sure they break up pretty shortly after this as well.
And I think Hayden's kind of a private guy.
I get the like Hayden I don't think is a bad guy, but I think that Hayden is probably someone who is thinking, let me stick this relationship out until the reunion so that we can all watch the show still, like it's a couple, it's fine or whatever, and I'll deal with this privately, not in public. I don't think that Hayden, I can't imagine that Hayden was like, you need to get implants or something for me to love you. I don't think that happened. I'm sure, but there's clearly some insecurity there on Kat's part, and there's some feeling of that Kat needed to make changes in whatever way in order to like impress Hayden. It's very awkward. It's like, sad, and I did some research into Kat today, and she seems to be doing well.
Yeah,
is happy, so that's good.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. She definitely seems like she is somebody who you know, definitely had some funny lines, but you know, she talked about her surgeries in Survivor, or her non-cosmetic surgeries in Survivor One World. I definitely think that she did show, she has to have heart surgery. Yeah. She talks about in her quarantine questionnaire with Dalton Ross about how she does wish that she has played as an older person.
Yes. And I think that we've seen lots and lots of people on Talking with T-Bird talking about playing when they were in their early 20s and how they are different people now.
Mm-hmm. So. Okay. All right. Ultimately, Kat is going to be one and done on Redemption Island when she goes out of the game.
Can we talk?
In Hayden's sake too, I don't think that he should have switched with Kat. Like, even if he could have won that puzzle, I think that Hayden ends up going very far in this game and doing well, and I don't think the Kat would have made it anywhere near that far.
Yeah.
Like two things that like I found hilarious is that at the Redemption Island though, Hayden was like, yep, our relationship is a lot stronger than this game. I love her no matter what, and all this other good stuff. And Jeff heard that and he was like, bet, are you willing to flip? And he was like, never mind, I fold. And so I found that hilarious. And then Kat during the challenge being like, I can't look over there, that will be cheating.
Mm-hmm.
And Jeff is like, this is Survivor, cheat.
She's high morals. Okay. Yeah. All right. So anything else from the pre-merge of Survivor Blood versus Water?
Yeah, they shouted out Cochran again.
Yes, in the pre-merge, what did they say?
Yes, in this challenge, the one that Kat loses, they're saying that she had to build that final fire puzzle that he won. Just anytime we can mention Cochran, that's
well.
good.
This is coming right on the heels of Cochran's win. Okay.
Yeah, that's
all right. So we've talked about the pre-merge here, and boy, we're 2.5 hours into this one, so we might also be a little top heavy on this podcast. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna take a quick break, and when we come back, we're gonna talk through the second half of the season. We're gonna answer your questions and get into our weekly survey and tell you about what's coming up next time as we get to the 13th best season of Survivor here. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. All right, and we're back to talk about the post-merge of Survivor Blood versus Water. Let's pick things up in episode number 8, and we'll actually, an important thing that we didn't get to from the pre-merge was we talked about the votes, but we didn't talk about the bonding that went on over at the new Galong, where Aris, Tyson, and Jervis came in. First of all, AJ, I forgot how funny this was, where Aris, Tyson, and Jervis just ate all of the food that they had over at Galong.
It's not only that they ate all of the food, like they did it openly in front of everybody and was like, you're welcome. Like, I ate all your food. This is what we do here. Like, let's feast. Let's all eat. So I think that was hilarious for Tyson and Aris and them. Like, that was a funny.
Yes,
also,
it was embarrassing for Galong to have to sit there and suffer through that embarrassment.
Yeah, it was embarrassing. Like, these new people coming to your home and like they just ransacked and eat all your food and stuff like that. Like, who are you? First off, who are y'all? Why are y'all here? Get away! Stop eating my stuff. Also, something funny that happened on that tribe was when Tyson and them first arrived, they just started telling them everything. Like, oh, how the votes went down. Oh, where the idol clue is. Like, where the hidden immunity idol was. They just like couldn't keep it all within themselves, and I found that funny.
Yeah, including that they tell Tyson the clue to the hidden immunity idol. I think this is Hayden, Mary. I think this is one of the rare missteps in the game for Hayden.
Yeah, Hayden. And I think this is going to happen a couple times with Tyson, of him kind of getting a better idea from other people about where the idol clue is. But yeah, this is going to lead Tyson to finding an idol before he even gets any of the clues, because he hears this from Hayden here, who's just like, yeah, John had this clue and it was something like this. Like, why would you say what the clue was? It's horrible, but very funny. And I think a lot of this just really comes down to the fact that Tyson and Jervis and Aris are really personable, and they're very friendly, and they're kind of treating it like oh, haha, this is so much fun. We're just hanging out. Let's just talk about what went down. We're very interested in what you have to say, which goes really far with those players. And I think this is also like the eating all the food thing. We attribute it a lot to this season, Coconut Bandits, whatever. But I think some of it has to do with the mentality of a returning player to say, look, they're not going to actually let us starve, so why don't we just eat whatever we want, especially if we're going to potentially merge soon. We've just swapped. There's probably not going to be that much longer before the merge. Let's go ahead and eat up all this stuff here before we get a merge feast.
Yeah, and I think the returning player knows that, not just like, oh, I'm hungry, but like this is like a war of attrition, and a war of nutrition. Of that, if I am not feeding myself throughout this 39 days, I'm gonna have nothing left in the tank when it comes down to crunch time. And look at it works for Tyson. When does he win the immunities? Like on day 37 and 38 when he really needs it. So this was, I think, a very smart strategy from Tyson throughout this season.
I also like how he would like drink half the coconut and be like, here y'all go. Y'all can have the rest.
Yeah. Everybody else can share. And we see Tyson, starts this like running gag of apologizing for Aris for everything that Aris is like, oh guys, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that Aris is telling you how to run your camp. It's so embarrassing. And, it starts off as a joke, but, many true things said in jest, because then he's like starting to open the door of like, hey, we're going to get rid of Aris and we want you guys to be a part of it.
Yes. I think it's about the Tyson charm, that like, oh, Tyson, you little rascal, you just being like funny and being devious and stuff like that. But I think Tyson did a really good job of being like, we need to plant seeds, and so that way they are willing to like be like, oh, Tyson wants to flip and he's being 100%. So I think he does a really good job of planting seeds and making them feel good, because not only do he talk about, oh, sorry, Aris and stuff like that, they also say, Aris also has a family member in here, and we don't have family members. Like, let us be the family. And I think they're buying it hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, that's a great point, Mary, because we get to where that these three people that they happen to be swapped with all happen to have the same thing as Tyson and Jervis of, hey, we've all lost our loved ones.
Yep. And like I said, frees them up to be more flexible in this game, to not be as locked into that loved ones, which ends up being more of a curse than a blessing in this game for people. And it's also funny to contrast how Tyson was talking about Argus there with what happens in like the same episode with Laura B trying to spread things and talk to people, is like the way that you don't just walk up to someone like Colton and Laura where, oh, I heard so-and-so say this. I heard you, like Tyson is doing it as a joke and saying out loud, like, oh no, I'm not really putting a target on your back. I'm just talking about how annoying you are in public. In a friendly, we're just joshing.
Yeah. And what's funny here is that Tyson kind of like coachifies Aris, where that like he treats Aris the way that, I mean, he's had coach with him on every other season, does not have a coach here, and basically like turns Aris into sort of like a joke for the other players that are in the game the same way he does that for coach. Where I wonder like if coach was not in a tribe with Tyson in Tocantins and Heroes versus Villains, would we think of coach the same way?
Yes, we would.
We would? Because you don't really think of him the exact same way in South Pacific when Tyson's not there.
No, but I think at least in Tocantins we're getting a very similar coach vibe.
Yeah.
I mean,
in Heroes vs. Villains, he like leaned into the coach vibe.
Yeah. I think this was a character that coach wanted to portray.
Yes,
much
and
like
also
Tyson had a character that he wanted to portray that he actively does less so, or tweaks the portrayal in this season.
Yeah, and also like Coach's probably most iconic episode comes in Survivor Tocantins long after Tyson is gone from the game. So
like when he was alone at exile, like he didn't need anyone else.
I don't think Tyson was doing that. But okay. It is like when you look at the big character people though, like if you look at Tony, who changes throughout his seasons as well, like I think it's less so that they're like putting on airs the first time around. It's more so they have an idea of who their survivor persona is, and they see how that works out in respect to gameplay, and then they tweak the persona based on what's going to make them play better in the future.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about our Redemption Island duel, where we're going to have Monica versus Laura B versus John Cody. Hang on to the poll.
Well,
wait,
yes.
There's
I feel like I'm about to say the same
Tina thing. Are you going to talk about the Tina thing? Yeah, AJ, you take it. Yeah.
Wait, about that Tina should be matched up with Vitas? Or is that
no.
There's also
which one?
that. But this is just another faux pas of Tina's here. AJ, you take it. Yeah.
I think it was like early in the morning. It was Tina, Katie, Vitas, and Monica all together. And Tina was like, the merger's happening soon. We're going to get back with ours. It's going to be us four. And Monica, you get to be fifth as a reward for being so loyal to us. And then we'll take out Jervis at final 6. So congratulations, Monica. She's going to get 5th place and you'll be happy with it.
Yeah. I mean, we watched Survivor Australia back a couple of weeks ago. And I mean, Tina like is kind of like, this kind of works with like Roger and Elizabeth. Like, hey, Roger and Elizabeth, like we like you so much. Like you'll be 4 and 5 instead of Amber and Jerry.
So this kind of what I was talking about at the beginning, which I think is interesting when you compare this to Jervis, who does a really good job, I think, adapting to like the new form of play where Jervis doesn't really seem like a fish out of water. But Tina, it could be wrong. I feel like in the evolution of strategy, you had said that this was like one of Tina's better games and that she shows like a lot of strength in the game. She ends up, placing high and stuff. I could be wrong. Maybe I don't want to put words in your mouth, but rewatching this, I'm like, ooh, I thought Tina did a good job. And Tina is like one of the weaker players this time around. And it's not so much like that she's like letting the game skate past her. It's like she's actively making kind of not right moves. And this was one of them. It's just like, don't tell someone, oh, we were going to vote you out 6th and Jervis 5th, but now we've switched it. You've moved your way up to 5th place.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I think strategically, she doesn't do a great job here. I do think she shows a lot of spunk at the end of the season, and there's the moments like when she gets back into the game, she wins the Final 5 challenge or on the Redemption Island challenge, and she gets back in. And even like Sierra is like, wow, I can't believe how much energy Tina has. She's climbing trees, she's all over the place. So she is like she has a lot of tenacity from a strategic standpoint. Like, no, I and maybe she never really had that, but in terms of like her pluckiness, like when she's like goes out and saves the canister of rice, she is somebody who will really like put her body on the line for being somebody who's like kind of a slight person. She's willing to like give it her all out there, but she doesn't really have like the ability to. I think that if she doesn't like somebody, like she doesn't have necessarily like the amazing like social game and charm that somebody else a Kim Spradlin may end up having.
Right. Yeah. She seems to kind of like the people she likes and not like the people she doesn't. Doesn't really change that much on that.
Yeah. And I think that with the people she doesn't really like, she doesn't like make too much of an effort to go there with them. And it seems like that for some reason, I feel like that Tina and Laura M don't love Monica in this season. And I don't really know why Monica, like you would think that the three of them would get along. And I feel like that Tina and Laura M get along pretty well throughout the season, and they don't seem to like Monica Culpepper.
I got the similar vibe, and I did not understand it. I felt like the Mom Squad could have been like such a fun group of 3, but it really does feel like what you're saying. If Tina don't really care for you, she's not going to give you as much time a day as she would the people that she does like. And I think with her downfall, I think part of it is the lack of attention she spends with Monica, like keeping Monica reeled in, including the statement that she just made to Monica. But I think if she worked on Monica, she could have like smoothed that over and kept Monica on her side, where Monica could have spilled the plan, like, Tyson and Jervis, Tina, y'all need to watch out, they're coming for you and stuff.
Because I think Monica wanted to work with Tina from like the jump. It seems like early on, Monica was like, you and me, I got you. I'm going to vote with you and all this. And Tina was always like, I don't know. Can I really trust Monica? And it doesn't really seem warranted. It seems more like she just doesn't get along with her for some reason.
Right. And Monica is not with Tyson and Jervis at this point. Like if Tina said to her, like, hey, Monica, I just want to let you know, you're going to be in the top 3 with me and Katie. That's that's what we want to do. Like, I think that Monica would have been like, gee, golly, wow, I can't believe that. Like Tina is, that was such a solid thing. Like I think she would have been thrilled.
Yeah. And, I mean, I don't know that Monica necessarily does any better in that scenario long term, but it's interesting when Aris said, like, got to get Laura M out to take out Brad so that we can pull Monica in. That works for Tyson and Jervis. It's a
they
great
forget
thing
to
for
do
Tyson.
that. Yeah.
It's like for Tyson and Jervis, they're like, oh, perfect. Now we've got another person who's a singleton. We'll pull them in. Aris, I don't know why Aris thought he was going to pull in Monica.
It's very interesting but then Aris isn't there. So it was his plan. And then, we got that they sent out Laura M to work, to go beat Brad. And then Brad's gone. And then like Aris just wasn't there to reel in Monica.
Yeah. So
he forgot to leave Tina the instructions on what to do when he was gone.
Yeah, it's just Tyson and Jervis get the fruits of his labor there. But.
Yeah.
Like he set up the pieces and Tina was like, I'll deal with that later. And Tyson was like, bet.
Gotcha. Yeah. So ultimately, we're gonna see Laura Moret come back into the game. John Cody is out. I did like Laura B hugging the. Jeff said she was like a baby hugging the pole.
Yeah. I gotta be honest. I was watching these challenges at really fast speed, and I was like, oh, Laura B is gonna get out first, and then John. Well, I'm like, oh no, John's out like pretty fast. Kind of forgot about that.
Yeah.
So that's kind of sad, but yeah, you're not with these challenges. Some of it's like you just got to have that perfect body size to be able to do the hold on to the pole one. But also, it really seems like a lot of times it's like who's just got that like killer grip wants it the most.
Yeah.
In Laura's defense, like she was at the bottom very quickly and she held on for dear life.
Yeah. She did a good job. It was weird that we saw a lot of people trying this one with shoes on. For John Cody, seemed like a mistake. I feel like that what I've seen like people do like very well in this challenge, where they get like a big toe like wedged in there. Seems like a mistake for John Cody to attempt this in sneak. Although I think Laura Moret had sneakers on as well.
Maybe his toes had all fallen off.
Wow. No. Okay. So, all right, we have an interesting scenario here at the merge of our merge feast. And
Laura M puts the clue in the fire as well.
Yes, Laura M. She doesn't want that kind of target on her back.
You were already voted out. Like,
yeah,
help yourself.
So she's gonna ingratiate herself back in. So we have our pairs, which I think it's very interesting, AJ, that Laura Moret was shooting daggers at Aris, tried to give the clue to Vetus, and then came back. I was like, well, we can go with the pairs.
I think it was a situation where I think had it been another pair, she would have said the same thing. It just happened to be Aris and Vetus, the pair that came in. Because I think she looks at this like, oh, I'm on the outs because I was already voted out. I haven't had time to socialize. Where is an easy in with me? Oh, Tina, I have a good relationship with Tina. Well, I have a decent relationship with Tina. And Aris has his brother. That sits right there. Sits into 11 is in.
Yeah.
So I get why. If I was Laura, I wouldn't have done that because Aris flipped real quick on you. I would have tried.
And he's gonna vote for her again now,
which makes no sense. This woman, you betrayed this woman, and she comes back and be like, "It's okay, I forgive you," like Matt Elrod style. And he was like, "I'm Boston Rob, get her out."
Gotta get her out. Gotta get her. She just came back from redemption. Tyson's gonna find the idol, which that I think it's very fun, Mary, that he says that he's never found an idol before, and he's also never won the show before.
Yeah. So there we go. He's starting to think about, and I think that's the same thing basically that Boston Rob says in Redemption Island.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
he ripped off Boston Rob.
Well, I think they think that there's some synergy there in these 20s seasons. The idols, they help. Yeah, I don't know. We could do a study on that. Idols equal winning.
We get to see Aris and Vetus finally together, Mary, and that they're talking about they feel so good.
Yeah, for whatever situation they have in the real world with their personal relationship, they seem to be pretty much on the exact same page in terms of the plan for the season and what they want to do. They both agree that Laura M is the scariest person in the game. Vetus is like, why? Oh, but Tyson, he could go on an immunity run. And Ars like, nah, he's got a broken arm. I love how this is escalated.
Yeah.
I don't know. They talk about Laura M like she won her previous season, like she was like this mastermind. Is it possible?
It's okay,
yeah,
if you just don't like her.
Is there another Laura? Are they confusing her with someone?
Laura.
Is it possible that Aris talked to Russell Hantz before the season? Like, I'm telling you, Laura. Laura, she will run the game.
I don't know. It's kind of bizarre, and we're gonna get a lot, even in this early with the merge here, of Sierra talking about it's great to have my mom back, but I've kind of got a good thing going here, and maybe having her back in the game isn't gonna be the best thing for me.
I have never seen someone who wants to fight for someone else so hard and they just deny it. Like Laura wants to rock with Aris so bad, and he's just like, no, go away.
Yeah. I also feel like, AJ, that if Sierra wants to vote her mom out from very early.
She didn't want her to come back in the game. Like, she was like, I was rooting against my mom, and then she won it. How dare she?
Yeah, like for Sierra's best game, she's like, Laura, I need you to stay on Redemption Island. Just stay there until I need you at like the final 5. Then come back in. But right now, I don't need you here.
Yeah, it's almost like, she's like at a party and she's like, all right, mom, come pick me up when at 11:30. Don't come in before then. Okay, you'll embarrass me.
And Laura's like, oh, how about I come at 8 and hang out with you until then?
No, mom, listen.
It's funny. I do think it's like when you actually watch the season and you stop just repeating over and over and over in your head, she voted out her mom. It's like, yeah, but like she was always going to vote out her mom, probably. She would have been fine with it. I don't think in these next like 3 episodes before Laura gets voted out, I don't think that there's really any benefit she brings to Sierra's game that helps her.
Yeah. No, Laura is kind of like a forgotten person here in these next couple of episodes. She doesn't have a lot going on. You don't really remember that she's out there. We get to our immunity challenge. It's a memory challenge where ultimately it comes down to Aris and Vetus. This was not like a great look for the two of them as they're trying to not seem like a very dominant pair, AJ, and they're the last two left in a mental competition.
It's one thing if you're physical and it's a physical competition. Like, you're also being like, I'm also smart. Well, you just have good memory, but I'm also smart. So I think it makes a bigger target on their backs, but like, they just do a bad job, period. Like, Aris, Vetus, Katie, all of them. Vetus, you are good with Hayden and Caleb. Why are you not bringing them back in? Katie, you are good with Sierra. Why are you not bringing her back in? Aris, Laura and Monica want to work with you so badly. Why are you ignoring these people? These people want to work with these people, but they are just being like, ignoring them, laying their foot off the pedal and being like, the chips will fall how they will, and I already saw how it will happen, so I don't need to do any more work. So it frustrated me.
They both say that they feel comfortable and didn't need to win also. So like maybe don't fight. I mean, turns out you probably do need to win, but like they don't know that. So don't. What do you think of Kasama? Is
that what the merge tribe name is?
Yeah.
Is it even said in the season?
No, it's not, but it's on the little title card a bunch at the bottom when they go back to camp.
Is that with a K or a C?
K. Kasama. No clue what it means. What's the origin? Who came up with it? I don't know. It's purple.
Okay.
That's what I got.
All right, so Aris and Vetus have Tina and Katie, but otherwise they do not have the other 7, and that there is a severe blindside. I guess they were trying to do a vote split of splitting the votes between Sierra and Laura. We see a little bit of, Tyson and Jervis talking with everybody about, making the move to go after King Aris, AJ.
Is a nickname unless you're like giving it to it by 3 fields. So you do not want a nickname in this game. It's always
okay. Yeah, we might have lost AJ for a second. Yes, AJ, you back?
Am I here?
Okay, yes. Okay, go ahead.
Beautiful.
Tell us about getting a nickname like King Aris.
But like homeboy was acting like a spoiled prince though. Like he was like, I got this on lockdown. Like this was an earned name. Like King Aris was earned, and he needed to be taken down a peg. So it's fine.
It's also just it's a good move to set up your opponent even more of like, okay, are they doing anything special? No, but if we start calling them king, it feels like we need to get them out, right?
Like nothing rallies people more than villainizing someone else. Like having someone to hate, and like having someone just like King Aris. Like who likes a king? Like
Burger King.
I guess so, but I will argue that they're the inferior burger joints. But that's my life.
Okay. Yeah. There must be some king that people like.
King
Joffrey. Nope.
No one likes King
all
Joffrey.
All I'm thinking of is negative kings right now.
Regina King.
Sure.
I do like Regina King.
Yeah.
Regina King is a good king. You know what? You found one.
King cake baby.
Yeah. Oh, good. Depends. Okay. Aris is voted out. Tina is so mad, and we're gonna see Tina go off when they get back to camp.
Just rolling in with the really great strategic game here on Tina's part. This is another check. She's like, hey, Tyson and Jervis. I can't remember if she calls out Monica too, but she definitely calls out Tyson and Jervis and says like, here's a bunch of jury votes you're never getting back and all this, which like also maybe don't speak for other people, but whatever. And Tyson's like, yeah, but Aris had all of these plans to push us out first. And she's like, no, he didn't. Like, you literally, Tina, like, I think Tina initially is kind of buying her own thing. And then Tina's like, oh, wait, yeah, we were going to do a Paris thing.
Yeah.
Like, oh, yeah, this does check out.
And she says that, okay, there's 5 jury votes that you're never going to get. Who are the 5?
Tina, Katie, Aris,
Vetus, and who's the
Monica?
Monica voted for her.
I don't know.
Monica voted for Aris.
Probably Sierra, because they're gonna do a Paris thing and she's just not even counting Laura M as a person. I don't know. Like I'm not sure. She's hoping that herself is still gonna be at the end.
Yeah.
With them. I don't know.
I don't know. Okay. So we get to see some more Tina and Katie together over the next couple episodes. AJ, what do you think of the Tina and Katie relationship here in the season? Because I know it really is sort of like very much in the backseat behind the Laura and Sierra mother-daughter relationship.
I like how Tina is basically like, I am toxic. Don't stick yourself to me. Like, go set yourself free. I'm gonna do what I can to stay in this game. But I'm a sinking ship. She's basically, I'm an anchor. Go spread your wings.
Yeah, sail hard. Wind's blowing. Yeah. I do like that, Mary, that Tina is like, look, I can't help it. I'm as competitive as possible, but you do what you have to do, okay?
Yeah, it's great that she says that. I think there's a lot of talk about like Laura wanting to help Sierra and that's her baby and whatever, but like Tina is really the mom here who's willing to lay down on her sword for Katie.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately for this situation, Katie doesn't have a whole lot of like get up and go in terms of figuring out what she needs to do for herself. Like, I'm not gonna say that Katie's like she doesn't really do anything bad, but she doesn't really actively do anything to help herself either.
I think that for Katie and Tina, this was like some sort of like mother daughter like tea social that Tina like saw the flyer, like, come on, let's go to this, come on, it'll be fun. Like Katie's like, all right, I guess so. Like, it'll be so great. And just sort of like reluctantly there because mom really wanted to do it.
Yeah, Kate, she's like one step up from Kathy's son, who like hated being on Survivor.
Yeah. So she's there. She's gonna win an immunity soon. So Katie's best moment is to come. Not today though. Gross food challenge here. I had forgotten about gross food challenge here in this season. AJ, any highlights from the gross food?
Jervis is always a highlight.
Oh yeah, Jervis.
This is the reason why they did this, right?
For Jervis.
They're like, we got to see Jervis eat a grub again. I mean, how lucky they get that he was in the final two.
How lucky?
Like, I mean, if he wasn't, what are they going to tell like Monica and Tyson? Like, oh, and these are the infamous grubs that Jervis couldn't eat. Jervis.
Yeah, they knew he was there. I think they would have been like, all right, Jervis, you know a thing or two about these. Same thing, you know. So they would have done the same thing, but maybe they found out like the things like the Jervis would do. Like the Jervis is like, oh yeah, I could really get down with some pig intestine. That's no problem for me.
Is a pig intestine better or worse than a pig snout?
I don't know. The pig snout, you know, I don't like to talk about food, or even regular food on a podcast. The pig snout seemed like that just seemed like it was a big piece of ham. It sounded like that the issue really was that it was from Anthony had said that it was just so dry. You know, I feel like that like any of the pig parts, I feel like I can say, well, at least it's meat. It's not a bug.
Like I'm not a scientist, but like, don't your bowels like go through your intestines? So that like it's like disgusting in its on itself.
Yeah,
then
so that would really mess
raw.
you up. That like can your intestine process intestine? I guess so.
No, it can't. Like mine could. I would be emotionally checked out. Like you couldn't pay me to do that.
Yeah, Tyson, I think vomited, and I feel like that he recently on News AF was bragging about how he never throws up.
Ooh. Yeah, he did. He did spit up the pig intestine, and then it appeared to be just kind of stop trying to eat that.
Yeah, he's not like a dog.
I think I'd be really good at the food eating challenges.
You would be?
Would you?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've just like got the put it in your mouth, swallow it down. Like there are some people who do it so fast that I probably couldn't necessarily beat everybody, but I think I could like hold my own.
I think you also have the thing where like the other tribe is like, oh, pick Mary. I bet she's gonna be really like. So you'd have like the thing that was like that they tried to do in Pearl Islands with Michelle. Like,
I hope I could be a little better than Michelle at acting, but yeah, I like this. This has never really bothered me. I'm never someone who's like, oh, like I think there were a lot of kids growing up who were like, yeah, we love the food challenge, and then I think there's a lot of people who just fast forward through it. It doesn't like bother me to watch. I don't like seeing people throw up though. We can skip past that.
Like, I have no issue watching it. Like, it's fine. It's just the idea. Pause. I watch the challenge. They do that every time.
No, it's way worse on the challenge.
And they always throw it up. So this is nothing. But like the idea of eating it yourself, like I would be like Tina, like picking at the worst, like, are we really about to do this?
Yeah.
Are you supposed to kill it before you eat it?
I don't know. I think that would just make it messier. And Tina at one point like is sticking her fingers in her ears, which I've never like. I could see like, oh, I'm gonna hold my nose while I eat it. I never have seen this before. Where it's just like she's like, oh, I got to stick my fingers in my ears. Like I don't want to hear me chewing it. I don't know.
Maybe she didn't want to hear Tyson throwing up. I don't know.
Tina is as somebody who spent some time with Tina, she's a very picky eater. She also was like somebody who had a lot of problems in the Australian Outback gross food challenge. So it is not her strong suit. Okay. Yeah. This is a double episode here.
But Monica wins.
We're in. Yeah. Monica wins. We're gonna see Vetus try to like have some goodwill about try to stay in the game. He's like begging to stay. He'll put Katie's name down. He doesn't care. So it doesn't work.
I feel like it does some more harm than good.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that you're begging so hard means like, oh, I'm vulnerable, super vulnerable. I don't have to worry about splitting the votes anymore because only truly terrified people beg like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're also at episode 9 here, and this is really the first time in the show that people start throwing out Tyson's name as like, oh, Tyson is doing things, Tyson's running things, and it's pretty amazing that he makes it till 9 episodes without anyone saying that.
Yeah, Vetus does threaten Tyson with his jury vote. And he does live up to that promise. He will vote for Monica in the final 2.
Well, yeah. I don't love it when people do that.
No, like it's not great. It's not great.
Oh, I told you never get my vote.
Mm-hmm.
Here I am.
Yeah. Vetus is like a bitter Betty. Like, genuinely, when he was out there with Aris, he was like, I'm angry at you, Aris. I'm like, what did Aris do? Like, sure, he messed up, but like, and then he was angry at the challenge, and then at Final Tribal Council, I'm like, Vetus, have fun.
Yeah.
But I get it. He's a sore loser. I'm also a sore loser. Don't play like games with me.
He also, in Survivor Second Chances, is going to go home when he ends up getting voted out. So he doesn't like to lose, Vetus. But one of the things I thought was interesting also here, and this sort of like is going to like set the tone for most of the post-merge where there's so much of a focus on Monica. Monica wins immunity, and Monica's like, hey, why is there so much scrambling going on? And Laura M says like, what does she care? She has immunity. I feel like Laura M has like some good confessionals like what she talks about in Survivor Samoa, how Shambo has revealed that there's plenty of fish in the ocean. Here she is, like a similar tone about she's immune. What does she care?
Yeah, and like, here's the thing, Monica. Even if the truth is that you were in some world going home and they're scrambling now to change it, why are you saying this out loud? What is that going to get you? Like, I don't know. There's a lot of things that baffle me about this decision, but yeah, I mean, there is some red herring here about Tyson potentially wanting a woman to go out so that they can't have the numbers in case they're going to do that whole thing, which doesn't really go anywhere. But
yeah,
especially because you can tell by the fact that almost all the talk in the episode against a woman is Monica, who has immunity. So again, it just doesn't matter. And like, even at Tribal Council, Vetus is going to throw out a lot of hate towards Monica, who has immunity. If you're trying to set up a potential other target, that's not working for you.
Yeah. All right. So Vetus ends up going out.
What up, Brad?
In the second part of the double episode, We're gonna go to we're gonna check in with Aris and Vetus now that we have restocked Redemption Island, and they have an interesting conversation, very meta, AJ, about are they in the game or are they not in the game? What do you say?
I say they are still in the game. They have not burned their what's that thing called? Buff. They have not burned their buff.
Yeah.
Okay. The games. She won her way back.
They don't have cheeseburgers in their hand, so that means they're still in the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Aris is trying to paint a rosier picture, which I think that psychologically speaks to that Aris might feel like that this was more his fault than Vetus's. Like, no, we're not out of this yet. Hold on.
Yeah. I mean, where's the lie? Like, Vetus survived a couple tribals on the all women's team, and the second they get back together, they're both out back to back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We also get some fun flashbacks to heroes versus villains, not necessarily by name, but Jervis talking about how Monica switched her vote last minute to Vetus when she was supposed to have voted Katie out the previous time. And the fact that it ends up being 8-1 on that previous vote, I mean, if Vetus had an idol, that would not have been good for Tyson and Jervis. So, yeah, it's funny that we get a Jervis confessional here instead of a Tyson one, but because Tyson knows very well how flipping a vote just to get someone out because you're mad can come back to bite you.
Yeah, that's interesting. I never saw that connection before.
Yeah.
Yes.
I get it. This woman just got attacked, verbally abused by this man.
But it's 8-1. Like, that's close odds. You want to throw that other spare vote to Katie just in case.
Well, you know what? How about 4-4? Like 4-4.
Well, that's actually what I think is confusing, because when they talk about it in the episode, they say the men are going to vote Vetus out and the women are going to vote Katie out. That's what they say, or possibly, yeah, I think that's what they say. So there's supposed to be at least two. I mean, I think Monica and Sierra. No, I guess at 3. Monica and Sierra and Laura are all supposed to be voting for Katie. It ends up being that.
Only one Katie vote happens.
Only one Katie vote who's
from Sierra. And so I wonder if they maybe thought about it and they were trying to figure out, like, okay, maybe actually we just want 2 votes, because you don't need 3. You only need 2 votes.
But you do need 3. You got Tina, Katie, and Vetus. Like, if they all be like, hey, I got an idol. Let's do this.
So it's tricky to figure out why they never call Laura out at this. They only call Monica out, maybe just because they felt better about Monica and didn't want her to flip. But yeah, it's interesting. Yeah. So, but then this is the big Katie win.
And if Jervis thought this was chaotic, he would hate Caleb.
Yeah. Also, Tyson has has the idol that there was a clue to, so that he's not too concerned about Vetus having it here. So he feels good about that. Just an idol check. So who did anybody ever find the Tadhana idol?
No.
Okay.
The idol that Tyson has, I believe, is
the Galong idol.
Well, now I'm confused. It's the one that he got when he was swapped, right? Or did he? No, he got it on the merge.
No, he got it at the merge.
Yeah,
but was it the same? I don't know which camp they were at. Yeah,
I don't know which camp they're at, but
well, because when they got there, he was like, "Well, this is where the clue said it would be at." So I'm assuming they're at the same beach. It's not like they got a new clue for that. Well, they did, but Laura burned it. So I'm assuming they're at the same beach.
And I'm not sure why they would have a clue to where the other tribe's idol would be.
Yeah,
I'm not exactly sure on that. So, yeah, but at this point, nobody knows that Tyson has the idol. Yeah. Tyson's pretty good about keeping that quiet for a while.
Although that you would think that they only have one clue. So it's like, who do you want to give the clue to in the game? They don't say, okay, we have a clue for this tribe and a clue for this tribe. Who am I giving a clue to? Like, it's one clue. And they're always putting it in the fire. I wonder, is it like a dummy clue where then production gives you the real clue afterwards based on your tribe?
Probably.
I like the idea of you have to wait until you get to this tribe. Like, you have been burdened.
Yeah. I mean, especially since one of the clues is literally a map with a drawing on it, then like it would have to be a tribe or a location specific clue.
All right. So let's
Rachel's.
see. We're gonna get to our balancing coins challenge. Katie wins immunity. So congratulations to Katie.
Work it.
Great moment for Katie. Tina is gonna go on a scramble for the idol. Also.
Yes. And Tyson, being funny to the camera is like, I just want a nap, but instead we got to run around and pretend to block Tina from getting the idol that I already have, and all that. So
yeah. So here's where Monica then asks a good question, but then also like ends up getting on people's nerves because they're talking about like, well, now what do we do? Katie has won immunity. Should we split the vote? And Monica goes, well, who are you splitting the vote with? Only Tina is here.
Yeah, this is where I feel like around this time might be where Tyson should probably just like pull Monica aside and be like, I got the idol, it's fine. But it's hard because he's like, then the logical thing to do is split the vote, but if we split the vote, then Monica's gonna be paranoid, so we can't do that. This is when I started thinking about like the pros and cons of the small number of idols in the game. Like at this point, there's one idol. And I think maybe some people watching the season who are, fans of Tina or fans of the underdogs here might be like, oh, there should be another idol out there so she can have a chance to stay in. But like, did that make your viewing of this less enjoyable knowing that like the writing's on the wall for Tina here?
Well, this was a double episode. I'm not sure, like, in terms of like the days here, if this was like a regular episode cycle or if production knew this was gonna be done so quickly. It looks like, and I don't know if it's like if the writing is on the wall, does production speed things up? It looks like we see Vetus gets voted out one day after Aris on day 22, and then Tina is voted out 2 days later. But then the next tribal council is only 2 days after that. So I do think they have some fluidity with how but I guess that they probably did intentionally do it this way because it was like, we got to restock Redemption Island Arena.
But like, as a viewer, do you feel like that maybe this kind of scenario is why we start seeing more idols in the next several seasons and more advantages of like, because you feel like the underdog at any point in time should have a chance? And if Tina, the fact that there's only one idol out there, Tyson has it, therefore Tina is stuck. So it doesn't hinder my enjoyment.
No, it doesn't. But I think that they just want it like, anything could happen at any single tribal council. So, the multiple idols could be in play.
And that's why I feel like this season's a really good season to point to, of saying you can have interesting tribal councils that don't hinge upon just idol plays. Like the idols are all pretty much pointless in this season. Yeah. And instead it's the maneuvering of the people that's interesting.
Well, I really feel like that this era, like 27, 28, 29, like and even like getting into 30, it's like the optimal time in the show's run where it's like there's enough like idols and like mechanics of the game to make it fast paced, but also like you can understand just about everything that's going on and you can like plan ahead as a strategist. And then I think that things get a little cuckoo bananas as we head into the 30s.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
all right.
Also, I feel like if there was better players in Tina and Katie's situation, they could have did some work without an idol. Like, this is not like a brick wall of 7. Like, these are very loose connections that Tyson and Jervis are somehow holding together. Like, if you work the right way, you could break into this and you're in a good spot. But I think they're just have too much of a defeatist attitude.
Okay. Tina ends up going out, second part of the double episode. She'll join Aris and Vetus on Redemption Island. Okay. We have only Katie left with all of the other people that are in this alliance of 7. And so Lawrence, Sierra feel very much that Katie is the one who needs to go. But Sierra needs to pull Mom in, Mary. Tell Mom to chill out just a little bit. Do whatever Tyson says.
Yeah, whenever it's supposed to be the easy vote, that's when Laura Moret's about to get got. Because this happened the first time around. Yeah, we get a lot more of this like role reversal. Sierra kind of knows a little bit more what's going on. I was very impressed with a lot of Sierra's confessionals
Yeah.
in this stage of the game. Like, I do think the whole she voted out her mom thing is a little overrated, given the fact she probably always would have done that. But that doesn't discount the fact that she has pretty good reads on what's happening, who is in charge, the way they need to be talked to, and how her mom might not be vibing the same as the rest of them are.
Yeah.
And so she has a kind of conversation with her about like, look, here are the numbers. Let me write it out. Let's talk about who would win, who would lose, who would go out at different times. Look, no matter which way you slice it, I have a better chance of winning. And her mom is coming at it a little bit more from the like, yeah, but if we're backs up against our wall, like I'll just win immunity. She's like, that doesn't help, because if you win immunity, then they'll vote me out. Like, I need you to not win so that you can go, so that you can be out. And Laura says here, like, well, yeah, but probably Tyson and Jervis just want to keep you around so that you'll be a GOAT to take to the final 3. And Sierra, though, has a point which is like, okay, if I end up with Tyson and Jervis, look who's on the jury who could vote for me, though. So, I mean, I don't necessarily know that Sierra would have been able to beat Tyson at any point in this game should she end up there with him. I think Tyson probably, I think it would be an interesting tribal council to look at, but she does have a little bit more of a handle on what's going on than Laura does.
I would like to say a knock against Sierra. I agree with almost everything Mary just said, like cosign. That wasn't Tyson's or Jervis' plan. Like Tyson and Jervis, the next episode or the episode after that, when Sierra lets them know that Caleb and Hayden are flipping, they were like, to themselves, not to Sierra, to themselves, they was like, this was our final 4. What are they doing flipping on us? So Sierra wasn't even in their final 3. I think they made her feel good, and I think that is correct. This could be a bitter jury against Tyson and Jervis. So I do like my odds if I'm sitting there. So I like the mindset and I like the read, but I think she needs to have a backup plan, not put all her eggs in Tyson and Jervis in case, hey, someone finds an idol and make a correct shot at one of them. Now what are you going to do?
Yeah. I'm so torn on Sierra because I think that some points in the season, I think that she's so good, and I think she's probably the best player out of all of the loved ones on this season. But I do feel like that she is the one who single-handedly changes the direction of the season when she ends up siding with the Tyson Jervis Monica side instead of the Katie, basically original Todd Hanna, when she has that opportunity at 7. And to me, I feel like she has a much better chance to ultimately win this thing if she ends up sticking with original Todd Hanna.
Yeah, I feel like her reads are good in terms of like socially, how to talk to people, how people her observation skills are good about like looking at how people are communicating, looking at who's sticking out. But I don't necessarily think her decision making is the best when it comes to like where to strategically place herself. They're kind of two different things, that she's doing well in one area and not doing well in the other. Like, I think she has a good read that Laura is not helping her fit in with Tyson and Jervis. I don't think she has a good read that she should therefore cut Laura off and not go in that direction. I think it's tricky because at this point right here, the Caleb and Hayden side are happy to vote Laura off. I don't know if Sierra goes to Caleb and Hayden right now and says, hey, Caleb, Hayden, you, me, my mom, and Katie, let's all get together. I'm not sure that Caleb and Hayden are down with that. They might be. They might think it's good.
Not yet.
But I think like if the thought here is that we need to get Laura out and everybody else is doing that, fine, take her out. And then I think it's the next episode where she makes the wrong decision where she should switch there.
And really to give credit to Tyson also and Jervis, I'm sure that it's really Caleb and Hayden that are driving the train on we have to vote out Laura M. And then Tyson comes to Sierra and says to her, like, hey, I have some bad news. And Sierra's like, oh, what? You want to vote out my mom? He's like, no, Hayden and Caleb want to vote out your mom. Like, so it's like not a realistic possibility that Hayden, Caleb, Laura M, and Sierra could be a foursome until Laura is gone.
Yeah, exactly. Like I think Hayden and Caleb, much like Sierra's doing at different points in time, they're biding their time. They're reading the situation currently, and they might open up doors to maneuver later. I think Caleb and Hayden have a better idea of when that's supposed to be, and Sierra kind of misses it a little bit. She ends up kind of getting a second shot at the final 6, and she tries again. And I think that we can talk obviously about the tie a lot more there, but
Sure.
but in this particular scenario, I think Sierra's realizing it is not a benefit for me to be the last pair left in the game.
Okay. We have Aris go out in the Redemption Island duel. He's out of the game. Vetus is going to be the person who wins this duel. He's going to give Katie the clue. She will keep it. She will go on an idol hunt. She will not find said idol. We are also going to start to see a lot of conversation about the Laura and Sierra. And, AJ, I felt like that this episode is actually really well done, that we get like this story is really from the Sierra POV about making this decision to vote out her mom.
Yes, I think they're setting up Sierra as a compelling character. Like, this is not an easy decision on Sierra's part, and they even show that this is not what Sierra wants fully when she goes and be like, well, I know y'all want to vote out my mom, but maybe we could do this. So you see this battle between her head and her heart, and I like this conflict of interest that they show with Sierra. So I do think this makes her one of the more compelling characters, and then in the end, the fact that she went with her head over her heart makes her like a sympathetic figure at that, when I think most people will be like, that's a villainous move, voting out your blood. But the way they portrayed her struggling with it so bad, and the acceptance with Laura Moret, I think this really makes her one of the more beloved figures of the season.
Okay. Monica is going to win another immunity challenge here. And so she's off the table to be voted for. There's a great scene, Mary, that happens where we're going to see Sierra go to Katie. And there's some question, does Katie have the idol? And that's the reason why they got to vote out Laura Moret, because Katie could have the idol here, even though Katie doesn't have immunity. And we see Sierra tell Katie that she and Caleb found the idol. And Katie's like, where did you find it?
Yeah, it's great.
Stole my idol.
It's such a great moment. It's interesting to see how like these girls seemed pretty tight on their original tribe. And then they got swapped separately, obviously, were with their moms, did different things, and now they're kind of back together, but they still got that like girl bonding conversation to them, where it's this, Katie folds instantly and is like, oh man, yeah, you took my idol, how'd you find it? And it's good. Like Sierra kind of is gonna get a little bit of gonna get called out a little bit for this by Tyson, of like, ooh, I see that Sierra's playing the game hard, trying to say that if Katie doesn't have the idol, we can vote out Katie and we don't need to vote out her mom. Yeah, that's probably true. But at the second, hand, like Sierra gives great information to the rest of the alliance that like, hey, Katie doesn't have the idol. We don't have to worry about that. So it's a really fun scene. I just love anytime people are having conversations on the hammock.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
That also goes along with the vibe of the season so far, that she's like, good job. You found the idol before me. I think that also adds to the jovialness. Like the fact it's been so jovial, she was so willing to like cave in and be like, yeah, good job on you, Sierra. I guess I messed up.
Laura talks about how she would be certainly understanding of the decision. She comes around. She does not seem like hostile about the whole situation at all. Ultimately, we'll see in this episode that Sierra will be one of the votes against her mom. The final vote that we see is for Laura, parentheses, mom.
Do you think, because the way that Hayden was like selling that tribal council, it's like, oh, Laura is as willing to cut Sierra as Sierra's willing to cut Laura. But Laura does the exact opposite. She's like, no, we're a duo. We're packaging ourselves together. You got 2 votes here. Now, like, why do you want someone to have 2 votes? That's no good. Do you think it would have been better if she had just, separated herself from her daughter and be like, you know what? My daughter wants to cut me. I'm willing to cut my daughter. Like, do you think that would help her out, or she was just dead anyway?
I think that it helped Sierra seem like she was more loyal to the group. That it was like, boy, she even cut her own mother to be with us. I think it helped her. I also think that Laura would never vote out Sierra.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's buying that from her mom anyway.
I get that.
Okay. Laura tells Sierra, like, I'll come back for you. And Sierra's like, no, what don't you understand? Please, leave me alone.
This is why I voted you out.
God. Mom. Okay.
If I want you here, you be here.
Yeah. All right. Redemption Island. We're gonna see the moms battle Vetus. And again, Mary Vetus is a little salty when the moms team up on him.
Yeah, it's the cat thing again of like people cheating on the puzzle and whatever. It's like, God, just look over. They're right next to you. I mean, I feel like this is a major benefit to being the person in the middle. You get to see both sides. It's a little unfair there. I don't know how they do that placement. Laura gives Sierra a clue. She burns it. I would have kept it. I feel like at this point, keep the clue. Like, I don't know. At this point, keep the clue. Tell your alliance, or don't. Who cares?
I appreciate your change of heart.
You come around.
At this point, I think preseason, like I think it's not so much that I think people should be burning the clue. I just think it's interesting that they're doing it. We don't get to see this a lot. It's fun.
Okay.
Understood.
So here we are at the final 7, and really, Sierra is in a very interesting swing position where, for the first time, Hayden and Caleb are starting to look at Jervis and Tyson and are thinking about that these guys, could be a big threat. Tyson specifically. Sierra is approached by Hayden and Caleb, and they're like, "Oh, we got Katie back together. We get to be the new players, outnumber the returning players, and this could be a big move." AJ.
Big moves. This is the start of the big moves. Yes, and I think Caleb and Hayden has the right idea. They're like, okay, we are in a spot where if we make this move, we are in a comfortable position. As long as Katie has nowhere to go. They're targeting her, and as long as Sierra is on our side, and I think from their point of view, they don't see why Sierra is not on their side. They've been together this entire time, from the beginning to now, and I feel like they have a really good, decent relationship with each other. Especially considering Caleb basically put his game on the line so that way he saves Sierra and more likely get out Brad, but still. So I think they believe they had a better relationship than they actually did. But I think that's just people letting their foot off the gas when they shouldn't.
And Sierra is going to go tell Tyson about this plan, Mary.
Yeah. It's never really fun to watch, to be the person who's like, I think people think this is going to be a crowd pleaser somehow, but it never is. It's always bad to be the person who's like,
it's that girl who tells the teacher.
Yeah, to be the tattletale. It's like, I feel like in this scenario, you're not going to get that much goodwill from telling someone about a potential flip that doesn't end up happening, or does. Relish in the fact that you're in the middle position, because this is how you could Christy, this is how that happens sometimes. When people realize you're in the middle, that can sometimes come back to bite you. Tyson is going to clock several times in this episode that Sierra is playing pretty well, and that he's noticing that she's becoming a bigger threat in their eyes just by them knowing that she had this opportunity, even if she doesn't take it. She thinks she's going to score points for having saved them. It never works out that way. So just either make a decision, to flip, or don't. But you don't need to say it. It's also something that Monica's going to run into a lot of times. And it's the same thing you talked about in South Pacific with Albert, of you don't want to be the person who's just giving the people who are getting voted out hope, but never actually acting on it. Being in the middle is only beneficial when you're making swings, not when you're the one who's it doesn't
entertaining
help.
them.
When you're just the person who's entertaining them, it ends up looking worse, particularly on the jury, because they're you're the one who gave us hope and then let us down. Those other people, they never even gave us hope. So we feel less bitter about them. This isn't exactly what's going to happen with Sierra, but I just think that that's a kind of zone you want to avoid in Survivor.
But also Sierra didn't really give them hope. just sat there, and then the next day she ignored them completely, didn't even look their way. Like if that's you comforting people and giving them false hope, oh my god.
Yeah. The only thing I could think of for Sierra in this case of like why this might be a good decision to end up telling them and going with them is that she might be thinking that she can't beat Caleb and Hayden at the end either. And so maybe she's just hoping that she'll get like sympathy against Tyson and Jervis or Monica, whoever she ends up with.
Yeah, well, I also think that she's banking on maybe being like sort of like a Natalie White type situation where that, okay, everybody's mad at Tyson and Jervis. We've seen Aris and Vetus and Tina and Katie are all yelling at them. Okay, well, maybe there's a spot there for her to pick up a lot of those votes. And not to be like results oriented about it, but if they're going to try to play their vote on Tyson, I believe Tyson's also going to play the idol at this tribal council, correct?
Right, which is why they end up switching to voting for Sierra anyway. So this is another reason why it bites her to be wishy-washy and entertain it. But I think the move here is that they should have. Who won immunity? Was that Monica?
This is Monica.
Yeah.
So which is and this is why we're going to start getting a trend of like Jervis receiving a lot of votes just because he's not winning immunity. But I really do love the fact that maybe they're not like the world's best players, but I love that Caleb and Hayden have enough wherewithal to realize that this is the time to flip and that they, like, logically speaking, it's not even like a last ditch effort. This is a time when they could have the numbers. There is a chance here that this could work for them, and they're making the move at the right time, talking to theoretically the right people.
Right.
So
Go ahead.
No, that's all. I'm just saying, like, you get some returning or newbie seasons where they won't make these moves against returning players.
Okay. It helps to have like a former Big Brother winner, like as one of your new players on your season as well. Yeah. But that being said, so we're going to get to our immunity challenge here at the final 7. Monica will win, but it'll also be AJ eat or compete. And Tyson and Jervis and Sierra have a legendary eating performance.
Like, it's so telling. Not that they ate, because I feel like if you had to guess 3 people were going to eat, I feel like those were the 3 people. Sierra's not going to win it. Tyson, that's the energy Tyson gives, and same with Jervis. But the way that they just revel in it and have fun, and just like they're treating y'all like court jesters over here. Like, I think they just reveled in it so much, and I do not blame them. I think Hayden and Caleb were more upset than they actually should have been, because I think they view that as, oh, Sierra is definitely with them since they're eating. I think Sierra's like, look at me. I am tiny. I need food. I'm not like Tyson and Jervis and ate all your food. I was starving. So I like what they did. I think it was a coincidence that they were working together. I feel like if Sierra was on board with flipping the vote, she still would have ate. So that's just my personal opinion. Oh, but that challenge, that hurt. I didn't like I watched it and I got
doesn't look great. It doesn't look great. Yeah, Tyson swears by this is the right move. You always want to eat versus compete. He says diminishes your threat. It's good to eat. People feel like they can beat you on the jury for doing this. So he really swears by this. I wonder if you're Jervis, if you want to start thinking about like some ways like to put like some daylight between you and Tyson, so you're not like exactly the same. Like, I wonder if it might behoove him to be seen as the person who's like not as bad as Tyson.
Yes, because I think basically in his final tribal council, that's what he's like I'm here with Tyson, but I'm not the bad guy like Tyson is. Like, I'm not the one doing all the as bad mean stuff as Tyson is doing. So I think it is a good idea. While Tyson's like being like a sloth, I'm out here competing, even though I don't have a good chance at winning. So I think I don't think it would do much to change people's opinion.
Probably not. No.
But I think it's just like, I like to see the effort.
Yeah.
But does that person ever win? It's like, I feel like when you get down to the I'm like the bad guy, but not quite as bad. Like, whenever you get these final 3s, it's usually like either they end up going, you know what, we can respect the quote unquote bad guy and we'll give them, because they were the villain, but they were in charge, and we'll give them the win. Or we're going to vote for the polar opposite person, who's like the Natalie White or the, I feel like Sophie kind of plays that role in that one. You hardly ever get the sort of like second fiddle person who wins.
Like, I feel like just the season prior, you have someone similar in Dawn doing a similar thing with Cochran. Like, oh, we're riding together, but we're different enough that they will respect my game. But they're
I think that's the problem, though, is you get to the end, you're like, if we have a similar enough game, we're gonna, most times people are just gonna say, well, if it's, you know, if it's people don't usually vote for like lesser of two evils. They usually just say, okay, well, if they're both evil, then we'll just vote for the person who actually played harder.
I was using the Dawn example as example of it failing, like it does not work out.
How about Dominic and Wendell? Or Wendell is seen as, not as bit, like Dominic was a little bit too much of the heavy, like he was a little like too rough around the edges.
I think the difference there is I think Dominic and Wendell are very different. Like, I don't think that they played, like, I think Jervis,
but they made all the same moves.
Yeah, they did make all the same moves, but they have very different personalities, where Jervis and Tyson seem to have more similar ones. Tyson's a little bit more like outspoken, but they're kind of, they have the same attitude, whereas Wendell like had separate relationships that Dominic didn't have. And I don't think you really get Jervis who has that in this scenario. So that probably is like maybe the closest one. I don't think that Wendell is like the slightly lesser than two evils in that position. I think that he's just like a very different person than Dominic, even though they played partnered.
Yeah, and even in his final tribal council speech, he started off being like, I know we're similar, but I'm the dominant one here. Like, I was the leader. It wasn't like, oh, my plan was to play second fiddle. So he was like, I want to be dominant. It didn't sell to the jury, but he still won the game.
Right. Whereas like Jervis actively throughout this season talks about how he's trying to put Tyson in the lead, trying to use him as a meat shield. And he doesn't use those words, but same kind of idea.
He basically says, this was a brilliant strategy. I was going to let him take all the shots. And if anything happened to him, then I'd have 3 days. But that's not what happened though.
Yeah.
Like if it worked, good for you. If you're not, you're boo-boo to fool.
Yeah. All right. So we are so far behind. Caleb's going to get voted out.
Sorry.
Caleb is going to get voted out. That is there. That Tyson has a great moment where he's looking for the idol in his bag. That's hilarious.
My only question here is, why is it Caleb and not Hayden? Because we don't even really get Hayden's name thrown out there at any point. So I'm just curious if there was any insight into that. I feel like looking at it, like you would think, okay, winner of Big Brother, maybe they've got something. I mean, they don't necessarily know this, but Hayden won 4 HOHs on his season. He won the first one and then like the last 3. So
I suspected they let Ciara pick.
Maybe.
Like I kind of think that's like the move you would do. Like let the person who's the swing. Like, all right, Ciara, who do you want to go home? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
I can see that.
Okay. So
I have no reason.
Yeah, it's a good point. Maybe they looked at Caleb more as like the brains of the operation, and maybe that's a point where going back to like the flip against Brad, where it's like, oh no, Caleb is very very dangerous. He got the whole tribe to vote out Brad Culpepper.
My only other notes on this episode says, note, the jury does not seem happy about Tyson's jokes at tribal council.
They think he's a lot less funny.
Like Tyson looks over at them when he like says a joke and they're glaring, and then he just kind of, his face falls and he's like, never mind.
Okay, let's talk about the great Russell Feathers, episode 12 of the season. And so it's back to Hayden back at camp. I think there's such a runner during the season about how Kat always says touche.
Yeah, I think she said that like once in World, and everyone's like, as Kat would say, Kat coined this world. And I feel like it would be more of a joke if she used it wrong, but I think she used it right in One World. Like I think it was a fine moment. So
AJ, we're gonna see Jervis getting some pitches from the group about, hey, now is the time to vote out Tyson, and I think Jervis is open to it.
Well, I understand, like, Tyson is viewed as the ringleader. Like, the people that are being attacked is either Tyson and Jervis or Tyson and Monica, but there's a common denominator, and that is Tyson. So I think people do view that Tyson really is the head honcho currently in this thing, I think Jervis will take issue with that. But I think Jervis is like, I need to separate myself. I ain't come back here 13 years later just to come second to this man. So I think he really was seeing it, but also he should not have flipped on Tyson, which I'm glad he didn't, because he would have been out so quickly.
Redemption Island, we get a real heartbreaker in the duel here, where it's going to be Laura, Tina, and Caleb. And so Laura Moret ends up acing the House of Cards, no pun intended. And then Caleb has it against Tina, and they're counting down. Like Jeff's like, all right, 30 seconds. And then a gust of wind blows down Caleb's cards. Mary, it's terrible.
It's so sad. Poor Caleb, you know, they should do this on a sound stage somewhere where things like wind can't.
Yeah, San Juan del Sur had like a lot of wind affecting all of these endurance challenges.
Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah,
poor Caleb, but he had a nice run.
He had a nice run. He has a great line where Jeff asks Caleb, so tell me, in what ways are you and Colton similar? And he says, well, we're both guys.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's a good point.
You know what? Points for me.
Touche.
It's like we get kind of like a similar, not exactly the same, but when Jeff is at the reunion asking Caleb, like, so tell us like what's good about Colton, basically. Caleb talks about like why Colton broke down. He lists absolutely zero things that are like, this is why I like it. Nothing. He's just like, I don't know. Colton cracks me up.
I feel like Jeff like really likes Caleb, and he's like, but why Colton? Like, of all the men.
Yeah. No, Caleb seemed like such a great guy. I didn't really ever get to know him too well, but it seemed like that, you know, him and Colton had a really nice relationship. It's just such a terrible tragedy that he's not with us anymore. And I think he's somebody who I think would have played again following this season, and it was just you know, a terrible tragedy for so many reasons to lose Caleb Bankston. We're gonna see after we get the Redemption Island duel, Laura will give the idol clue to Sierra. She shares it with the group. Tyson goes out and finds the idol for himself.
Yeah, and this is after he had just played his other one famously by dumping out his bag at Tribal, which was another great moment where he's pulling stuff out and telling Katie to hold on to it for a second while he's digging around in there.
Okay.
But yeah, idol number 2 for Tyson.
If I'm Hayden, I'm sticking on to Sierra like glue. Like, Sierra's not pulling out that clue without me in my presence. So he eventually came to his senses, but it was too little too late, boy.
So we're going to get our immunity challenge. Jervis wins immunity, and then he takes Monica for ice cream, doing a good job of keeping Monica close. Hayden finally tries to talk to Sierra and says, look, why don't we do a 3-3? Got to make big moves.
Yeah, is this a mistake on Jervis's part for not inviting Sierra here as the second pick for ice cream?
Well, could have gone either way, but Sierra is the person. Like, Sierra and Monica, I feel like, are almost like polar opposites, where that I think Sierra loves a big move. Like, she loves to flip. She loves to, you know, make like a very like, ooh, like this could be like she's a riverboat gambler. Monica Culpepper, stay the course. So Hayden could probably talk to Monica until she's blue in the face. Like, Monica's not going anywhere.
I'm saying from Jervis's point of view, when Jervis takes 2 people to the ice cream, should he have taken Sierra instead of Tyson?
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think that like Hayden could like try to work on Monica Culpepper all day long, and I don't think it's going to go anywhere.
Right. Yeah.
My only thing is, like, I think planting seeds. We love the idea of planting seeds, like grow your wheat. But I think he didn't do anything that ultimately broke the iceberg. Like, it was Jervis and Monica's misspeaking and bad talking. Like, Sierra needed a reality check, and she wasn't getting it from Hayden. And so I think Hayden could do all the talking he want or not at all. But I think, well, he needs to do some talking. But I think Jervis really set the nail in the coffin of drawing rocks.
Okay. All right. So we're going to go to the tribal council. Things look like they're set up for 4-2 vote here. Looks like that it could be Hayden that's going to get voted out. And so Hayden is really scrambling. Talking about Tyson's controlling everybody. Sierra didn't get picked for ice cream. She says as well, it's because I've been on so many other rewards. And so they're going back and forth. And so they're talking about Monica says first, 4 is better than 6, Mary.
Yes. Yeah. I know it's hard because you're talking about number of people, but really you never want to throw around numbers when you're talking in respect to like a person's position in the game. Monica should know this. Tina earlier told her she was going to be 5th.
She didn't like that.
Yeah, like you should say being in a group of 4 is more safe than being potentially 6th. Is the way to phrase that. And I know that's not like eloquent, but Hayden is doing a really great job jumping on any chance to call these things out and be like, look, she said 4, that means you're 4th. And even after Jervis is trying to be like, no, she's not 4th, he counts them out in order with her being 4th too. So,
and in fairness to Jervis, I think he's all the way on the end. Yeah. And he might have honestly been like, hey, like 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, I don't know if he I don't think he was necessarily saying like, I'm the winner, I'm number 1, Tyson is 2nd, you're 3rd, and you're 4th. But it does come across as like, yeah, did you see that you guys just got pointed to number 4?
And this tribal is too perfect. Did they stack these chairs? Did they have them come in and say, Sarah, we need you in the middle?
So I do think they do that, Mary. Like, just even going back to Survivor the Amazon, like when we would go to tribal council, like they would like somebody would like have like a chart, and then they would say to us like, okay, you're here, you're here, you're here, you're here, you're here. It's not like you just walk in and then pick whatever seat you want.
Has any player tried to like play the edit in the game of trying to figure out what that means about their position or the alliances or anything?
That's interesting. I don't know. Like I know some people have talked about. I think that also women players have talked about how like they're often like placed in the front, like from height perspective, and it's like a little bit of a disadvantage. Like ideally, like you want to be sort of like in the back where you back row, you could see the lay of the land, where it's sort of like a little bit of a disadvantage to be sort of like down in front with like, wait, what's happening? What's going on behind me?
I mean, in the time period we're in now, where people can get up and move around and whisper and stuff like that, I feel like it's only a matter of time before somebody is told to sit in the front and they go, you know what? No, I'm going to stand in the back and I'm going to watch everybody else because I don't want to sit in the front where I can't.
Mary
see
says,
anyone.
I'm not even going to take a seat. I'm going to stand up.
Yeah. How about Jeff? How about I come sit next to you so I can see everybody's facial reaction?
Yeah. Do you think, AJ, any part of Jervis who is immune was like, hey, I'm gonna just like go a little like extra wild at this tribal council, because if Tyson gets voted out, I mean, like, look, I didn't do it. Like, if they get the votes together and they vote knock out Tyson here.
And also, and also Tyson has a pretty decent chance of winning his way back into the game in case anything happens. So if the numbers are against Jervis and it's not looking good at him, he said, I can win an immunity and I can get my buddy back. So I think Jervis has you get that necklace, you're free spirit, you willy-nilly. It does not matter what happens to Tyson, who he views as a bigger threat, Monica, who he cares about, and then these other 3 people who are actively against him. So I think Jervis, fly by the seat of your pants.
Mary, I was very impressed that Tyson had the presence of mind to know when Hayden talked about rustle your feathers, to stop him and point out, no, it's ruffle feathers. I feel like that even if I was on a podcast, I don't know if I would be so adamant to say, no, you're wrong about that. Like, am I wrong about that? Is it rustle feathers?
I think that Tyson's brain must be constantly working as let me pay attention to the important things that are happening here, but let me also just constantly be aware of anything someone's saying that I can make a joke about. And I feel like he's got to have both those things go. And I feel like, I mean, you're probably the same way, right? You can pull out puns quickly and things like that. So you got to be thinking a few steps ahead in a different direction. But it's impressive because I watched that couple sentences over and over, and I was like, man, he's like right in there. Like Hayden is having an important conversation. There's pitches here, but I also think that potentially Tyson was like, hey, this might alleviate the tension a little bit, might get a quick laugh, maybe things can kind of calm down again, because that can happen. Sometimes you're like in a heated moment and you're arguing with someone and then somebody like trips or something funny happens and you're like, okay, we can laugh about that for a second. Now things are a little bit more calm. But it's hilarious. It's a great, line for the episode title. I personally actually disagree with Hayden. I think that you do ruffle feathers. You can rustle leaves, but that doesn't necessarily mean that rustling feathers is a term.
Can you not rustle feathers? Because isn't rustle just like
So I think rustling implies like making a sound, and I don't think feathers will make a sound.
I think the phrase that Hayden is using is that he's saying it like you ruffled someone's feathers, you made them on edge, you made them upset. Whereas rustling leaves, if feathers were rustling, it'd be like, oh, that chicken ran by real fast, and his feathers were rustling. It's a different phrase. I don't know why. Okay. You hear that chicken run over the leaves? They were rustling, and he was rustling.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm on Tyson's side here with this, but I do think it's very funny.
Yeah.
But I love that he's like, it's a name, Russell.
Yeah. So to the definition of rustle, make a soft, muffled, crackling sound like that caused by movement of dry leaves or paper.
Right. I think if your feathers are rustling, you've got to probably check
moisturize.
Them out you should check them out along with Katie's toes. Like there's something wrong.
Yeah. Okay. So Jeff says this is the craziest conversation I've ever seen before. A potentially $1 million vote. I guess he's forgetting some of the jury speeches he's seen over the years. But then we're gonna go to the votes. They come up. Hayden, Monica, Hayden, Monica. Tyson is incredulous. What are you doing? Sierra, come on now. Gonna tie it, and then gonna tie it again. Let's go to rocks.
I mean, to be fair, like this is the move. This is good. Good move. People have talked about this a lot. For the new players, I mean, for Hayden, this is like a perfect time to say, like, Hayden and Katie, they have nothing to lose. They're on the outs. Sierra, if she truly is fourth, might as well make this move.
Yeah.
Tyson is in a risky position because he was in no danger of going home no matter who the vote was going towards. And he also had an idol that he probably retrospectively should have played. But he does have the odds, even if it's only 66% chance here.
Let me ask one question about this. If Hayden, Katie, and Sierra put their 3 votes on Tyson instead of Monica, AJ, is there a chance Monica flips rather than draw rocks?
I don't think she does flip. I think she rocks with Tyson and Jervis. I think they put in too much good work, and with Monica beforehand, I think Monica is like riding with them to. It's not beneficial, and I think for the rest of the game, it's beneficial for her to ride with them.
Okay.
I think all parties involved here realize that they need this rock draw to happen and then to break in their favor in order to be safe in this game, and that flipping is not the right move. I think actually probably Jervis is the most likely person to flip.
He's immune.
Yeah, and he's immune.
He's immune. Okay. We go to rocks, and it is Katie who draws the white rock, and then Tyson gets up and hugs her and tells her that, hey, that chair over there on the jury is yours. Go sit in it.
Like,
Which is his biggest misstep in the whole game. It's his only regret, I think.
if that's your biggest misstep, you played a heck of a game, baby.
Yeah.
It is hilarious in hindsight.
Oh, it was so
Yeah.
funny.
It's you gotta imagine that's one of those moments where you're so relieved and you're like, whoa,
That
I just
adrenaline.
said something real rude. Probably shouldn't have said.
Yeah.
It's like when Jeremy like skipped after Kimmy that vote. It's like I'm feeling high on myself now. Even though it wasn't great at the moment, it's like I'm high right now. I don't care.
Yeah. All right. So goodbye, Katie.
Hi, Katie.
It's a little bit of a straight shot then after this move. We'll see Katie go to Redemption Island. Ultimately, Katie is going to be eliminated. Hayden and Sierra are now thick as thieves. They're going to try to get something going. Their best case scenario is basically if Hayden can win immunity and Sierra could find the idol, or vice versa. Look at half of it when Sierra is going to win the immunity challenge.
Look at Sierra.
Yeah. Sierra is going to come out and tell Monica that Tyson and Jervis have been talking a lot of crap about her, Mary. And, your heart does break for Monica many times during the season.
Yeah, it starts here and is going to continue on right through final jury questioning. Monica, I think, is just like really misunderstood. People are going to say that they don't know her personally and stuff. I think Monica really says it best when she's like, I'm just a nice person. What did I do to deserve all this, basically? I think Sierra knows enough to say, look, if we have any chance of flipping Monica, it needs to be somewhat emotionally based. And I believe that while Sierra may or may not have exaggerated some of the malintent behind these words, I do believe that all these people were probably poking fun. I think the part there is also like Sierra was probably also poking fun of Monica in order to jump on board with this. But I think Monica is also a little bit underestimated in terms of people assuming that a purely emotional argument is going to sway her, where I think she needs like a logic-based one too. And there's not really any logic here for Monica. It's just, hey, these guys treat you bad, jump over.
Yeah. Here's the truth. Like, I feel like by this point, Monica is drawing dead. Like, at this point, when Sierra's trying to get her to flip, it's not a good situation because she would just lose to Hayden and or Sierra in the final three. And I do believe her best chance is a bitter jury against Tyson. So I do think it is best. I understand the idea because she is emotional person, play to their emotions. But Monica, like Mary said, they underestimate her. She does think strategically. How many times has she said, I came to win, play the game?
Yeah.
Like,
well, it's funny that I feel like that her best case scenario to win is I think she feels like, hey, I'm going to win all the challenges and then I'm going to get there and I'm going to say that, hey, I won 5 challenges this season. And so you should vote for me because maybe I didn't have all the strategy, but I won the challenges and that's what was important. And ironically, that's what her husband is going to do in the final 3 in Survivor Game Changers. And it doesn't work as a strategy.
Like if you look at going fast forward to an episode or 2 later, when they're deciding is it Tina or Sierra, she's like, we need to vote out Tina because Tina does not have any blood on her hands. She didn't vote anyone else out, so she is more clean, and that's why she's the better player. Yeah. So I think than emotions.
Okay. All right. So Sierra wins immunity. Hayden and Sierra really, Mary, you have to give them credit for, they really go for it at Tribal Council to try to pitch Monica, but it's all for naught.
Yeah, they try, they go for it. Again, I'm applauding the effort here. I think, like everything AJ just said, it doesn't really make a ton of sense for Monica to flip if she's drawing dead in either case. And I think she is. Like, I don't think if she flips and makes it to the end, I don't think Tyson and Jervis are even voting for her, probably. I think that she's a nice person, but she's
a neat lady.
Yes, a neat lady for sure. But I think like she has some elements that are kind of similar to Trish with Tony of like, I think that these guys need her and they undervalue her. But and probably if you ask Tyson or Jervis nowadays, they would probably say that they respect Monica and things like that.
And
But
the World Travel Council, Tyson stumped for her.
right, exactly. Yeah, although we'll get to that. I think that that's more of an anti-Jervis push, but
Understood.
but I think that they try. I think they're kind of doing a lot of low blows though, of like, oh, your family won't be proud of you if you don't do this move and stuff. And it's like saying that you're kind of putting yourself on the same level as whatever other people might have said about you. It's not really a pitch where Monica's like, okay, great. Yeah, I flipped over against the people who said mean things to other people who haven't had my back either. And Monica says at one point, like, if I flipped, I would be basically just the same as all of you. And I think that comes across wrong. I think people read into that saying like she's implying that they were all flippers and where she's staying steady and loyal. But what I think she means is like, I don't have a chance of beating, you know, Hayden and Sierra. If one of them is on the jury, I'd be on the same, I'd be with people who have this whole jury like stacked for them. So I need to stick at the point where in the jury is this huge list of people that me and Tyson and Jervis have voted out. I just need to stick with them.
All right, let's get to the finale. And I think that the finale is not a barn burner, not one of the most exciting Survivor finales that we get. You know, interesting reunion show, but we're gonna yes,
sorry, one more thing from the end of this I just remembered is like the other main thing that Monica I think does right here is if she flips also and they have now her with Hayden and Sierra, somebody's coming back from Redemption Island who's going to work with Hayden and Sierra, and now Monica is fourth again. So that doesn't help either.
That Jervis and Monica really got screwed by Redemption Island in this season, and if they stopped Redemption Island at the merge in this season, I think it potentially could change the entire outcome. Okay.
Possibly, but I don't have the brain capacity to think about that right now.
Okay, yeah. All right, let's go to the finale, and we're going to see where Tyson sort of like dangles the immunity idol for Monica Culpepper and asks her if she wants it. That AJ, he says he's going to give it to her for Christmas.
Ain't that sweet?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what it would do. Like, you found the idol. I don't know what value Monica has. Maybe she can say, I have an idol that I didn't find, but sell it on eBay, get a good penny.
30 minutes later, he's going to say he wants to take it home and give it to Rachel. So, I don't know.
Yeah. All right. So, on Redemption Island, Hayden, Laura, and Tina are going to have another duel. Hayden is out, and then it comes down to Laura versus Tina. I like Laura Moret is like, Tina, give it to me. And she's like, no way, Jose.
Yeah, I think the most memorable part here for this is Laura's speech when she loses about how she feels like she's showing her daughter that like it's worthless if you don't win or something. It's like, and Jeff's like, that's kind of a horrible lesson. She's like, yeah, that's not what I mean. But I mean, poor Laura, she sticks it out. She wins what, like 5 duels or something just to come in second. It's hard.
It's hard. All right. Tina is back in the game. Sierra really didn't want Tina to come back, but she'll take what she can get. And Tina is all over the place looking for the idol. And that AJ, I like. Does Tina refer to herself as grandma?
She's not a grandma yet. She wants the grandbabies.
No, I know. She wants them, but I feel like she refers to herself as Nana.
Oh, I didn't write this
down. I didn't clock that part, but
I did not.
But and then we've got this you know, Tina doing so well socially in this game. She's just gonna keep on trucking through with that, where she comes up to Monica and she's like, Monica, man, does everybody hate you on the jury. Everybody at Redemption Island, boy, they hate you. And Monica's like, why do they hate me? Why do you hate me? And she's like, no, not me. It's just, I'm just passing along what other people like. How is this the way? And Sierra is sitting 2 steps away being like,
Sierra's like, what is wrong with you?
Sierra says, I disagree.
Yeah. And I mean, I can understand Tina if she's like, I don't need people to work with, so I don't need to be nice to them. But you need Monica to work with you here. You be on your best behavior, Tina. I know it's in you.
Tina seems like the tough love type of person.
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna have our final 5 challenge. Kind of must win for Tina. Or I guess in Sierra's case, Tyson is gonna win this one. He has to be knighted after he wins the final 5 immunity. I like that, AJ. Knighted. Yeah, that was a good way to do it.
I agree.
Ironically, is it does Coach ask to be knighted by Russell Hantz in Heroes vs. Villains? Is that where he got this from?
That sounds about right. Like, I know he has to be knighted.
Yeah, I think it's also funny. I mean, it's been several days at this point since his shoulder injury, but this challenge, I gotta imagine, would be almost impossible to do if he had like just injured his shoulder.
Yeah. All right. So Monica, Jervis, and Tyson are figuring out what to do. Who are they going to vote for? It's going to be Sierra. Sierra gets voted for here. Again, still pushing for Monica. Still trying to get her to make a quote unquote big move, but ultimately it's all going to be for naught because Tyson's immune and plays the idol on Jervis.
Yeah, there's like a big fight between Jervis and Monica about who needs to go between Tina and Sierra. And at this point, this is where I feel like Monica's like, Tina was just mean to me. We got to get Tina out too, because she was saying mean stuff. But also, she does have a point there of like the Tina probably was going to have a better chance to winning. So anyway, I don't know. They go in Sierra. Poor Sierra.
Got a lot of friends on the jury, but she's a former winner. But probably between, she got that Aris, Vetus, Katie block automatically from the jump.
Yeah.
Not going to matter either way, as these are the 5th and 4th place
She'd
people.
probably get more too if Sierra's not at the finals.
True, probably. Sierra does really, really well in her first time out. I think probably was the biggest shock of the season of looking at the season, cast photos or whatever. Initially, you're like, what's Sierra going to do? But really does an amazing job here.
Yep. Sierra's best game. Is it any competition with second chances? No, right?
So.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think she has some fun moves in second chances, but I think this is
I think she was constantly playing catch up in second chances.
Yeah, she even gets a little outshined by Kelly Wentworth there for like the that sort of underdog position.
So. Yeah. Second time we've seen Sierra on the all-time countdown, but she was just for a cup of coffee on Game Changers.
Yes.
We don't have Game Changers.
Three drips of coffee and a lump of sugar.
yes. Not even like one Shane Powers espresso of coffee with Sierra. Okay, all right. We get down to the final 4. We're gonna have basically like a big challenge, and Tina must win for her. Tyson's gonna win it, but I guess the headline, AJ, is that Monica Culpepper checked Jervis.
That was so stupid. Like, not that she checked Jervis, but that this was such a big deal. Like,
there was nothing going on here.
Like, it was nothing. I didn't even write a note about it. I have 3 notes for this episode before the final Trump Council, and that is not one of them.
Yeah. Why is Monica checking Jervis, Mary?
It's symbolic.
I don't know. Monica is upset and blindsided that Tyson and Jervis, or that Tyson played the idol on Jervis, and that proves that they didn't trust her 100% 2 seconds after she says that she was doing what's best for her and not best for anyone else. So
like, she basically been like, yo, if you're not playing the idol, you better play it.
But at the same time, it's like, it's final 4. Like, I'm checking whoever I can in order to win. Like, I think is Jervis gonna be mad if Tyson tries to do that to him? I don't think so. I think Jervis is just salty.
Okay.
In this moment.
All right, Tina wants it to be a 2v2. She wants a fire, but Monica doesn't give it to her. She gets voted out. And so, well, strategically, for Tina, the Australian Outback is going to be her signature season. Mary, she showed a lot of fight.
Yeah, she did. She's got that plucky tenacity that you're mentioning. I think Tina is a great person who just doesn't have the patience for for people that she doesn't necessarily get along with.
Yeah. She had a
Yeah.
game plan. Ours, I think, was going to be the new Colby here. Ultimately, the wheels fall off, but you know, she never
Back-to-back
gave up.
seasons on the countdown with no 2v2.
Yeah.
But I know me and Mary were like
we did
down.
get a 2v2 at the Final Four in Panama.
True. Yeah, true.
Yes.
Just
I know
not
me
for-
and Mary
for Dan Fuego.
were
Not for
both
Dan
down on
Fuego.
Tina's game as a
Yes.
strategy, but Tina was a lot of fun this season, and
Mhm.
I'm surprised she didn't come back for Winners at War, if I'm being 100% honest after this.
Yeah, I don't think it was her call. They did not call her. I don't think she turned it down.
Yeah, she would have been interesting. But I think it's weird how maybe it's just because this season is only season 27 that all of the returning players, even the ones from season 1 and season 2, I feel like do a pretty good job of it feels like there's no old school versus new school divide in this season. Like
Yeah.
it really doesn't feel that way. Everybody seems to be on the same playing field. And then when you look at Winners at War, it feels drastic. Even the people who at that point, it's Tyson in season 27 versus 40. So, you know, that's not as far away as Jervis in season 1 versus 27. But
Tina does say at that first tribal council she goes to, she's like, I feel like I played more in the first 5 minutes of this game than I played in all of Australia. And that was 42 days.
yeah.
Mhm.
Especially since she was on the Zen tribe. That's saying something. So.
Mhm. All right. Day 39 breakfast, yada, yada, yada. We go to final tribal council. All right, AJ, what were the highlights from? This was a pretty chippy final tribal council.
I feel like all three of them did a really decent job. I don't think there was like a bad. Oh, Hayden coming at Monica and then Monica just breaking down.
And then he retreated instantly.
Yeah, my thought with Hayden was like, first off, we get more touche talk there, but then like this is right after or 2 people after Laura. I feel like Laura comes in and says, look, Monica, here's the issue that we're having with you. Like, tell us about yourself. And Monica does. She breaks down, she strips away, she gets personal and vulnerable. And Laura's like, good job. And I feel like Hayden did not confer with Laura before this tribal, and he like asks the same question. And I feel like Hayden probably was just like, oh shoot, I don't know if I can change my question. He should have changed his question at that point.
Yeah.
They asked him to pick numbers or literally anything else. Tina does the interview style, give me one word to describe yourself. I like all 3 of their opening speeches, I think really good. I love that Monica straight up addresses right off the bat, like, hey, elephant in the room, I know you people think I was dragged to the end. I'm going to own that you think that and tell you why I don't view it the same way. I just love that she says that, calls it out, so that they can't turn around and you know, try to blame that on her.
Yeah, and it's Hayden's questions that get her Monica's response that have you all never met a nice person?
Yeah.
Have you all never met somebody who isn't selfish? Have you all never met a neat lady? I mean, I passed the test. I've opened up. Like
I
that,
love that.
and when we talk about like you know, the questions men get in the final tribal council and questions that women like, I'm pretty sure no man has ever gotten in the final tribal council. Like, but did we really get to know you? Like, what are you even like?
Yeah, I think that's kind of also Monica's point is like, at least on Survivor publicly when she's talking to people, like I'm a loving wife and a mother, and my kids and Brad, like they're very important to me, and I have my own thing, which is me playing Survivor. And you know, how much more do you really need to talk? Like, did she not? I don't really know what it is. It doesn't seem like they didn't get to know her. It just seems like they didn't like the person they got to know, or they didn't vibe with the person they got to know. So, but I think all 3 of them do a good job. And I think that's why she gets the vote and not Jervis there, is because she breaks down a little bit. Tyson cries as well.
Yeah.
And talks about Rachel. Always a good move here.
That was a good job.
Which is not exactly the same, but we're going to get similar scenario with that. And Natalie and Jeremy kind of with the whole like
Yeah.
I needed to win because someone else couldn't, that kind of thing.
And Jervis doesn't really go there. He doesn't really talk about his family, you know, or any like, you know, emotional. At least not that we saw in the episode. And maybe, you know, these drop accounts are edited, and who knows, like what we ultimately see. But you know, Tyson definitely gets the better version of the edit here.
I think Jervis's main issue here, and we kind of talked about it throughout, but like, is the fact that he doesn't differentiate himself enough against Tyson. I think he tries to claim a couple moves and say that they're his moves and not Tyson's, but whether or not people believe it or not, either way, it kind of doesn't matter because it's perception, and you can't change the perception in one moment at the end and say, even if it was all him, it's hard to be like this person that you all thought was the leader. I mean, it's like Sophie does that, but people already thought Coach was a joke. And so Sophie taking credit for it, they're all like, oh, this makes so much more sense because we were wondering how Coach was able to keep all these people in line. It's because they have a, you know, Sophie over here. With Jervis, he's not able to take enough away from Tyson. And I think that that's why Tyson, when given the question and says who played better between Jervis and Monica, I think he calls out Monica, and it comes off very like obvious to me of like, this is very transparent that he's trying to you know, if he thinks that me and Jervis are similar, then I need to like not even mention Jervis here and make the competition seem like it's between me and Monica, so that anybody who might vote for Jervis votes for one of the two of us.
And I feel like Jervis says like a couple times, like, see, Tyson was my shield. So this was brilliant because then if anything happened to him, like then I was right there. And so I was going to let him be out, but nothing happened to him. So it's like, you can't really say that that was a good plan.
No one wants to hear what would have happened or what could have happened. They want to know what you did.
Yeah, it's like if you ask like the coach at the end of the game, it's like, yeah, well, I saved all my timeouts that way in case I needed them. It's like, all right, well, you ran out of time and you didn't score. It's like, yeah, but if we would have needed those timeouts, then I had them.
What you still lost the playoff.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, and all right, good. I thought it was a good fun tribal council. A lot there. Yeah.
Tyson does the Tux shirt.
Reunion show. Let's go to the reunion.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. Was there anything else from the?
I didn't have anything else to say.
Did we get rites of passage in this season?
No, but we do get. I actually just remembered this. When they vote, Caleb tells Tyson to marry Rachel, buy a house, and make a lot of so I think Tyson's checked all those off the list.
He did that.
There you go.
Yeah. This is the last season that we don't get the like, all right, we're live here at the finale. This is the last one that they do. Okay, end of the show, cut to reunion show. First let's get to Tyson, Jervis, and Monica. They're all holding hands. Like you know, when we're talking about like was Monica mad at them? It seemed like that they were all like you know, in a good place at the time of the finale here. We're going to see Vitas was a man of his word, and he cast a vote for Monica to make sure Jervis got third place. Very cutting move by Vitas. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So, yeah, Tyson has his tuxedo shirt on, and they sit the people at the reunion, AJ, with their loved one. They do not do this for Survivor San Juan del Sur. Which seating do you prefer?
I like the San Juan del Sur. I don't like is sitting. I get the idea of sitting with your loved one, especially with the Tina and Katie situation, like having them sit right beside each other. I understand why, and I liked it then. But I think just why is Marissa in the front row? What does Marissa have to add to the show?
What I do like about it is for time and clarity, it makes it a little bit smoother of you can kind of direct questions at a pair of people and be like, Rupert and Laura, and they can both kind of chime in and you can move on. It's not like one of them's over here, one of them's over here. I think that it kind of makes it visually easier to track.
Yeah, I felt that overall. I thought that, especially with a cast of 20, it allowed Jeff to get to everybody and spend some time with everybody. So I think that in terms of like talking to everybody in one of the modern seasons, I think this is actually probably one of the better ones in the last like 10 years in terms of like spending some time with everybody that was on the season. So I think it was good on that front.
Everyone except Marissa had their moment. So
yeah.
Marissa got called out for saying that it was a hard season. Just, you don't know anything.
Yeah, in fairness to Marissa, or in fairness to Jeff, I don't know if Marissa really knew what she was talking about there in terms of like what goes on in some of these other Survivor seasons. But yeah, I feel like that Jeff, when he talks to Tyson, he's like, oh, I actually like you now. I feel like I can have a conversation with you. You're not just being sarcastic all the time.
I mean, I have a couple friends who I am good friends with, like them a lot, but we are stuck. We're stuck in a rut where all we can do is talk sarcasm to each other, and I can't have a normal conversation with them. So I get it. Maybe I just need to play Survivor with them, and then
and then you'll change for the better.
Something will happen.
So
yeah, I mean, I've known Tyson for a long time. I don't think he talks any differently now that he won Survivor. Maybe to Jeff Probst.
That changes everything in Jeff's eyes.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see some of the other highlights. We got a wild segment in this episode, AJ, with Cochran. Jeff like opens the reunion like, all right, we're here with all of our Survivor casters. And also Cochran is here. He's been through some major life changes in the last year since we saw him. We're going to talk to Cochran later on tonight. And then we'll also tell you about what we're doing in our next season. Like, it was really like the number 2 story at this hour. Cochran is here.
No, we're not going to talk about this rock draw or the twist. Like, Cochran takes priority. Like, Jeff needs to stop. He is so uncomfortable. Not Jeff. Cochran is so uncomfortable with this entire situation. Like, he did not want none of this to happen.
And not only that, but like Cochran and Will Arnett filmed a sketch for this that we have to watch. It's one thing to get like the let me show a little B-roll of you on a little
B-roll. I don't even like that little B-roll. I'm Russell Feathers.
Yeah, like don't they show like a clip of Malcolm on like a soap opera at one point? Like that's one thing, but this is a staged clip of Will Arnett voting out Cochran and Cochran playing an idol on him
from the women's restroom.
It wasn't that bad, the sketch. I mean,
it was funny, but I'm just like why is this in the middle of my finale? I don't know what's happening.
Cochran said, I don't want to be here right now.
Will Arnett is like that's it, cocky. Like it is pretty funny.
It's a perfectly good sketch, but I feel like Cochran has very different vibe in the sketch than he does in person. Like AJ's saying, like Cochran doesn't seem to want to be there in person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We talked about the cat segment. That was wild. Aris, they go to Aris and Vetus, and Aris very unsuccessfully tries to plug his Twitter, which is a great moment. It's not, it just goes right past Jeff.
It doesn't get the thing. I think this is this the first season that they do the questions from Twitter?
No, because they had that in Caramoan.
Did they? Okay,
I'm not sure that. I mean, that's that like Cochran is asked, what does it feel like to be a sex symbol? So
yeah, you're right.
They had already been doing. I'm not sure if they did it in Philippines.
Yeah, that threw me off. Someone from the audience stumps for Monica.
Yeah, Missy from the audience. Like Jeff's like, oh, well, Missy, come here. What was that thing you were saying to me about Monica before?
Yeah.
We talked about Colton and checking in with him. We get a very touching segment with Tina and Katie. Tina's son had been killed in a car accident that Jeff said it was weeks before. I think it was all in December of 2013, and just so terrible to hear about this. And Tina and Katie like are very, strong there to talk about it on a TV show so soon after it happened.
Yeah. And I couldn't imagine what Tina's going through. Like, this is not like someone died. This was her son that died. This was Katie's brother that died. And it was like an accident. Like, he was supposed to be there with them. So I don't know how difficult that it was for them. Like, Katie shouted out the Philippines, which was a nice gesture at the end too, to donate to them instead of like just saying them like Jello, whatever. But this was like a very touching and sad story, if I'm being honest. But I'm glad they shed a light on it and that they had their moment to like spread awareness.
Okay. Anything else from the reunion show? We do some weird stuff with, all right, guess what BBB is going to be? I don't even like those lippies.
They say brawn versus brain versus beauty. Am I hung up on this? I could have sworn it was brain versus brawn versus beauty.
That's what I would say.
Yeah. I actually looked it up. It looks like it was different. It got changed after this promo, but the original promo has a weird order.
I mean, is it on the buff like that?
I don't know. I can't find it on the buff. It just says Kagiyan on the buff, but I'd have to look at least on the logo. I don't know about the buff.
Yeah, maybe it says Survivor Kagiyan, and maybe they had a rebranding since then. Okay.
Yeah, I think the promo for Brain Brawn Beauty, they were just like, here's what it is. Whereas the Blood versus Water one, I remember seeing the Blood versus Water one and not getting it. I'm like, I don't know. It's a lava lamp. We're doing like a
lava lamp
piranhas or something.
Yeah, they were doing a lot like going into this one. Yeah, they were made people guess. I don't know why they think that's a good segment of guess what the season is going to be.
I don't know, get you hyped.
And he was like, there are some funny guesses, and didn't even tell me a funny guess. Like, I want to know the guesses.
Yeah, and then he said some of you are right. Yeah, I'm sure that the season was like the theme had been leaked at that point. Like, how would you guess brains versus brawn versus beauty? Like, that's not a thing.
Brains versus brawn is is
but
it?
Not versus beauty.
You know what? You're right. You know what? Yeah. You're right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So should we do a couple of questions?
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's do a couple of questions. I mean, we are running way long on this one.
I know you want to be gone like
not fey long. Yeah. Yeah. No, I told Mary and AJ before we started, I'm like, all right, if we get done in 4 hours, that'll be perfect.
That's very optimistic.
That'd be perfect. Okay. All right. So let me go ahead and open this up. All right. Couple of questions. How about from Shad Sanderson? What would happen if Sierra didn't vote her mom, Laura Moret, but instead took her to the end alongside her? What if she said she wasn't in on the plan to vote out her mom?
I think that would have been fine. The episode opened with Tyson being like, listen, Sierra's not going to, I don't want Sierra to have to vote out her mom. So let's just do this and tell Sierra that we're going to do it, but it's fine if she don't vote that way. So I don't think they would have had an issue if she didn't vote out her mom. I just think she was like so hungry to do it. Like she was ready to vote her out.
Yeah. Like I really feel like that she would have been fine if she's like, guys, I can't vote out my mom. Okay. Let me just write down. I forget who else was available to be. Katie. She could have voted for Katie. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, I think in the event that Sierra somehow gets to the end with Laura, I think Sierra's looking pretty good in that scenario. I think some people might vote for her over Laura. I mean, I don't know.
Horace did not like Laura for.
Yeah, I asked if Horace is voting for
Horace would not vote for her. Yeah. I think also a lot of people wouldn't vote for her in other things. Yeah. Okay. This is a question from Josh who says, Rob once said that he believes that Hayden Moss is the best one-time player to win. Do you still agree with this sentiment, or have other players come since then that may take that crown? For me, it's between him and Dom Abate. Adding on, do you think we ever see Hayden play again? I would have to then think about the players from the 30s. If there are one-time players who are better than Hayden. Is there anybody that comes to mind through season 30 of one-time player who is, because most of the people that are really good have played again?
Yes, I agree.
One time, non-winner.
I agree. Like Dom would be a question mark up there because he almost won. He did a good job.
I think Dom's good. I think there's several people from
Yeah.
David versus Goliath that are good.
Hayden, I really feel like here was has a very slow start and then has like a couple of big final episodes. Like he doesn't really do much before the final 6.
Yeah,
Not gonna-
Hayden plays this very similar to how he played Big Brother. He kind of got an alliance, coasted for a while, made some moves at the end, and I think that then, and the only difference is that he never really got a hang of. He wasn't particularly a challenge beast in Survivor. Like he didn't win anything, and I think that that's probably maybe what people were expecting from him, just stereotypically. So. I think he could still do well. Like he's very personable, so I think he's got a decent strategic mind. I put Dom above him, I think.
AJ?
I think I agree. I'll put Dom above Hayden. I feel like I was lower on Hayden on the rewatch than I was my first time watching. So I will put Dom above him. Lauren Ashley Beck, I think, is a really good player that's only played one time.
Sure.
True.
I think there's a few from the 30s if we go through it and think about it. I think that we were probably like, I think Hayden's Big Brother one-time game is like a really, really strong Big Brother game. And I think that sort of gets like a halo effect of like, okay, I know he's really good at Big Brother. He did good on Survivor. Okay. And let's do one more from Tonsters, and then the rest we'll get to our feedback show on Friday with Lancelot Draper and Sarah Ferguson. Do you feel as if Tyson learned from his coach in his threat level by having his injury and choosing goats while filling up on resources? Or was it the fact that Rachel got taken out early and Tyson was forced to overcome with such love and motivation to win? Did Tyson take anything away from Coach playing in this season?
I think Coach would like to believe that he did.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a lot more prayer in this season that I remembered. Like talking about Coach, like on the original Zen Tribe. So.
Yeah, but I think that Tyson probably learned from Coach that you can be liked by being a character, and I think that is truly Tyson's personality, but I think he's like kind of just honed that to where it was really appealing for other people. But I think the Rachel factor there, it's I think the biggest one is the fact that he did not have the loved ones end up being, for lack of a better word, kind of a burden on people this season and a target. And I think the fact that he doesn't have Rachel there really, frees him up, where he doesn't have that target on his back, like so many other people did, especially early on. And then it ends up also helping him by having sympathy. And I think Natalie Anderson has a very similar appeal there.
He's also a lot older when he plays here. Not to say that he is old, but I think he's a younger and more immature when he plays basically like twice in a year and a half, and then comes back like 4 years later for this season. And I do think that being in a serious relationship with Rachel at that time, I think that definitely changes the way he sees the world. Okay. All right, let's get to our survey questions here for Survivor Blood versus Water. Let me just pop that open. Our feedback questions. Every week, the tabulator does a great job of taking us through everything that you, the listeners, have to say about the season. Okay. And so, number one, who's the MVP?
Tyson.
Come on.
Yeah.
75% for Tyson. Which one-time player would you most like to see come back and play again on a future season?
For me, it's Marissa. I would love to see Marissa again. See her in this new diversity cast, like with 50% plus people of color. I don't know how good she would, but I feel like it's currently an incomplete for her.
Yeah.
For me, it would have been Caleb, but I'm gonna guess Hayden.
Yeah, Hayden, 61% for Hayden. Then 17% for John Cody, 10% for Katie Collins. I realized I did not. Yes.
I will say I knew Hayden was the right answer, but I gave y'all the correct answer.
Yes. Okay. Yes. All right. Then Tyson was 75% for the MVP. Sierra had 9%. Hayden had 5%. All right. Which name on this list made you pause and think to yourself, wait, who's that? Not who dey.
I would say Rachel. That would be my guess.
This is hard.
Maybe Laura B.
Yeah, I think probably it's like, does Rachel get, but does that change based on the fact that Tyson won? I don't know. It's probably Rachel. For me, this is horrible, but no matter how many times I watch this season, I always forget about Katie Collins. So for me, it's Katie Collins. Even though she goes so far, I just always forget.
It's 39% said Marissa.
Oh, wow.
33% said Rachel
Wow.
Folger, which is surprising. Tyson's wife is second at 33.
Yeah.
And then Katie Collins is 6%. Okay.
Yeah.
Who's the most underrated player of the season?
Underrated.
I feel like most people are properly rated this season.
Yeah, most people are properly. I feel like everybody's kind of gotten their due on this one, but I don't know, maybe Caleb. I'm not sure.
Maybe Monica.
Yeah. Monica is second. Hayden Moss, 25%.
Yeah,
Monica,
I think it's
18%. Tina, 16%. All right. Who gets the Kelly Wentworth Award for Best Pre-Merge Boot?
Who's in the pre-merge? I don't know. Is Brad a pre-merge boot? I don't know.
He is.
I would say I would give it personally to Candace.
Candace?
Candace, the first one voted out of the game.
Okay. The listeners have voted, and they said it was Brad Culpepper, 29.8%. Candace is second. John Cody was third. All right.
I was getting a lot of tweet mentions about Brad, so I think people were pretty high on Brad.
All right. Where did he'll be a finalist in his second season. All right.
Yeah.
Where did Tyson rank in our winner rankings? We ask listeners every week, rate the winner from number 1 to number 40. We get an average number, and then the tabulator puts it in our rankings of all of the winners from the seasons. Where on a scale of 1 to 40, AJ, do you think Tyson landed?
Tyson played a really strong game this season. I am highly impressed. He made very little to no mistakes, so he has to be, I'm going to say 8.
8.
That's my guess. I'm going to say 8.
Mary?
I'm going to put him at 10.
10. You're both a little high, 13.47, which puts him at number 6 overall. Just to give you the top 10 from 1 to 10, Kim Spradlin, Yule, Boston Rob, Tom Westman, Natalie Anderson, Tyson, Earl Cole, Sarah Lucina, Cochran, Brian Heidick.
You recently watched San Juan del Sur. Is Natalie one better than Tyson's? Was it more impressive?
So that is a tough question.
I believe they should be close together. I do believe that.
I believe they should be closer together. I would say that I would give the edge to Tyson because I think he played against superior competition. And Natalie gets badly blindsided on the Jeremy vote, which I don't believe Tyson gets blindsided at all in this season. So I don't want to discredit anything from Natalie's game, but I think that Tyson plays pretty close to a flawless game here. And Natalie, I feel like she doesn't see the Jeremy vote coming and plays a very flashy game against a weaker field in the second Blood versus Water.
I think something that's weighing Tyson's win down here is the fact that his personality makes it seem easy also. Like, I think if you asked him, he probably, if you asked him, he was probably like, oh yeah, I walked circles around all of them. but I think that he probably, he says in the finale or the reunion that he didn't get much sleep, that he was constantly staying alert and thinking about the game. And I think that it's just his personality and his commentary on the game make it seem like he sat back and relaxed and won.
Yeah. And Tyson also has to deal with the Redemption Island and somebody coming back into the game. So I think it's a much more complicated game here in the first Blood versus Water than ultimately what Natalie had to navigate in the second Blood versus Water. All right. Is this season just right, too low, or too high?
I say just right.
Yeah, I feel like
Just
this was
right.
right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 43% agreed. Just right. Yeah, I can't complain too much about where it is.
The pre-merge, a couple of slow episodes in the post-merge. It's good.
Yeah, if I looked at my season rankings here, boy, this is tough. I enjoyed this season. So I have in my top 3, I have Palau, Korong, San Juan del Sur. I feel like that this should be linked up with it should be like next to San Juan del Sur, but I feel like I like this better than Korong, I think.
It's a happier season. I feel like that helps. Like,
yeah, I think I'm gonna break it up. I think I'll put this at 2, just 1 under Palau. So
nice.
This is a fun season. This is an easy rewatch. Blood versus Water.
After watching Nicaragua and watching this, this is so easy.
I did it in 2 days. You can do it.
Yeah. Yeah, you did it in 2 days, Mary?
I watched the first episode early last week, and I was like, I'm going to just space it out. And then I forgot. And so then I watched it in 2 days.
This one was a pretty consolidated rewatch for me. I think I did like 3 episodes Monday, and then like 4 or 5 yesterday, and then the second basically like post-merge today.
It goes by fast because you can just kind of like breeze through a lot of the Redemption Island stuff that happens. It really breaks up the episodes. So.
Okay. All right. So 6 days from now, we will be back with another season of The Countdown. Boy, 6 days. That's like, I've got all the time in the world to watch another season. All right. So on Tuesday of next week, we'll talk about the 13th best season of Survivor. So what do we think it's going to be?
It's got to be Borneo, right? I feel like it's been a long time coming for Borneo.
I don't think it'll be Borneo. I think there's too many people that will put it at number 1.
Oh, no.
Like there is a lot of Borneo truthers. I think it should be up there. Come up. If the correct answer is Borneo, but I don't know if that's the real answer.
All right.
I'm
the audience
Tocantins.
Okay. The audience voted. And they also agreed Borneo, 37% of the vote. Let me tell you what's coming up next week in our 13th best season of Survivor. It's Borneo.
Yay!
Okay. It's Borneo coming up next Tuesday night. And so be on the lookout for that. And we go from back-to-back Aris to back-to-back Jervis. I like how we did this. That Aris passes the baton to Jervis, and then Jervis, we see his 2 seasons back to back. Okay.
Not a hot take. I think this was Jervis's better season.
This was Jervis's better season, but I was more beloved in the first season. So David Bloomberg and Mel Hulst will join me on Tuesday night. Both of them veterans of The Countdown will be back with us to talk about Survivor Borneo coming up. So that should be a lot of fun coming up on Tuesday. Nice. I think that'll be an easy rewatch. Just 13 episodes flat. Boom. Survivor Borneo coming up. Let me tell you a little bit about what's going on Robin's podcast these days. A lot going on here at the end of June, including the aforementioned David Bloomberg is going to be back on Why Tyson Won with Jessica Lewis. Okay. So be on the lookout for Why Tyson Won coming up this weekend on Rob Has a Podcast. Those are in our Survivor podcast feed. Check that out. Of course, speaking of Survivor podcasts, spoke with Shane Powers the other night after our Survivor Panama recap. Shane listened to all of the Survivor Panama recap. Are either of you concerned with anybody from season 27 listening to the podcast?
I think I don't know, hope Tina doesn't.
Yeah, Tina. I feel like I was supposed mean to Tina.
Do you think anybody from season 27 will listen to the podcast?
No.
Yeah,
I'm trying to think of who would be the most likely to. Maybe Tyson, but I don't know if he's going to listen to a 5-hour podcast.
Tyson might skim through
some
parts.
Yeah. Okay.
He might pretend he listened to it. That would be so cool. Tyson's still up there on my list of like Survivor people that I view as celebrities. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, check out Shane Powers on the latest Talking with T-Bird. I will say there's not a ton of Survivor Panama talk, but there is some really incredible stories about Shane's battle with alcoholism and the times that he thought that he was not going to make it through that battle with alcoholism. And so I think that that's really a great example of the kind of stuff that especially T-Bird is able to talk to people, where it's not just about talking about the game. We were really able to talk to some people about their real lives, and that's a great interview with Shane Powers from the other night. 90 Day Fiance. Really, yes. T-Bird knows what she's doing. By the way, I think from this season, we've done Jervis on Talking with T-Bird. So you could check that one out as well. We have on any of the Talking with T-Bird pages, you can see all the old Talking with T-Bird interviews. 90 Day Fiance, Happily Ever After. Puya and I talked about the last 90 Day Fiance Happily Ever After episode before a little bit of a break. They're taking the week off for 4th of July. So got plenty of time to catch up on that one. And then, of course, Rob and Kivanita podcast. We had the wedding of Kelly and Colin this weekend on Rob and Kivanita podcast. Be sure to check that out. A very the happy couple. On the latest RJP Rewind, I talked about Dance Moms with Chappelle. Check that out. Either of you ever watched Dance Moms?
I did. Yes, I listened to that rewind. It was good.
It was wild.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, it was Tyson Day on Rob's podcast. We had News AF with Tyson and Danny. Be sure if you are a Tyson fan, you'll love News AF now in year number 5. Be sure to check that out at robswebsite.com. And of course, we got so much going on over for the patrons of Rob Has a Podcast. It's the last day of June, so don't worry about that. July is going to be a great month to become a patron of Rob Has a Podcast. In addition to everything that we have going on in our patron community, you got access to our patron podcast feed, where you'll be able to hear things like our weekly feedback show for the Survivor All-Time Countdown. And this season, we're going to be doing some exclusive Big Brother content in our patron podcast feed. So it's going to be a great time to become a patron of Rob's Podcast this July. And of course, follow us on our social channels, including YouTube, where you can hit the subscribe button to make sure you never miss an episode. Hit that bell to be notified when we're going live with more updates. And of course, you can follow us on social media, where we have our podcast hosts taking over on Instagram and on Twitter. We have highlights from all the shows. Be sure to check that all out, and check out offers from our sponsors at robswebsite.com/offers. Okay. AJ.
Yes.
What are you up to these days?
I'm not up to much personally. Not really. I think next week I'm supposed to be on the What You're Doing podcast with Felipe, Navi, and Will.
What are you talking about?
I don't know.
Always Phineas and Ferb.
Yeah. It's Phineas and Ferb. But like, I think it's fun. I was recently on the Angender podcast with Zach and Jacob.
Yes.
That was a mess. But it was a fun mess. I would suggest to listen. And I was also recently on the Black Voices of RHAP, brought together by Matt Scott. Matt is an amazing person. He is a saint for bringing us together. It is a great podcast, great conversations. I would highly recommend to listen. You will learn some great stuff from a lot of great Black podcasters. And on top of that, make sure you listen to the Asian Representation podcast with Sasha and Kevin. Like, they also had a really good conversation that should not be missed. I love hearing all these new people of color voices on this network. It's a really good time.
All right, AJ. Well, thank you so much for being back with us here on the Countdown. We had a lot of fun tonight. Great job as usual. Mary, what's coming up for you?
Well, Riverdale is coming back, unfortunately, in the next week. So that fits in perfectly with my Big Brother scheduling. So I'll be covering Riverdale on Kowski Cast for the second half of season 5. Had a big hiatus in the middle of that. And then back to Big Brother on the RHEP network, just right around the corner. So that'll be fun for Big Brother 23. We're also wrapping up on Kowski Cast the Twilight coverage, and we're going to do a Twilight Brant Steele. So if you like Survivor and Twilight, or if you hate one of those two things, still check it out.
Yes. By the way, I forgot to mention, you reminded me, this Friday, we're going to have the first ever patron Brant Steele for Big Brother. We're going to be taking, I believe, 14 patrons and simulating a Big Brother season. I'm going to do that in the Rob's Podcast patron Facebook group, and we'll post that up on Patreon as well. So be on the lookout for that coming up. That should be a lot of fun to kick off Big Brother season. Should they ever do a Big Brother Blood versus Water, AJ?
Didn't they do that with Danny and Nokomis? And
Yeah,
I guess
they
Project
do
DNA.
they did kind of do this for season, oh my gosh, 13 question mark.
with Jeff and Jordan and
yeah,
Rachel and Brendan.
they had some newbies, and then they had several pairs, because they had Danny and her father, and Jeff and Jordan, and Rachel and Brendan.
I guess so.
They basically do Blood versus Water every season because people know each other for some reason.
Yeah, it's usually accidental.
They know
Blood versus
each other.
Water,
Yeah.
But they typically, people will, just look at each other and see home.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you all for joining us so much. If you make it to the end of these, we greatly appreciate it. We'd love to hear the feedback, especially the positive kind, about these episodes. So nice to know that people were listening and enjoyed this type of content as we move into the top 13 next Tuesday with Borneo. Thank you so much for watching. Take care, everybody. Have a good one. Bye.